Part 46. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 452. When Ji Changs did a series of things in a very short period of time, everyone's thoughts were as follows. Chen Ming. He Tiantong. Comrades in the military. The Big Brother broadcasting live outside. The people watching the live broadcast worriedly. Everyone was confused. Even the barrage stopped. Until He Tiantong reacted first. He first looked at the mask on the ground, and then at the junior holding Lu Ren's neck. After his eyes were dull for a few seconds, he hesitantly spoke. Nagaze, you are, the Duke. That young man who had been working as a salted fish baby in their police station for several months, loved to eat snacks and drink milk tea, was lazy and timid, just like this. He pinched Lu Ren's neck again, and turned around. The voice was still so soft, I am He Tiantong. His whole mind went crazy. Are you that vampire? The Duke vampire from thousands of years ago? Ji Chang still nodded with a yes expression on his face. He Tiantong. No, wait, please slow down, why didn't you say that before? The young man lowered his eyes and looked pitiful. His voice was timid, the country has not recognized vampire citizenship before. If I say that, I will definitely not be able to work within the system. If he hadn't been holding a blood slave in his hands who was showing off his power just now but was now unable to move no matter how hard he struggled, he would have looked even more pitiful. He Tiantong. Other people. Never in my wildest dreams did I think it would be such a reason. What a tragedy, the former Duke is now a public servant. In order to be a public servant, you have to hide your identity as a Duke. It's really miserable. Am I the only one who noticed that the one being choked was almost suffocated? Who is this man and why is he pretending to be a Duke? I think I've seen him before. He must be a murderer. He was wanted by the Kapok City Police before. I don't know why, this man is obviously a murderer, but he looks so miserable. So miserable +1. Lu Ren. He was completely confused. Why was he being lifted up even though he was threatening me? Well, how come the man wearing the police uniform is the Duke? Isn't he a noble? How did you become a policeman? Look down again. I saw one who looked like he was only in his early 20s. A young man with a delicate appearance. Lu Ren. Let him die. He was actually defeated by such a person. This is so humming outrageous. The soldiers had realized that Ji Chang's was indeed a friendly force, and immediately began to move forward, hugging the frightened children away, and sending them outside to comfort them. Members of the former vampire catching team came forward to persuade Ji Chang's to put Lu Ren down first. Ji Chang's was very hesitant. He hasn't compensated me for the mask yet. Pay for it, I'll definitely let him pay for it. A group of people coaxed her like a child, and finally the Duke was coaxed to let go. As soon as he let go of his hand, Lu Ren immediately fell limply to the ground. He struggled while coughing and refused to admit defeat. You, cough, don't think I will give in. How can vampires and humans coexist? Even if I can't succeed today, you will still. Without saying anything, he suddenly realized that no one at the police was looking at him, who had lost the ability to resist. The policemen were coaxing Ji Chang's, and Ji Chang's got a lollipop from someone unknown. He ate the candy in his mouth, and the anger on his face immediately faded. Not only did it fade, but he also smiled at the seniors around him. Thank you, Brother Tiantong. It's okay. I can't believe it. How could you? Are you the Duke? Lu Ren, I tell you, this matter is not over yet. No one paid attention to him. Everyone was still in a state of excitement and didn't even pay attention to what the blood slave lying on the ground behind him was saying. No wonder I suddenly ran very fast. Sister Ming's eyes have also improved. Vampires can change people's physique by sucking blood. Is it you who did it? Okay, don't ask this now. There are many people outside watching. Go back first. Lu Ren, I have worked hard and planned for so many years, I will not fail. Still no one paid attention to him. At this moment, it was Chen Ming's turn to speak on the police side. I just checked. The children are fine. I still need to talk to the superiors about Nagasawa. Let's go first. That's all. While discussing how to tell the superiors about this, the group surrounded Ji Chang's and left. Lu Ren. Hey. Look at me. Don't you want to say something to me? Hey. Ji Chang's and the others had already left the classroom and turned downstairs. No one noticed that someone was shouting at them from behind. Even if I heard it, I probably wouldn't think I was shouting at them. They don't know each other. Lu Ren, at most, can only be said to have participated in the wanted arrest of the other party. As police officers, there are many wanted criminals. If they could remember every one of them, they would be exhausted. After a lot of trouble, Lu Ren only got the title of passerby. He didn't understand until he was taken away by the soldiers. It's obvious that he has no plans left. What? Everything is ready. Why? It ended up like this? Why? He struggled for a long time, but he couldn't even leave a name in people's hearts. The viewers watching the live broadcast have already experienced a freeze in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, I really laughed to death, ha 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 ha, pretending to be a duke, but the result, the real duke turned out to be the policeman who came to arrest him. A real duke should work hard for his salary. Let me just say, the duke clearly took the initiative to provide blood to the country's father. How could he still do bad things? I found out the duke's information. He has been admired by many stars since he was born. He was also highly praised after becoming a vampire. It is quite difficult for someone who is loved by everyone to become a malicious person. Mom, I'm in love. The duke looks so good. Oh, I just looked down on you good-looking dogs. What's the point of being good-looking to others? It's no use. It's true that you're good-looking. I'm going to get the blood slave vaccine tomorrow. I'll be the queen by then. After Ji Chang's returned, he logged in the information in detail and got his vampire code. Unlike the green of the blood slave code, his is blue. After all, he is the only vampire in the world. The police colleagues learned the truth, and some things in the past seemed to be figured out at once. No wonder a blood slave suddenly came to apply for a job. It turns out he saw you here. I told you why you are always pale, and I thought you were anemic. Everyone was criticizing Ji Chang's and scolding him for not treating them as one of their own, but their eyes were full of smiles. It wasn't until the end that Chen Ming snored Ji Chang's head. Nagaze, thank you for choosing to believe in humans. If Ji Chang's, as a duke in ancient times, stood on the opposite side of mankind, it's hard to say what the world would become in the end. You're welcome. I've been taught that it's normal to make such a choice. Ji Chang's answer was for Duke Zi. If it was him who woke up, he would most likely choose to live quietly on his own. Being pampered doesn't mean that you really can't support yourself. Recently, hot searches have been changing very frequently. Today's top trending search. Just replace it directly with shock. The Duke is actually a policeman within the system. Quite shocking. Everyone is still stunned by this huge incident. Some were hesitant and some were surprised. People over the age of 60 have the highest proportion of vaccinations. Compared with young people who are hesitant because they have just come into contact with it, they are the fastest to accept it. After all, in the short life left, being able to continue living with a young body without pain or osteoporosis is already a worthwhile gain for the elderly. Next to the shared power bank on the street is a meal replacement blood donation. If you go out without any blood and want to drink it, you can scan the QR code to pay and get blood with one click. The underground passages are being built at a rapid pace. Humans are working on them during the day and blood slaves are working on them at night. Now they can basically meet the needs of most blood slaves during the day. The night has completely become a city that never sleeps, with countless blood slaves working and activities at night. Ji Chang's only started the process, and the rest of the country will naturally be completed slowly. When the blood slave and human beings had completely reached a complete balance, he slept in his love coffin and slowly closed his eyes. Before falling into a deep sleep where he would never open his eyes again in this body, Ji Chang's last thought was, "Oh well, I forgot to apologize and fell asleep again. Sorry." Medical students who have studied for 5 years and practiced for 1 year, and whose books are thicker than bricks, are now unemployed before they even get a job. I wish you a successful career change. The author has something to say. This story has been updated to completion. I've said it before and I'll say it again this time. Due to life reasons, the author is unable to support the quality of coding, so he decided to stop updating for 1 month. He will take leave on May 1st and will tentatively return on June 1st. I finished writing the serialized story before I took leave. I'm sorry, little angels. See you in June. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 453. Is this how you take care of my son? What if I didn't want Nagasawa to come over and take a look? I don't even know he was beaten. Is it you who provoked the adulterer and beat him? Let me tell you, Josiako, if my son is in trouble, you and that damn girl will get out of here together. Ji Chang slowly sat up from the bed, and a helpless voice outside was arguing in a low voice, "No. I heard from Nagase's friends that he was the one who grabbed the game console from others." The sharp and mean tone immediately rose, and he interrupted the other party's words quite excitedly. "You still said no. If you weren't such a vixen, how could Nagasawa not have a job? If not, how could he be like this? It's really blinding me. Why did you let my son marry you in the first place? You have been married to my family for more than 10 years and you haven't even given me a grandson. Why do you let that girl die? It's a waste of money to go to school. I heard that the person who hit me paid the money. Where did you hide it? Otherwise, who knows what adulterer you want to give it to? My family is already in debt. The money should be used to pay off the debt. Mother, please don't. I really can't give you this money. Okay. You're hiding my son's money now, right? Okay. Okay. You think I can't find it? There was the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets outside, but the young voice did not stop her. She must have been confident that her mother-in-law would not be able to find the money. Ji Chang's touched the gauze wrapped on his head and took the opportunity to check his memory. As he guessed, one of the people outside was the original owner's wife, and the other was the original owner's wife. The original owner was born in a small town. He has been diligent and motivated since elementary school and has excellent academic performance. However, his family prefers his younger brother who is not as good as his. At that time, it was also very difficult for rural families to provide students with education. So in the end, the original owner's younger brother studied all the way up. The original owner dropped out of elementary school. He was not willing to continue like this for the rest of his life. Later, after the reform and opening up, a large number of people went to sea to do business, which created a lot of free jobs. The original owner had no knowledge, culture, or experience, so he took up manual labor. The original owner was young and willing to endure hardships, coupled with the price difference between the city and the village. After working outside for a year, he returned home with a lot of money for the people in the village. The money was enough for him to build a big house in the village that would be the envy of the whole village. When he went back, he also wanted to build a house and marry a wife. He would wait until his wife got married before leaving the house. He went to work to earn money, but as a result, the money never came out after it reached the hands of his mother, who was very fond of him. When asked, it was because his younger brother needed money at school, plus the money at home. He spent it here and there, and then it was gone. The original owner naturally knew that the money was given to his younger brother. He was depressed for a while, but he couldn't stand up to my mother's tears and cries. The matter just ended like this. The original owner also knew why he came back. Maybe she had a guilty conscience. In the end, she married him a daughter-in-law, Josiako. Josiako is good-looking and capable, but there is only one thing: he is too good-looking. When he was 10 or 17 years old, he was knocked unconscious and went to the mountains to force himself to achieve good things. It happened to be a severe crackdown at that time, so Josiako went to the police station early the next morning to report the person. The police arrested the person that day and sentenced him to death. Although Josiako said that she woke up at that time, resisted desperately, and finally knocked the bastard unconscious with a brick and did not let him succeed, it was just that she was not familiar with the mountain roads and did not dare to have wild animals at night. He walked around. He climbed up a mountain and hid all night, and then went to report the crime in the morning. It's just that the people in the village don't believe it. She didn't go home for a whole night, and the next day she accused the man of trying to rape her. It was said that she was injured all over her body all night long. Who would believe her if she said she didn't succeed? In addition, that bastard's family hated her and spread the news that she had lost her virginity. They also accused Josiako of seducing their son. In that remote mountain village, women lost their virginity and seduced men. But it's a big crime. Although no one dares to do those things in Chentang now, Josiako's reputation is still ruined. Of course, the original owner's wife asked the original owner to marry her not because she trusted him, but because she didn't care much about the eldest son, and because she thought Josiako was diligent and capable of handling animals. She went to the Jo family to propose marriage. Josiako's stepmother didn't really like her stepdaughter, who had been a good-looking foil since she was a child. After her reputation became bad, she wanted to kick her out immediately. The G family didn't even think about it. I agreed to the marriage immediately. So, the original owner and Josiako got married. The original owner seemed quite serious about his work. Apart from being a little depressed about his parents favoring his younger brother, he also had some ideas at other times. He was not happy at first, but he changed his mind when he saw Josiako was good looking. After the two got married, he found out that Josiako was perfect, and then his grudge was completely gone. He had lacked love since he was a child, and therefore longed for maternal love even more. However, he didn't have any bad intentions at first, and he was quite fair. I care about myself as my daughter-in-law and want to live a good life. Later, he still went to the city to work, and Josiako took care of his parents at home. The two of them spent less time together and separated more, which did not prevent them from having children. After a year of marriage, they gave birth to a daughter. With his own little family, although the original owner was still filial to his parents, he slowly began to think about his own little family. After working in the city for another 5 years, he did the first thing in his life to disobey his parents. He bought a small house with the money he had secretly saved and brought Josiako and his daughter in town. This incident made the original owner's parents furious. Until the original owner was 15 years old, which is now, he was still a typical example of the son married a wife and forgot his mother and unfilial to his parents. Therefore, they would come to the city from time to time and take away most of the original owner's salary and the new things he bought at home. Naturally, the original owner didn't want to, but if he didn't want to, he would block them back. At that time, family planning was in progress, and each family could only have one child. His family had already given birth to a daughter, so naturally he could not have another child. This became the reason for the original owner's parents to take away the things from the eldest son's house to support the younger son. Your family has lost its roots. Your younger brother's family has given birth to a son. In the future, you will still have to rely on him to break pots. Just one death? What kind of money should we spend on her? You are also unfilial. You left our old couple and didn't want to support us. Now you don't even give us such a small thing. How should I put this? It seems that in most families, the more harshly treated and neglected the children will be, the more filial they will be when they grow up, the more they want to be close to their parents and cannot give up their love for their parents. The original owner didn't want his parents to be sad, so he had no choice but to sacrifice his own family. Fortunately, he was young and strong, and was willing to make progress. He saved money to attend night school, and then changed to a maintenance job with a stable salary and a relatively high salary. Although most of the money was lost, they were raided by their parents, and what was left was enough to survive. As a result, I got a new boss, who was greedy for money. He took advantage of the need to make money by changing employees. Every family came to visit him one by one. If he understood the rules of the workplace, he would obediently protect his job. The original owner was quite flexible when he was a child. But he couldn't stand the fact that after more than 30 years of life, he had changed into a temperament that could only do practical things. He didn't come up with the money, and after finishing the meal, the other party left unhappy. When the dismissal list came down, the name of the original owner was naturally on it. He is a veteran employee of the company who has been working in the company for 10 years. After the arcades dominated the streets, he quickly got started and transferred to the arcade maintenance department. He was considered an outstanding maintenance worker, but everyone around him was shocked when he was fired. After the original owner's parents learned about this incident, they insisted that Jo Zayako must be the cause of the trouble. She must have seduced her boss and made him unhappy. They struggled for 3 days to get the original owner to divorce Jo Zayako. After all, since the eldest son got married, he has become more and more unfilial. He didn't turn over all his salary and even bought a house behind their backs. It happened that the younger son wanted to change positions and needed money to clear his boss. The two couldn't afford it. I focused on the house bought by the original owner in the city. Jo Zayako is a typical soft-tempered person who was raised in such an environment. Before, the original owner worked in the city. She was often bullied and ordered around by her parents-in-law in the village. Basically, she did whatever she was asked to do. She only acted when her daughter was bullied. Only then will you resist. Her attitude has always been that she can be treated however she wants, but her daughter cannot. It is for her daughter's sake that she firmly disagrees with her parents-in-law when they mention selling the house. Because the parents-in-law have been deducting money from their home to subsidize their brother-in-law, even if they both have jobs, they still can't save any money. This house is the only thing they can leave to their daughter, so Jo Zayako is very determined in this regard. Because of her obstruction, the original owner's parents never succeeded. Although the original owner basically listened to them, he was still not happy about changing his wife, so the two tried their best to throw dirty water on Jo Zayako. Let the two divorce and their son return to their control. If the original owner could be called a barely qualified husband and father before, then after he lost his job, he suddenly became nothing. His original stable job and successful career, in the eyes of the villagers, became after becoming unemployed in middle age, he slowly changed. At first, he just drank, enjoying the happiness of escaping reality after drinking too much. Later, he became addicted to arcade machines. Because he used to be an arcade machine repairman, he knew a lot about arcade machines, and when he played them, he was ahead of others. After losing his career in reality, the original owner slowly fell into the dream of being sought after while playing games. But arcade games cost money. At this moment, arcade machines dominate the streets. There are always a lot of people in the arcade from the moment it opens until it closes. It's okay to play occasionally, but if you play there all day long, it will cost a lot of money. But the original owner didn't care about this. The failure in reality made him even more reluctant to leave the success of the game, especially when he was playing. There was always a group of students who had no money to play around behind him, following his actions. Tsukuru let out exclamations and cheered after he passed the level. They admire his status as a game master, and they also have the natural fear and yearning for adults as minors. In addition, they are still students, and no matter how much pocket money they have, they can't compare to an adult who has worked before. People, the original owner is a very rich man in their eyes. Under such admiration and envy, they called the original owner Big Brother and followed him around to attack the game hall. The original owner was ignored by his family since he was a child. When he was in elementary school, some people praised him for his intelligence. When he dropped out of school and his younger brother studied all the way, people in the village always referred to his younger brother when talking about the two brothers. After being ignored for such a long time, he couldn't resist the feeling of being sought after by a large group of students. In order to maintain his status, he was even willing to pay students to eat snacks and play games. This is almost a pathological desire for recognition from others. However, in this era, psychiatrists have not yet become popular in small cities, and no one can detect and suppress the abnormal thoughts of the original owner. Slowly, he became more and more homeless. He was in the game arcade almost 24 hours a day, taking his students and younger brothers to and from various game arcades to pass levels. A grown man who plays games in the arcade every day is naturally seen as idle in the eyes of others. Except for the group of students who also like to play games, no one cares about the original owner. Under the huge gap between the two sides, the original owner becomes more and more addicted to games. He no longer works, goes home, or faces his wife, parents, and daughter. What he thinks about every day is how to play this game, and how to clear that game. In just 1 year, the original owner seemed to have completely changed into a different person. When he ran out of money, he went to Jo Xiaoyan to ask for the money. At first she didn't give it to him, so he didn't know what to do. Then one time after drinking, he seemed to have the strength and forcefully snatched the money from him. Gradually, it evolved into asking Jo Xiaoyan for money whenever she ran out of money, and beating people if Jo Xiaoyan didn't give. At this time, there was no concept of domestic violence. Housework was basically handled by herself. Jo Xiaoyan couldn't beat a strong man. At the beginning, I let the other party get money a few times. Until the family completely ran out of money, for the sake of her daughter, she would rather be beaten than give it to her. She gave the money to her daughter to use at school to pay for books. The original owner, who lost her mind, rushed to her daughter's school to ask for the money. It is conceivable that for a girl who is still in school, how shameful it is to be asked for money by her alcoholic father, who is unshaven and smelly, in front of the whole class. This incident also became a reason for some people to bully her. After being subjected to school violence for a year, she chose to end her life. Jo Xiaoyan couldn't bear the blow and fell into a trance, following her daughter where she left after jumping off the building. The original owner's brain had been completely corroded by alcohol. He sold the house after his wife and daughter left. After he spent the money, his parents who often came to see him never showed up again. Since then, he has been living in a hazy state, working one day and playing games for 3 days. Until arcades were slowly replaced by mobile games. Arcade machines are rarely seen on the streets anymore, and game arcades are no longer overcrowded. Even if someone enters the game arcade, only some primary school students who cannot own mobile phones come, while more primary school students prefer to watch TV. The arcade era has completely passed away, and it's like the era of the original owner has gone with it. He had no job, no skills, no family, was out of touch with society, and was incompatible with technology. Finally, one day, he sat on the edge of a bridge and looked at the river. As he watched, he fell off. Ding! The memory has been transferred. The mission is to protect Zhou Xiaoko and Ji Shui, and the characters cannot be destroyed. OIK. Please choose whether to stay. Ji Chang's, stay. As soon as the system appeared, he discovered that the mission issuer of this world was the original owner. It seemed that death had restored his lost sanity. Ji Chang's looked around. After putting a bed in the small room, there was almost no room. The air was filled with the smell of medicine. There were many certificates on the wall. Most of them were from Ji Shui, who was only 15 years old now. Brought it back to Dada. The original owner was an ordinary father before he went crazy. Like many fathers at this time, he didn't get along with his daughter very well. He usually said a few words more, chatted and gossiped, and the like would not appear in this pair of fathers' eyes. On women. But after all, he was his only child. Before he lost his job, although he didn't say it, he was very proud of his daughter's excellent results in his heart. This pride was a mixture of the father's satisfaction and love for his daughter, and the why is this the regret of not being a son and not being able to continue the family line. He opened the drawer, took out the heavy book inside, and flipped through a few pages. All written on it were the maintenance experience of the original owner, as well as some self-taught maintenance skills summary. And from the thin layer of dust falling on it, it can be seen that the original owner has not opened it for a long time. The current timeline is when the original owner has lost his job, started to indulge in game arcades, gathered a group of student boys, and is enjoying his high status. At that time, in order to maintain his status, he even borrowed money to play games. In the eyes of everyone around him, he seemed to have gone crazy. At least that's what the original owner's parents said. After all, this was the first time that their filial eldest son didn't even listen to his biological parents. Because the son was crazy, the two gradually stopped trying to play the family card and tried to persuade their son and daughter-in-law to divorce. Instead, they planned to get rid of this prodigal son before the family was ruined. Some money goes to the younger son. I came here today because I heard that my son was snatching a game console from someone in the game arcade. It turned out that the other person was also an adult. After the quarrel, he immediately took action and knocked the person unconscious. In order to settle the matter, he paid a sum of money. Money. They immediately rushed all the way to the city like flies smelling the stench, hoping to get the compensation money. I'm still rummaging through boxes and cabinets outside at the moment. Ji Chang's retrieved it from the memory of the original owner and restored it. During this time, the original owner spent almost all his time playing games. He was reluctant to sleep every day for fear of wasting the time for playing games. Naturally, his body became weak after such torment. He fell down as soon as someone punched him. When he fell to the ground, he hit his head on a protruding brick on the ground. Blood immediately flowed all over the floor and everyone was knocked unconscious. The other party was angry at first, but when he found out that he had been beaten like this, he was frightened. After sending the original owner to the hospital, he waited for Zhou Xiaoyan's family members to come. After confirming with the doctor that there was nothing wrong with the person, he immediately apologized and compensated. The man's family was rich and he was generous with his money. When the original owner woke up and faced the high amount of compensation, he didn't say anything. He just calculated how long the money would be enough to play the game, while he went back to his house to sleep and recuperate. As a result, while he was asleep, his eccentric parents came. Just as Ji Chang straightened things out, there was another commotion outside. Why are you holding on to my son's compensation? That's a piece of flesh that fell off my body. It's the son I gave birth to when I was 10 months pregnant. My son wants to be filial to his mother, but you are blocking him. Oh my God. There is no justice. Come and see, everyone, my daughter-in-law is unfilial to her parents-in-law and is taking advantage of my son's money. Son. Nagasawa. You. Come out and see how your wife bullied us old man and old woman. As soon as you fell down, she stepped on our heads and pooped and peed. As soon as I heard it, I knew that the parents couldn't find the money and started to use public opinion to suppress it. What the original owner was most afraid of was, is it his parents? He has always been afraid that others will think that he is unfilial, and that the neighbors will think that he is not good to his parents. After all, he has been instilled in him by his parents from childhood to the theory that he must be filial to his parents. And his parents have a lot of money, but they are better at superficial skills than anyone else. Just look at this time, although they came for money, they still look decent, carrying a basket of eggs, as if they were old farmer parents who were frugal and wanted to give eggs to their son. Considering that the other party has lived in the village all his life, it is not easy for him to evolve such scheming methods. Ji Chang's had some doubts. He was also a son. Why was there such a big gap between the original owner's parents towards him and their younger brother? If you say that the other person is sweet-talking, trouble will come. The original owner is a taciturn and practical person. But when they were young, the original owner's smart younger brother had not shown much. How could the parents be so partial that they let the smart eldest son drop out of school and instead train him? Where's the younger brother? To say that he is not his biological son. Although the original owner looks better than his parents, the facial features on his face show that he has the best qualities of his parents. No matter how you look at it, he is their son. Ji Chang's put this doubt aside for the time being, adjusted his facial expression, and after confirming that his current state was I'm weak, I'm so weak, he opened the door and walked out. He covered the gauze wrapped around his forehead with one hand and frowned, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak or raise his eyes to look at anyone. He only asked weakly. Dad, Mom, the doctor said I lost too much blood and need to take a good rest. Can you please keep your voice down? The old lady who was sitting at the door patting her thighs and legs to attract people to look at was stunned for a moment. She turned around and realized that her eldest son had come out. She straightened her back immediately. Her eldest son was stupid and obedient in the end. As long as she said a word, he would not get as much as he wanted. Thinking of this, the old lady immediately got up from the ground with a face full of joy and greeted her, Nagaze. You are finally awake. Look at your wife, while you are sleeping, bullying me and you. Where's Dad? The old man next to him had a stinky face and glared at his eldest son. Look at you, what kind of wife do you have? Even your parents can drive away. The two villains used it to complain first. Josiako, who was next to him, looked bitter and explained, what do my parents want? The compensation. The family already owes a debt, and the money is not enough to pay the debt. Moreover, I have already given money to my parents this month. She knew that her husband was closest to his parents-in-law, so she had let it go before. After all, the husband is the main earner in the family, but now he is unable to make ends meet and is eager to get money to pay off debts. Under such circumstances, Josiako will not agree to give the money to his parents-in-law. When the old man heard this, he immediately became unhappy. What do you mean we have been given money this month? Do you think we need food? This is my son's house, and that is my son's money. You are the only one, why do outsiders have a say? Josiako, Dad, the family is like this. Now it costs a lot of money to buy medicine. Nagasawa still needs to go to the hospital every day to change medicine. You take the money. What will he do? The debt owed by the family, what should you do? Are you going to watch us die? Ah! Ji Chang said in a deep voice, Zyako, what are you talking about? Seeing the happy expressions on the faces of the two old men opposite him, he slowly added, I am my parents' son, how could I be like you? Seeing that her husband stood by his parents-in-law as always, firmly believing that these were his biological parents who would not harm him, Jo Zyako's nose became sour and she almost cried. The old lady over there was very happy. She looked at Jo Zyako with a proud face, and the smile on her face became eager. The old lady said, "Yes, yes, you listen to this vixen's nonsense, but the piece of meat that fell off my body is my mother's heart and soul." The old man said, "You just understand in your heart. Why are we not doing it for you?" "Okay." Ji Chang's nodded silently. The two of them were completely relieved. This son is still the same as before. Although he looks dull and dull, as long as it is what they say, he will still believe it. The old lady relaxed her body and took a look at the neighbors who had gathered in front of Ji's house because of the previous commotion. She also put on a loving smile on her face and walked to Ji Chang's side. Feeling distressed. "I usually tell you to be careful, but you just don't listen. Look at your hair. My mother will be scared to death when she finds out about it, for fear that something will happen to you. If something happens to you, how will your father and I survive?" She was very familiar with this trick. Once Ji Chang's disobeyed, he only had to soften his voice to express his distress, and the good son would obey. In the past, the child was not very proficient when he was young. After so many years of practice, the old lady also gained some experience of her own. "Look at you, you're so thin, how do you, your wife, take care of you?" "My mother said before, who takes care of you? You don't even have a mother. Take care of you personally? Okay, I feel so bad that I can't wait to stay here and take good care of you." Just as she was saying what she had said so many times, the tall and pale eldest son standing in front of her suddenly spoke. "Okay, parents, you guys will help me at home these days." The loving smile on the old lady's face cracked. What? Ji Chang seemed not to notice the "what the hell are you talking about" look on her face, and only said in a serious tone, "I'm too weak to go out now. Zyako has to go to work and there's no one at home to cook. Mom and Dad, you guys will stay for a few days to help with the cooking." Before the two of them could answer, he had already made arrangements. "Mom, you are cooking, Dad, you can help me make a set of tables, chairs, and benches." The expressions of the two old men were stiff. They obviously didn't expect that the eldest son, who had always been filial to them and unwilling to let them work hard, would actually let them stay because they were just being polite. The old man reluctantly came up with an excuse: "There's no place to live here." "Fine." Ji Chang's held his hand. "Ji Shui will let her live in the school these days. Zyako and I will go to her room to hang out while you go to our room." He also made a very serious assurance: "It's okay for us to work hard, but for you, it's nothing." Old man. Old lady, colon. This is obviously asking them to stay and serve others. How can it be said that Ji Chang's would rather suffer hardship himself than make room for them? The old lady opened her mouth. "That, we. Don't worry, Mom." Ji Chang's let go of the old man's hand and went to hold his mother's hand again. "You. Haven't you always said that life in the village is hard? Why don't you move in with us from now on? It's in the city after all. You don't have to do farm work to make money anymore. You can live in the city. Zyako and I will support you." What he said was decisive. When the neighbors who came to watch the excitement saw that the two of them didn't want to stay, they all kindly followed suit. "Sister, my son is so filial, why don't you just stay here for a few days?" "Yes, how filial? You two can live in peace without worrying about causing trouble to the children. It just so happens that Nagasawa just broke his head. You can still help me by staying here." "Yes, Zyako still has to go to work. She has to go to work, cook, and clean up the house. It's so tiring. You guys are just the right ones to help." My parents will take care of me while I'm recovering from my injuries. I'll be fine soon. Too old. People usually show love for their sons and occupy the moral high ground. Jo Xiaoyan is so forced that she can't even say a harsh word. The neighbors don't know the inside story. They really always thought that these two old men loved their sons and were just talking to their daughter-in-law. Bad relationship. Now they are speaking out, intending to make the two of them fall in love with each other. Two people. Although they lived in the countryside before, most of Ji Chang's salary had always been handed over to them. The two of them had stopped farming for a long time. Their life was very comfortable, and they could save a lot of money for their younger son. Let's take a look at the eldest son's house. Although this house was bought in the city, it is so narrow that it's almost impossible to move your legs. Every time I come here, I don't see any smell of oil on the Ji family's table. The light bulbs have not been replaced since they were installed. Moreover, it is a stair house. Although it sells for a high price, it is simple enough for two elderly people to live in. Climbing up and down seems like it could kill them. But if you don't agree. They looked at their eldest son, who had a look on his face, you can live in peace and don't have to worry about anything else. I will be filial to you. Then they looked at the neighbors around them. The two of them have always declared to the public that they love their eldest son very much, and they also take this into consideration. Every time the other party doesn't want to listen to their words, they immediately pretend to be hurt. Or rather, he was his biological son. They knew Ji Chang's temperament best. As long as he feels that they love him, he won't have to worry about getting the money. If he doesn't want to stay and take care of him now, Jo Xiaoko can give him a few more words. What if he misunderstands that they don't want to take care of him at all? The two old men looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and nodded. Okay. Then we will stay here for a few days to take care of you and recover from your injuries. Although he dislikes the accommodation environment here, the eldest son has always been filial. If they stay here, he will definitely buy them a lot of delicious food. If the two of them have a miserable time when they leave, they will probably get the money. Thinking of money, the two of them settled down and smiled again on their faces. Before they could laugh for 10 seconds, Ji Chang spoke again, then let's do chicken tonight, so that we can nourish our parents. What did he think of? There was a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of my parents want you to come and live with me. I'm so happy. He turned to Jo Xiaoko and ordered, there is no salt at home. You, go buy a pack of salt and come back. Jo Xiaoko never expected that her husband would let her parents-in-law live here. How many years had she lived with them? Naturally, she knew how lazy these two people were. They basically ordered her to do things while they watched from the side. She is full of. My heart felt bitter, but with so many neighbors watching, what would happen if she, the daughter-in-law, wanted to evict people from my parents' own son's home? Jo Xiaoko had suffered from rumors, and what he feared most was being talked about behind his back. Thinking about his daughter living in school and not having to come back to face the two of them, he was indeed too busy at work, and it was rare for her husband to be so happy. Although Nagaze has become more decadent in the past few months, it is undeniable that he was the one who pulled her out when Jo Xiaoko was desperate. After his daughter was born, although he would still be held hostage by his parents-in-law, he did treat his daughter. There is nothing to say. Even if the two of them were destined to have only one daughter, and his parents-in-law kept nagging in his ears, urging him to divorce, he never mentioned anything in front of her. Jo Xiaoko, who grew up in an environment that favored boys over girls, seemed content. Of course, the premise that she was willing to endure everything her parents-in-law did was that it did not harm the interests of her daughter. Jo Xiaoko accepted the fact that his parents-in-law were moving in and went out to buy salt. As soon as she left, Ji Chang's naturally covered his head and sat down on the small bench by the door. He watched the neighbors play a few games and greet each other before going back to their homes, and then he said to his parents, Mom and Dad, what are you doing at home? It's such a mess, please clear it up and make room. The two of them were stunned and looked at the messy room. They didn't want to clean it up, but there was no reason. In addition, they also wanted to improve Ji Chang's heart, so they could only start to clean it up in frustration. While tidying up, I would hold my waist from time to time, hinting that my back hurt. If in the past, if they behaved like this, the eldest son would definitely feel very distressed. Even if his head was broken, he would force them to rest and then clean up by himself. As a result, today, the two of them held their waists for a while, sighed for a while, and struggled for a long time, but they didn't wait for anything to happen. They felt strange in their hearts. When they turned around, they saw Ji Chang's lowering his head and writing in a notebook he didn't know where he came from. My eldest son used to like this too. After he became a maintenance worker, he often wrote. The two of them met occasionally and knew that he was at work at this time, so he could only shut up and do things honestly. After finally finishing packing his things, the old man gave the old lady a look. The old lady understood and walked over slowly. Hey, I'm really old. It hurts after bending for a while. Just as he was about to change the topic to the compensation without leaving a trace, Ji Chang's raised his head first, his eyes full of guilt. Mom, you've worked hard, but it's all useless to me. I have to work hard on you and Dad. Sure enough, it's still the same one. What an easy fool to look like. The corners of the old lady's mouth turned up. You know, it's good that your father and I are all doing it for you. Being more filial is better than anything else. I know, Mom, we are making chicken soup today. Mom, please have a nice bowl. Look at you, what kind of chicken soup are you tossing? We are all members of the same family, doing this polite thing. She thought, since they were all a family, it would be normal for the compensation to be given to them, right? After saying that, her eldest son said obediently. Yes, mother is right, I will listen to mother. After Ji Chang's finished speaking sincerely, under the satisfied gaze of the old lady, he added another sentence, by the way, I forgot to ask Xiaoko to buy a chicken. Mother, go buy one and bring it back to make soup. The old lady was so happy that she stood up, thinking about asking for more money to buy chickens. Okay, then I'll take a trip. She got up and started to walk out, but she was already outside the door. Her eldest son, who was always reluctant to spend money, didn't stop her yet. The old lady could only turn around and said, by the way, where's the money for the chicken? What does chicken money cost? The man who was immersed in writing looked up with a confused look on his face. He was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly realized, how much does a chicken cost, mother? Don't you have money with you? Just buy it. Old lady. Madam, I'll pay for it myself. Ji Chang's eyes were full of doubts, and then he suddenly realized, Mom, are you afraid that I will give you money, right? Don't worry. I have remembered everything you just said. We are all a family. You are not polite. I will remember it firmly. Old lady, She was stunned for several seconds before she realized that her eldest son was actually serious. Your eyes are full of Mom, please watch me be obedient, which is almost overflowing. Old lady. MRS, I actually. I know. Mom, you are actually just afraid that I will be too polite. I understand. Ji Chang's patted his chest and said seriously. Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you from now on. You won't be polite even if you pay me a dime. The author has something to say. I'm back. Thank you little angels for waiting patiently, I love your tweets. It's time for another large-scale nutrient solution-seeking event at the beginning of the month. Now that I've been resurrected with full blood, I'm here to ask for some nutrient solution. The old rule is, 10,000 nutrient solutions plus 1 update. Please don't be polite and knock me out with nutrient solution. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 454. Chapter 395. For a moment, the old lady wondered if her eldest son had choked her on purpose. As soon as the idea came up, she suppressed it. No one knows Ji Chang's better than her own mother. Although he usually does well, he has the dullest temperament, can't speak well, and doesn't have a crooked mind. Did he really take what she said before? She wanted to say something again, but she found out that she really didn't know how to respond. While she was hesitating and tangled, Ji Chang's urged her. "Mom, go quickly. It will get dark soon and the road will be difficult to walk, it's easy to fall." "There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just concerned about my mother's safety." But no matter how much he cared, it couldn't change the fact that he was urging his own mother to go out and buy chickens. Seeing the concern on her eldest son's face, the old lady didn't want to tear away her disguise as a loving mother, so she could only turn around slowly and leave feeling aggrieved. Ji Chang's voice could be heard from behind, "Buy an old hen, a fatter one, to replenish your body." The old lady stumbled and almost fell. "Fat you? How expensive is that old hen?" Old man Ji was a little confused as to why they needed money to come to Dayer's house. Before he could figure it out, Ji Chang's eyes fell on him. Inexplicably, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. "Ji Chang's, Dad, I didn't move the briquettes I bought earlier because I was injured. They are kept at Xiaohu's house downstairs. It's not good to take up other people's space. You can move them up. This place is located in the north, and it is freezing to death every winter. Coal stoves are generally used for heating. Although the price of briquettes as a heating raw material is not particularly cheap under the control of the state, it has also dropped to the point where ordinary people can afford it. But there are also disadvantages. Every winter, people get gas poisoning. There is nothing you can do about it. Either they freeze to death, or you use caution to avoid the 0% chance. People can freeze to death in the northern winter, but now there is no risk. For heating, everyone can only continue to use coal stoves. The use of coal stoves is not a problem, but for residents living in Tongzi buildings, the ones on the lower floors are fine, while the ones on the upper floors can only carry briquettes back and forth. Every year when winter is approaching, you can always see families scattered in the corridors, struggling to move briquettes. When they finally move, it is certain that they will be left in black. But this year, the Ji family's situation is different. Because their family has a free labor force, old man Ji Lao. Head. He didn't realize Ji Chang's sinister intentions at first. After all, he had always lived in the village before, and even when he used briquettes, he had to pull them on a cart. Naturally, he was not very familiar with the work of transporting briquettes in the tube building. So although Ji Chang's didn't really want to work, he still nodded and went downstairs as if it's such a cold night without briquettes and everyone might freeze to death. Only when he knocked on the door of Xiaohu's house and was led by Xiaohu's mother to the utility room next to him and saw stacks of neatly stacked briquettes inside did old Lin realize the seriousness of the problem. There are so many. Ji Chang's house is on the 7th floor. How many times does he have to move? The little tiger mother didn't notice the ugly expression on the face in front of her. She was still happy that she could finally free up the utility room. "I thought Xiaoxu's father would move it as soon as he came back, but he was injured and it's been delayed until now." "Uncle, wait a minute and I'll get you a sack." "Of course, you can't use a shovel to move briquettes upstairs." The little tiger mother very thoughtfully brought a dirty sack. After a dark look, she moved a lot of briquettes and handed it to Old Man Lin, asking him to pack it himself. Old Man Lin, that's quite a lot. Yeah, a winter's worth. Old Lin's expression became even stiffer. Of course he didn't want to move, but he wasn't stupid enough to give up on his image. After thinking about it, he decided to use his old skills and tapped his waist with a wry smile. With so much, I'm afraid it will take a lot of moving. I didn't expect that my children would have to work for them when they were young, and when they get older, they would still have to work for my son. His original intention was to say how hard it was for him. If his eldest son was really filial, he should come over and move it by himself instead of asking him, an old man, to do it. However, the little tiger mother stuffed the sack into his hand and didn't take his words seriously at all. Thing. Not only that, he also nodded in agreement, isn't that right? We have been fighting for our children all our lives. Everyone is the same. Look. My mother-in-law, at such an old age, let her rest at home. She doesn't want to. I go to work in the factory just to help my family. After she finished speaking, she sighed, so uncles, people of your generation just can't take any time off, have a spirit of sacrifice, and are willing to do anything for the sake of their children. We juniors can't accept it. Old Man Lin. After the little tiger mother finished giving the sack, she stood there enthusiastically, and added oil. Uncle, please move it. Don't worry. I'll show it to you here. No one dares to take it. She was still feeling emotional when she saw Old Man Lin walking away stiffly. The Ji family's life has been a bit difficult during this period. As a neighbor, she was a little worried at first. Now that Ji Chang's parents have come to help, the Ji family should be able to survive this difficulty. Out of kindness, Old Man Lin moved the briquettes for an hour, while the little tiger mother sat at the door for an hour. On the last trip, she helped to shovel 8 pieces and put them up together. Ji Chang's was very moved. He pulled the little tiger mother and sighed repeatedly, "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, my father would have had a hard time." Old Lin, who had been working very hard, had black dust all over his face, and his sweat turned black. When he heard this, his face became even darker. He is the one who suffers the hardship, and the eldest son does not thank him, but beeps at an outsider. But just because in front of outsiders, no matter how unhappy he was in his heart, he couldn't express it. In this life, he was just like his wife. In addition to liking money, he also liked fame. Now that he has suffered a lot, his reputation must be maintained. The little tiger mother didn't know what Old Man Lin was thinking in his heart, so she kept praising him, "My uncle is doing this for you. He is still working so hard at such an old age. Dad Ziox you must respect my uncle well in the future. Be filial, definitely be filial." Ji Chang's also had a look of emotion on his face. It's embarrassing to say it. At such an old age, I still need my parents to help me live my life. My mother is the same. When I came to my home, she kept telling me that we don't have polite words. He sighed, "I see. My mother also plans to imitate Grandma Xiaohu and go to work to supplement me. As a son, I am really unfilial." As he spoke, he held the gauze on his forehead sadly, his face full of shame. "You are so old, and you still have to watch your own mother earn money to support me." Old Man Lin next to him was just trying to take a breather. He was stunned when he heard this. "When will your mother go to work to supplement you?" Ji Chang's turned his head and let out another long sigh. "Dad, don't hide it from me. I see. Since you came home, you have been asking for money, and it's not because of..." Old Man Lin froze, his eyes wandered, and he couldn't help but stop breathing. "For me, I am afraid that if I lose my job, my family will have no food or water, so I am so anxious to get angry." As Ji Chang's finished these words, Old Man Lin took a deep breath, then slowly relaxed his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, we are not here for you. As parents, of course we consider everything for our children. Seeing that he answered the call, Ji Chang's clicked. He nodded and came to a conclusion, so you must want to work to supplement me. The smile on old Lin's face almost didn't break. Seeing that he didn't speak, Ji Chang's looked at him in surprise. He seemed surprised, isn't it? Old man Lin looked at the little tiger mother standing next to him, forced his smile to return to normal, and said dryly, yes, of course, you are short of money, and your mother and I are also worried. Ji Chang sighed, I know what you and your mother want, but you are already very old. How can I let you go to work so far away from me? It's so far away. If something happens to you, I won't be able to save you in time. As he spoke, he sat down again, as if he was sincerely troubled by the fact that his parents loved him so much that they would rather go out to work to support him at such an early age. When old man Lin saw this, he felt happy. He was about to open his mouth to say, since you're worried, your mother and I won't go. However, as soon as he opened his mouth a small crack, he saw his eldest son suddenly raised his head, as if remembering some life-saving straw. He looked at Xiahua. Mom. Little tiger mother, I remember that little tiger mother helped people find jobs. Do you think? Can you ask her to help? Old man Lin. No, wait. Ji Chang's patted his hand, Dad, I know you don't want to trouble the neighbors. It's okay. Xiahua's father and I have a very good relationship. We are not outsiders. Old man Lin, who simply didn't want to work, said, that's not what I meant. Ji Chang's, you don't have to be embarrassed, right little tiger mother? Yes, uncle, there's no need to be polite to us. We've been neighbors for so many years, so we have a good relationship. The little tiger mother is always warm-hearted. After witnessing the scene of father is kind and son is filial and mother is busy for her children, she was very moved. When Ji Chang's mentioned it, she agreed almost without thinking. Don't worry, Xiaoxiu Dad. When my mother gets off work, I will tell her right away that I will promise to find a job close to my uncle and aunt, so that you can rest assured. She felt that she was about to solve a big problem for her neighbor, and she felt a lot more happy about helping others. After saying that, she left and went downstairs. Old man Lin stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait, I really didn't mean that. Ji Chang shouted from behind, Dad, you're welcome. I'm really embarrassed to wait until you and Mom find a job. We'll treat Xiahua's family to dinner. Old man Lin. With a speechless expression on his face, he turned around and looked at his eldest son sitting on the chair. The fingers are trembling. As if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Ji Chang smiled at him. Old Lin's chest felt tight and he almost vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the spot. What went wrong? Don't he and the old lady come to your door every day to ask for money and things? How come in the end not only did the things not arrive, but they also had to work to support their eldest son, whom they had always looked down upon? Fortunately, he didn't bear all this alone. The old lady, who spent her own money to buy chicken for Ji Chang's to eat, came back in pain and learned the bad news. She was stunned. Who said we have to work? Ji Chang's, who was sitting at the table, poked the lively chicken. Mom, didn't you stay here just to take care of me? Old lady, yes. The family has no money, and Mom, you keep telling me that you are not welcome, so I understand that you want to go out and make money to help us. Old lady, Ji Chang's waved his hand, Mom, you don't have to hide it anymore. I was too arrogant in the past and thought I could take care of you all. I kept rejecting you and Dad's kindness to me. Now that I am suddenly unemployed and injured again, I have to think about it. In fact, we are all a family, and whoever takes care of everyone is the same. Old lady, but your father and I are older. Ji Chang's nodded, I know, I understand. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I won't stop you just because you are old. I won't be as stubborn as before. Old lady. Old man Lin. The eldest son is still as stupid as ever. But has the stupid direction changed? They tried their best to explain that they really had no intention of going to work, but the eldest son, who had always been stupid, was as stubborn as ever. No matter how the two explained it, Ji Chang's firmly believed that my parents were willing to sacrifice themselves for me, and I had to support them to work and earn money. Two people. When Zhou Xiaoko bought salt and went back to work in the kitchen, the two never gave up on trying to reverse Ji Chang's strange thoughts. But the eldest son, who had always believed that his parents loved him deeply, was still as bored as he was when he was a child. They said 10 sentences, but he still expressed his gratitude in reply to each sentence. Interspersed in the process, the second elder was asked to kill the chicken, pluck the feathers and remove the internal organs. Naturally, the two of them didn't want to work. But Zhou Xiaoko was working in the kitchen and Ji Chang's was still a wounded person. Who else would do it if they didn't do it? So in the end, they had to. Instead of going out and killing the chicken with a calm face, the old lady threw the chicken on the kitchen chopping board with a wave of her hand. Zhou Xiaoko, who was busy working, was startled. Before she could figure out why her mother-in-law suddenly got angry, she heard her husband's surprised voice in the living room. Mom, are you going to cook for yourself? Great, I haven't eaten the food you cooked for a long time. After finishing speaking, he called to Zhou Xiaoko, Xiaoko, come out quickly and give the kitchen to mother. Don't get in the way. Zhou Xiaoko looks at it. Look at it. Mother-in-law, what do you think? She doesn't think that she is planning to cook when she looks like she's about to kill someone. But since her husband has spoken out and someone is willing to do the work for her, why not do it? She wiped her hands and left the kitchen with a resigned look. The old lady didn't even react, so the cooking task was transferred to her. The stupid eldest son outside is still saying, Mom, you are still the same as before, you like to cook by yourself in the kitchen. The old lady almost died of anger. She didn't love to cook by herself, but she wanted to prevent Zhou Xiaoko, her daughter-in-law, from eating while she was cooking. This is Ji Chang's home now, and nothing in the kitchen belongs to her, so why should she be on guard? She was not happy, but Ji Chang's looked cheerful and said, I am sacrificing my wife to please my mother. The old lady was still thinking about the compensation in her heart, and she also wanted to continue to maintain her image in the eyes of her idiot son. After thinking about it, she still held her breath and started cooking. In the living room, Zhou Xiaoko listened to the noise that sounded like a war in the kitchen, and felt a little restless. Nagaze, there's so much noise there, do you need help? Ji Chang's glanced at the kitchen with a disapproving look on his face. It's okay. Maybe it's because I just promised my parents to work to earn money, so she is too happy. I'm happy. It's normal for the noise to be louder. Zhou Xiaoko. My parents have to work to earn money. She has been dealing with her parents-in-law for more than 10 years, and no one knows better than her how lazy her parents-in-law are when they act like good elders outside. Before her husband bought a house in the city and took her and their daughter over, Zhou Xiaoko did all the work at home, and her parents-in-law never got involved. As a result, Nagasawa actually told her that these two super lazy idiots were going to work to make money. The sun comes out in the west. Ji Chang's nodded, yes, in order to subsidize us, my parents plan to give us all the wages they earn from working. Hey, our parents are really good to us. We must be nice. So honor them. Zhou Xiaoko. If just now she was just wondering if the sun was rising in the west, then now she was wondering if the sun was rising in the west. My parents-in-law work? Give them their wages? She never dreamed of being so beautiful. Over there, Zhou Xiaoko was still confused, but Ji Chang's had already looked at Old Man Lin. Then smiled at him. Old Man Lin, who was still sitting on the bench to catch his breath from transporting briquettes in the afternoon, trembled inexplicably. Then he heard his eldest son say, "Dad, are you tired? Go inside when you are tired." It turned out that he was asked to rest inside. Old Man Lin's heart slowly relaxed. However, it turned out that he let it go too early. "Ji Chang's, the bed in the house is broken, you just need to fix it. Today is the first time for you and my mother to stay at home. How can you sleep on a broken bed?" "Old Man Lin, the first time I came to stay at your house, you asked me to move briquettes to repair the bed." Seeing the unhappy look on his face, Ji Chang's was not in a hurry. He just sighed and said as if he was very distressed, "The bed is actually fine. It's just that the bedboard is a little slumped in the middle. Xiaoko Qing and I can sleep just fine. I'm just afraid that you and my mother are asleep, and suddenly the bed collapses in the middle of the night. If the wood breaks and pokes you, it will at least be a bloody hole. Mom and Dad, you are old, and it won't work if you fall. Poke a few bloody holes." Before he could finish speaking with an "I'm really worried" expression on his face, Old Lin stood up suddenly. Ji Chang's called him from behind, "Dad, what are you doing? Fix the bed." Old Man Lin had not done much work in more than 10 years. When the meal was ready, he reluctantly walked out of the room holding onto his waist. If he was trying to pretend to be weak by holding onto his waist before, then after climbing up and down with briquettes for an hour and kneeling on the ground for a long time to repair the bed, he was really weak. The old lady wasn't much better. Ever since her eldest son married Jo Xiaoko, she had become pampered. Even after Jo Xiaoko left the village with her husband, she no longer served them. With the money she got from her eldest son every month, the two of them lived a very prosperous life in the village. Even if they didn't work, they still enjoyed themselves comfortably every day. Now that she suddenly lost money and was busy cooking, her heart ached and her body was exhausted. Together, the meal she cooked almost didn't send her away. "After so much work, I can finally eat." Jo Xiaoko knows. The husband honors his parents-in-law and prepares many more dishes than before. There are 3 plates of ingredients and a plate of fried chicken on the table. The chicken soup is still simmering in the pot, and it will probably be eaten tomorrow. Even in the entire Tongzilu, it can be considered a hearty meal. Ji Chang's went over with his chopsticks and accurately picked up a piece of meat. This piece of meat looked perfect from the outside. It was large, meaty, and very moist in color. Ji Chang's put it into Old Lin's bowl, which had only a few teeth left. "Dad, eat meat." Old Man Lin was quite satisfied with his eldest son's initiative to feed him some meat. Although the eldest son has been very filial to them today, he still did a lot of work, and he felt very unhappy about it. "Now that I see Ji Chang's being so filial to him, I feel a little relieved." Sure enough, the eldest son is still the eldest son. Still under their control. He picked up the meat and took a bite. Bang! The next second, a cracking sound came from Old Man Lin's mouth, and he subconsciously spit out the extra thing, which looked like a half-blackened tooth. "Father!" Ji Chang seemed to be frightened by the sight of his own father losing his teeth, and he screamed like a dead parent, "Is it okay for you? Are you okay?" He has always been filial, and others didn't think there was anything wrong with his reaction. Even Old Man Lin was worried and depressed about what to do when one of his few teeth fell out. As expected, his filial piety is still intact with me. 2 kinds of control. Infinite jump in the psychological state. "It's bleeding, does it hurt?" Ji Chang's was still concerned about his biological father. He turned his head to look at Jo Xiaoko, who was sitting on the right. "Is there any medicine at home? Get it for Dad." Oh, okay." Jo Xiaoko didn't think it was abnormal to have to take medicine after losing her teeth. After all, Her husband had always been very filial. She trotted into the house to get painkillers, and thoughtfully poured a glass of warm water in front of Old Man Lin. "Dad, drink water." Old Man Lin enjoys the feeling of being surrounded by his son and daughter-in-law. He took the medicine and was greeted like an emperor. Just as he was contentedly planning to continue eating, he saw Ji Chang's reaching out and moving the bowl of fried chicken to the right. The middle-aged man, who is just 35 years old this year, has a serious face. "Mom and Dad, you are getting old. Eating meat will break your teeth. Don't eat meat in the future." Old Man Lin. Old lady. The two looked at their eldest son in disbelief. "Don't eat meat? If there is meat, you won't give it to us." Ji Chang's corrected them seriously, "It's not that I won't feed you, it's that your teeth can't eat meat now. Dad, please see for yourself. Look at the tooth you lost." "It's okay, Mom and Dad. Although you can't eat meat anymore, I will find a way to buy you something that can replace meat and won't hurt your teeth." He made a serious promise, "No matter how much money I spend, I will never wrong you." Two people. They were speechless, looking at their eldest son, who was inexplicably confident that he could afford to support him. No one has a job, so why spend money to not wrong them? If it weren't for the compensation. Thinking of the compensation, the two of them reluctantly calmed down, and with Ji Chang's expression of "I don't let you eat meat for your own good," they reluctantly gathered their mood and continued eating. But the smell of meat filled his nose, and Ji Chang said a few words from time to time while eating meat. He doesn't talk much, he just pops out one or two sentences while eating. This is normal in their family. Who doesn't chat a little bit while eating? Just what Ji Chang said. It didn't sound so good to the ears of two old people. "Mom, your cooking skills are still so good. This fried meat is very fragrant. Xiaoko, please eat more meat. Although it has been cold these days and it won't go bad easily, we still have to finish it early. Well, this chicken drumstick has a lot of meat and looks delicious. You can pack up both drumsticks and send them to Xiaoxiu. Mom, you eat vegetables, eat vegetables. Dad, I'll give you some cabbage. This cabbage is delicious." Smelling the aroma of meat and watching their son and daughter-in-law eat meat, the two of them could only eat cabbage. They swallowed and couldn't help but stretch out their chopsticks to pick up the meat. As soon as the chopsticks arrived, they were blocked by Ji Chang's chopsticks. "Father, Mother, please bear with me for the sake of your teeth." Two people. For you. Looking at the meat but not being able to eat it, they were filled with frustration. However, the eldest son still wanted to do it for their own good. They also wanted to maintain the image of perfect parents in their son's mind. Their mouths opened and closed, but in the end they still gritted their teeth. I took a bite of green vegetables. Seeing her parents-in-law like this, Jo Xiaoko lowered his head and pretended that he didn't know anything. Although her husband did it to be filial to his parents-in-law, she felt a little happy. Why? Ji Chang's was also very happy. As the man of the house, he sat in the middle of the table. Take a look now. Look at the parents on the left and the wife on the right, with a happy and contented smile on their faces. He sighed, we are really a happy family. The eyes of the two old men who were struggling to eat vegetables went dark, and they almost dropped the bowls in their hands. Jo Xiaoko almost laughed out loud. This scene is so familiar. In the past, every time her parents-in-law came, she basically had to face it once. The difference is that in the past, it was the parents-in-law who arrogantly robbed their family of their belongings under the pretense of feeling sorry for their son, but the husband could not feel that his biological parents did not care about him, and he still felt satisfied that they were a loving family. Like blindness. Of course, I am still blind now, and the target of my blindness is still my parents. But they are all blind, so why are they so unique today? The anger on the heads of the two old people was almost boiling out. Nagasawa still thought that he was treating them well and was half popular to death, but he still had no idea. He was still cheerful as before and felt that they were a close family. In the past, Jo Sayako was the one who was offended. She couldn't express the pain in her heart and had nowhere to complain. After all, her husband was the main money maker in the family. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be able to escape the sea of suffering. Plus, she only gave him life. Jo Sayako felt weak in his heart because he had a best friend and had no one to break the pot until he died. Now she saw that her parents-in-law were half-dead angry with her husband, and the person involved didn't even know it, and she felt completely relieved. As soon as her eyebrows relaxed, the joy in her eyes was caught by the old lady who was raising her eyes. She raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth to curse. "Why are you so happy? You have the nerve to be happy after giving birth to a little girl. If this happened before, I would have asked my son to divorce you. And that damn girl, why don't you give birth to a girl? What's the use of a girl? They are all money-losing goods." "Mother." Ji Chang slapped his chopsticks on the table and frowned. The old lady was startled, even a little frightened, looking at her son who had never spoken loudly to her before. Ji Chang's appearance is a combination of his parents' strengths. Although his facial features are very similar to those of his parents, when combined together, he is very handsome. He was a bit delicate when he was young. But at his current age, his frown has appeared due to long-term worry. A deep mark was left. It might look older on others, but how does it look when the facial features are put together like this? The face is so pleasing to the eye, not only does it not look abrupt, but it also makes Ji Chang's look more official. To put it in layman's terms, look. He looks official and serious. It looks more like it when I get up. Therefore, the old lady was a little timid at first, but soon she remembered that the person in front of her was her foolish and filial son who was difficult to give birth to during her 10-month pregnancy. She straightened up immediately and her voice suddenly became a lot louder. "What? Are you going to sing opposite your mother for this Vixen and Your Dead Girls movie?" The skillful lines came online immediately. "I gave birth to you in 10 months of pregnancy, raised you with a lot of shit, and treated you like a sweetheart since you were a child. This is how you repay me." The more the old lady spoke, the more confident she became. If at the beginning, she still felt guilty for squeezing her young son, then after so many years of squeezing her son, who had turned from a teenager to a middle-aged man, she no longer felt guilty at all. She gave birth to her eldest son through hard work and gave her his life. Of course he should listen to her. However, the eldest son in front of her did not immediately flinch when she got angry like before, but instead frowned even more. "Say loudly, I don't allow you to say that about yourself." "Old lady." She was caught off guard by these words, and was a little confused for a moment. The words she was ready to scold her son and cry out about her difficulties suddenly choked in her throat. "What?" Ji Chang's continued, "Mom, how can you look down on yourself like this?" The old lady didn't know how to answer the question at all. When did I look at it? Did I think less of myself? Didn't you just say that the girl is a loser? Mom, you are also a girl in the movie." Ji Chang's face was full of guilt. "It's my son's unfilial piety. I didn't even notice it before." "Mother, you actually think so? You look down on yourself, you don't treat yourself as a human being." "Old lady, I'm talking about Ji Shui. Isn't Ji Shui a girl too?" "Mom, I know that when you were young, everyone's thinking was still stuck in the old society. No one around you regarded you as a human being and looked down on you because you are a woman. But my son will never such." Ji Chang's grabbed the old lady's hand and said excitedly and sincerely under her blank gaze. "Mom, you are the one who gave birth to me, the one who gave me life. In my eyes, you are not inferior to others just because you are a woman. What's wrong with women? The leader has said that women can hold up half the sky. So mom, you really don't have to look down on yourself like this. I'm not like them. I don't value boys over girls. I'm equally filial to mom and dad. The old lady listened for a long time and finally understood. The eldest son is not angry, he is telling her not to look down on him. Okay, okay. She was about to withdraw her hand, but Ji Chang's grabbed her dry claws again. Old lady. What else do you want to do? Ji Chang's made an impassioned speech, Mom. You don't have to worry that I will look down on Xiaoxiu just like your mother-in-law looks down on you. Don't worry. In my eyes, it's nothing if Xiaoxiu is not a boy. Girls are just as good as boys. A woman can hold up half the sky, and Xiaoxiu is not a loser. She is the only child in my life and my root, mother. You believe me? For you. I will always be good to Xiaoxiu. I believe you. Although the eldest son is on her side and remains as filial as ever, putting her wishes first in everything. But why does she feel weird? After hearing her husband's declaration, Jo Xiaoko was so excited that she was speechless. This poor woman who was raised in a patriarchal environment has been indoctrinated by people around her since she was a child. The concept that a daughter cannot carry on the family line, and that not having a son is a disgrace to her husband, even though sometimes she feels that this is not right in her heart. Yes, I felt aggrieved and wronged, but I had to face my husband's obedient obedience to my parents-in-law in such a big environment and I didn't have the confidence to say anything. This was the first time she heard someone say that girls are as good as boys. And this person is still her husband. Her eyes were hot, and she seemed to have hidden a lot of things in her heart, and she seemed to have let go of a lot. Next to him, Ji Chang's was still there. I want to send Xiaoxiu to high school and college. I want to buy the best clothes and books for Xiaoxiu. I will never let Xiaoxiu feel inferior because she is not a boy. After he finished talking, he turned to look at the old lady with bright eyes. Mom, you see, are you happy to see that I don't favor boys over girls at all? Old lady, she is just a girl. If you have this money, you might as well give it to your little brother's family. Ji Chang's reached out and grabbed the words, Mom, I know you are still feeling inferior. It doesn't matter, I am your son, and I will do anything for you. Don't worry, I will treat Xiaoxiu well. Old lady. I mean your nephew is a boy. Ji Chang's, yes, he is a boy. He doesn't have to be looked down upon by patriarchal people like Xiaoxiu. Hey, Xiaoxiu is so pitiful. Old lady. She was going crazy, her voice was so hysterical. I mean that's your nephew. Blood is thicker than water. He's your brother's son. So you have the money. Why do you want to give this girl a movie? For your nephew. Ji Chang's eyes lit up, Mom, you are right. Seeing that he finally understood, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. However, before the smile fully bloomed, she heard the eldest son say, That's my biological brother, so if I don't have enough money to support Xiaoxiu, I can ask my little brother to help. This is his niece, blood is thicker than water. Old lady. She clutched her chest, feeling like she couldn't breathe in front of this idiot son who couldn't understand human speech. Ji Chang seemed to be afraid that she would suffocate to death, and he still said in a joyful and deep adult voice, Thank you, Mom. The idea you gave me is great. I will go to my little brother to borrow money tomorrow. My little brother seems to be still in the clothing business. That's great. Xiaoxiu's clothes can be taken directly from his store. Mom, you are so kind. For Xiaoxiu's sake, you are willing to let me help us. Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you. The author has something to say, I posted it a full 10 minutes early. I'm awesome. I haven't seen you for a month, but everyone is still so scary. I invested 9,000 in nutrient solution in just one day. It seems that there will be more updates soon tomorrow. I love you all. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 455. The old lady almost died after eating this meal. No matter how she explained, her son, who had been stupid since childhood, just couldn't understand what she wanted to express. Instead, he insisted on, because my mother is a woman, so I must not favor boys over girls. Logic refuses to let go. Seeing that the more he talked, the worse he got. Ji Chang's had already extended to being good to your mother is good to Xiaoxiu, and my little brother should be as good to your mother as I am. She was really afraid of him, so she could only shut up quickly. No, let's hope that this stubborn donkey will find his way back. Zhou Xiaoko was the opposite of her mother-in-law. She enjoyed the meal as never before. She felt happy in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she secretly raised her head and said to her parents-in-law with a little revenge, "Mom and Dad, don't worry. Nagasawa and I will definitely treat Xiaoxiu well and will never favor boys over girls." You. The old lady opened her mouth to scold, but before she could speak, she saw Ji Chang's with a smile on her face and could only barely swallow the curse words. She also hoped to deduct money from her eldest son, and it was hard to go too far in some matters. For the first time, her mother-in-law was crushed in her own hands, and Zhou Xiaoko felt extremely comfortable. It can be said that her tolerance is quite high. The only explosive point is her own daughter. Because she has always protected her in the past, her husband did not show anything because Xiaoxiu is a girl, and her mother-in-law did not dare to do anything. Most of them are just lip service. But for such a young child, how could he not be affected by his grandmother's words of disgust and hatred? This is also the reason why Zhou Xiaoko rejects her parents-in-law so much. If she is not so eager to protect her daughter, she is a weak character raised by her family. She would not dare to talk back to her mother-in-law. Ji Chang's looked at his daughter-in-law making his own mother crumble, as if he didn't even realize what was happening. He still smiled and put a piece of green vegetables into the old lady's bowl. "Mom, eat more." After saying that, I picked up a piece of chicken for myself and ate it with relish. Old lady. Her face was almost as green as the vegetables in the bowl. However, Ji Chang's was filial to her, and she had to accept the filial piety from her eldest son. Old man Lin on the side was also very unhappy, but he also knew that if they really showed their inner thoughts and made Ji Chang's sad, this would always be done to them honestly. The eldest son of Jian will definitely not be so obedient. As an ordinary rural old man, he couldn't think of any solution for a while, so he could only eat the vegetables in the bowl silently. By the time we finished eating, it was completely dark outside. We turned on the lights in the house, but the light from the small bulbs was extremely dim. Ji Chang's urged Zhou Xiaoko, "Don't rest. We need money at home. Go fold the box." Zhou Xiaoko works in a sewing shop with a small salary. After her husband lost his job, she took on some handicrafts that she could do at home to supplement the family income. Now I didn't think much after hearing this. I stood up obediently and walked into the house, holding the box and placing it in my daughter's room. After she left, Ji Chang's looked at old man Lin and the old lady confidently, and arranged work for them quite naturally. "Mom, go wash the dishes and clean up the kitchen. Dad, go and clear out the small compartment where the sundries are kept. Then Xiaoxiu can live there." The old lady and old man Lin looked at their eldest son in disbelief. Ji Chang's also looked at them, his face full of confusion. "What's wrong?" "Yes, what's wrong? In this day and age, it's completely normal for the elderly at home to do this. When it comes to taking care of their children, most Chinese parents do a great job. Even if you don't have money, you don't hesitate to give up your energy." When Ji Chang's looked at them like this, the two old men looked strange in disbelief. After all, which company is not like this? It's strange that they question it. As expected, the old lady and old man Lin gradually became less confident when Ji Chang saw them. Those who were irrational turned into them. The two of them could only endure the pain all over their bodies and do things while feeling strange in their hearts. After all, this is how parents in every family help their sons. Ji Chang's, who had two more free laborers, looked for a few books in the room like an old man, and just sat at the dining table and read. By the way, he supervised the work of the two elders. Old man Lin had a stinky face and was cleaning up the cubicle. Ji Chang's looked at his back, and while matching the memory of the original owner in his mind, he considered the strange relationship between the family members. Eccentric. Eyes are not biased to this extent. The eldest son is just a piece of grass, while the younger son is a treasure. If you want to say there is no inducement, how is that possible? Ji Chang's quickly found a memory that could be considered a trigger. The original owner was adopted out. But it's not the traditional kind of adoption. The story goes back to when the original owner was 5 years old. There was an educated youth in the village. He did not return to his hometown or the city, nor did he find a wife in the village. Instead, he stayed in the village and became a teacher. He has a weak body, but with his salary as a teacher and the property left to him by his family members who passed away, he can be considered half a rich man in the village. That year, he learned that he was seriously ill and his body was about to die. He had always liked the original owner, so he proposed to adopt the original owner. It is said that it is adopted, but he certainly cannot raise it personally. He just has a name, and the reward is a lot of savings for knowing it. He himself said that he didn't have much time left. After the adoption, the original owner would still be a child of the Lin family and would still call his biological parents father and mother. He only hoped that after his death, the original owner would help him break the basin and come to offer incense every Qingming festival. This is simply a pie in the sky. The old lady and old man Lin naturally want this big pie. However, the village has always attached great importance to the eldest son, so letting the eldest son follow someone else's surname still makes them hesitate. At that time, the two of them proposed to the educated youth to adopt their 3-year-old son, the younger brother of the original owner who had basically no sense of existence but received all the benefits. As a result, while this matter was being discussed, the original owner who was in charge of cooking almost burned down the house. The next day, he adopted him out neatly. And it was also from that time on that his parents, who were quite doting on the original owner, became more and more indifferent to him. As time went by, they even seemed to no longer regard him as their own son. The original owner never thought that his parents would reject and neglect him. After all, even if he was adopted and the educated youth had passed away, and he had agreed to only name him, in fact he was still the child of his biological parents. They have no reason to hate him. Ji Chang's, however, was more knowledgeable than the original owner. He actually felt that the key point was still the fire. The original owner remembers it very early when he was a child, and he was deeply impressed by the fire that almost burned down the entire family. In his memory, because everyone has to harvest in autumn, children cook in every household in the village. Although he is young, he can still watch his younger brother while cooking on the bench. At that time, he finished cooking and looked at his brother again to make sure that he was still sleeping soundly before going to the yard to feed the chickens. However, when he went back, the fire had already burned out and he couldn't put it out. If my parents hadn't come back, the house would have burned down. The original owner never thought much about it. He just thought that he was young at the time. Ji Xiao failed to notice the other firewood that was not extinguished. But Ji Chang saw it clearly. Even if the fire in the stove is not extinguished, it will burn through the pot at most. But the fire was all over the house when the original owner returned, but there was nothing wrong with the big pot on the stove. Is it possible that the fire can grow legs and run out on its own? He calculated the numbers in his mind for a while, and when he saw the old lady coming out of the kitchen, he said, "Mom, help Daddy, I'm going back to the room first." Old lady. Of course she didn't want to, but old Lin, who was almost dead from exhaustion, naturally wasn't happy. So, she could only grit her teeth and step forward to help clean up. While tidying up, I felt confused at the bottom of my heart. Didn't she come to her son's house to eat and drink for free? What? I feel like a nanny now. Facts have proved that the old lady's idea was completely wrong. Because the nanny still gets paid for her work. And the two of them not only had no money to work, but also had to work to support Ji Chang's. Early the next morning, Grandma Xiaohu came to the door with a face full of joy. This old lady is indeed the top worker in Tongzilu, and she made clear arrangements for the two of them. "Brother, you are still young and can do anything. I heard from Xiaoxiu's father that you can also do carpentry work, so I found a job in a wood factory for you. The work is easy and easy to get started. All you need to do is move the wood to the designated place." Okay. Another advantage of working in this wood factory is that the remaining scraps can be taken home by yourself, so you can bring some wood back to make furniture. And old sister, you are young too. I have found a job for you in our factory. You are a cook. It is very simple. Although the work is tiring, the salary is high. After she finished talking, she waited proudly for the gratitude of the two of them. Old lady. Old man Lin. Seeing their reaction, Grandma Xiaohu suddenly understood and clapped her hands, "Seeing how happy you are all stupid. Come on, let's go. Since you are so happy, I will take you to work right now. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about troublesome me. It's just a ride anyway." The two of them were literally dragged out of the door. When they arrived at the door, Old man Lin was still struggling. "Little Tiger Nai, actually we don't plan to go to work." "Hey. Don't worry, I know you are afraid that Xiaoxiu's father will be unhappy and that he will think you are too old, so I won't let you. Let's go, we all listened to what my daughter-in-law said. It's okay. Although we are older, we are in good health. You can just go to work. If Xiaoxiu's dad has any objections, I will do his job. We really have no plans. You don't have to hide it from me anymore. I know best how we feel about contributing to our children, ha 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 ha." Ji Changs opened the window, looked at the three people below and pulled them away, and laughed. Foolish filial piety, right? He dares to be stupid, just see if these two people can catch his smile. Zhou Xiaoko went to work early in the morning. Ji Changs changed his clothes and went straight to the game room. Today is the weekend, adults have to go to work, but children don't have to. Arcade games are usually very popular, and today the largest game arcade in the city was completely full. Ji Changs doesn't have to squeeze in the same position as others. Because as soon as he entered the door, the students around him gave way to him one after another, and the voices of greetings never stopped. "Brother Z. Brother Z, what's wrong with your head? Brother Z, what have you been doing these past 2 days? You haven't come. It doesn't matter if you don't come. It's fun now. Or what?" The original owner is addicted to this kind of atmosphere of being sought after and cannot extricate himself. Even if the people who worship the original owner are some students, but so many people come around to greet him as soon as they see him appear. Who can bear it? Live. "Brother Z." A young man in school uniform shouted a high note and sprinted in front of Ji Changs, looking up and down with concern. "I heard that you were beaten by He Xiao, are you okay? What did the doctor say?" Ji Changs looked at the person in front of him. His name was Zhao Jiwa. It is said that when he was born, his father read the newspaper and recognized the word plan from time to time, so he named his son this name. Zhao Jiji has good grades, but this is an era where no matter whether good or bad students can resist the temptation of game consoles. He will come to the game arcade to play games during his usual breaks. But he didn't have any money, and an occasional hit would be considered a loss of money, so he spent most of his time watching others fight. After becoming the little brother of the original owner, in order to maintain this popularity, the original owner spent money to let his little brothers play games. Zhao Jihua, a poor student, got several opportunities to play games, and he immediately admired Brother Zi, to the point where he would fight wherever he pointed. Ji Chang smiled, "It's okay, just that my head is still a little bit. It hurts and I can't rest at home. I came here to take a look. It's okay? Just. Okay. It's okay? Just. Okay. Brother Zi, you don't know me? You were almost scared to death when you heard the news. Isn't that He Xiao just relying on his father being from Longteng Game Center? Who do you think he is? I don't know that he went to Zihai Game Center that day to gather information. Isn't it true that I have the nerve to grab a game console from you, Brother Zi, even though I've been playing games for a long time? It's the #1 game arcade in the county. I bother." Obviously, Zhao Jihua was full of hatred for the person who beat his brother Zi. Ji Chang's is not surprised either. Young people are basically like this. They hate someone. They may not know the other person, but it may just be because the other person has offended their friends. He shook his head, "Forget it, he has already lost money, and I don't want to worry about it anymore. Brother Zi, you are a very honest person. If I were you, I would just call the police and let him go to jail." Zhao Jihua was not surprised that Ji Chang's responded this way. After all, Brother Zi didn't like to take the initiative to look for trouble. His mother had also worked in Ji Chang's factory before. She heard that Brother Zi had been dismissed and had a few words at home. It just means that he is too bad at arguing with others, and the money he usually earns was taken away by his parents. He is obviously an old employee in the factory, with the best and most skilled craftsmanship, but when he was fired, the first it was him who left. It stands to reason that he should have made a fuss, but Ji Chang's was a self-absorbed person when he was in the factory. He didn't like to argue with others, so he naturally didn't do anything about being fired for no reason. What? Struggle. To put it bluntly, it can be said in one sentence: good people will be bullied by others. When Zhao Jihua heard this, he felt that Brother Zi was really unlucky, and at the same time he was secretly proud that he was following a good person. Of course, when it is time to complain, he will still complain. Who is He Xiao? Even if he is the crown prince of Longteng, he is just relying on his father. He can't play games at all. It's not like you, Brother Zi. No matter what, you play the game console like this, good. He was also thinking about Ji Chang's. After all, losing a fight is a bit embarrassing for a man. So he naturally wanted to use Ji Chang's strengths to comfort him. However, as soon as Zhao Jiplan said these words, the faces of several adults nearby showed a bit of amusement. These words may have a lot of weight among students, and they are proof that Ji Chang's is very powerful. But in the eyes of adults, even those who like to play games on weekends, playing. What does it mean if the game is played well? To put it bluntly, playing arcade machines is actually spending money to buy happiness. The students are still young, so it's okay to spend their parents' money to play games. Children, just playing games. But as an adult like Ji Chang's who comes to the arcade to play games every day, his character is completely different. What do you mean by that? What kind of responsibilities does a certain age bring? Ji Chang's is a 35-year-old man. He has a wife, a daughter, and a pair of old parents. Now is the time for him to work hard and earn money to support his family. As a result, since he lost his last job, this person has been addicted to games. He doesn't do any normal things every day. He comes to the game arcade early in the morning and goes back at night, just like a fool. The game is treated as a serious matter. Several other players who were also adults looked down upon his behavior. No sense of responsibility. He has been playing games every day for several months, and the family relies entirely on his wife to support the family. He is definitely not a competent husband, and he is definitely not a competent father. Even if Ji Changs doesn't understand, he is still sought after by students who are not old enough to take responsibility, but adults, players, don't like each other very much. They communicated quietly. If my son becomes like this in the future, I will be angry to death. His wife is also very good-tempered. He must have been playing with her for several months. I heard that my daughter is only a teenager this year. It's pitiful that she has such a father. How many people? Of course they won't shout anything in front of them, but when they look at Ji Changs in front of him, who is praised by many stars for his superb gaming skills, there is a hint of contempt in his eyes. They are also fathers at their age, so naturally they look down on their peers who don't consider their children at all. As a result, just when Ji Chang's family was feeling unlucky, he suddenly heard a loud exclamation from the crowd in front of him. That was Ji Chang's direction in playing the game. It was obvious that the other party was playing well, and the students were excited. How many people? Very disapproving. Children are just startled. Wow! As soon as they finished speaking, a loud exclamation came out again. Just playing a game, such a big noise. One of the adults curled his lips in disdain. Then, as if they were playing against him, the crowd over there suddenly exploded. Scream, exclaim, blow. Whistle, it's very lively. OMG. Too strong. Is this okay? Brother Z, how did you do it? Several people, This scene is so alluring, it makes people feel itchy in their hearts, and they want to see what is going on. But they had just belittled someone, so they were naturally embarrassed to come forward directly. Just when they looked at each other awkwardly, waiting for someone to be the first to speak, Zhao Jiji let out a monkey cry. Ouch! Ouch! So amazing! His movements were so loud that he almost lifted the roof off the house. He was like the leader, which caused another wave of exclamations and exclamations. How many people? I can't hold back anymore. Number 1, what on earth are they doing? Number 2, boring. Number 3, Ji Changs is actually very energetic when playing with these children. Number 1, how about we go take a look? Okay, anyway. It's okay to just stay here. Do it? I don't really want to go, but since you said so, let's go and have a look. The three of them just tried to show respect for themselves, while pretending to be nonchalant and moving slowly towards the direction where Ji Changs was playing games. As soon as they arrived, they were also shocked. Ji Changs was actually playing with the treasure of the store. The reason why the store's treasure has such a name is not because it is expensive, but because it is difficult. Of course, everyone comes to play games to win, but if you keep winning, it would be quite boring. Some very difficult games have just been born. Some people find that they are struggling to pass a level, and their first reaction is to change the game to play, otherwise they will feel like they are spending money to find trouble if they keep losing. Some people are different. The harder it is to pass a level and the more they lose, the more they want to challenge. The owner of this game arcade understands players' challenging psychology very well, so he specially bought a treasure to put in the game arcade. After some players from other game arcades heard that this game was difficult, they naturally rushed over to challenge it. When the challenge fails, naturally it can't be in vain. You have to contribute some small money to other game halls. For the boss, this treasure of the store is a living sign. There is a reason why Ji Changs chose to play with the treasure of the store. The original main game technology is quite good, but It can be said that he killed 99% of the players in this game hall instantly. But he couldn't pass this level, which is said to be the most difficult treasure in the country. There are 99 levels in total, and the passing mark is 50. Excellent at 70. The original owner reached 69, and no matter how hard he tried again, he could not go any further. Gradually, he became less persistent and only played once a week. Ji Chang's naturally started the challenge from the 70th level where he was stuck. Originally, the students who supported him just came forward to join in the fun as usual. The poor primary and secondary school students had no money and could only watch others play. As a result, they actually just watched Ji Chang's pass the level 70. This is how the first exclamation came about. That's 70 levels. There is only one treasure in the entire county, and the score list above is almost equivalent to the score list of players in the entire county. There are 3 people who have passed level 69, but they are all stuck here. Ji Chang's is the first to turn 70. And that's not what shocked them the most. After everyone was cheering and surprised, they discovered that Ji Chang's hand was still moving on the game console. Level 71, level 72, level 73. His movements are so fast that even if he clears a normal game, others present may not be able to move at such a fast speed. But when Ji Chang's was playing the game that was recognized as the most difficult in the county, he used hand speed comparable to that of Afterimage to clear the level like chopping vegetables. The monkey cry that Zhao planned happened when Ji Chang's passed the 80th pass. Those few said, "I don't want to see it at all," and children are just children when they are shocked. The adults were saying this while having a very difficult time. Squeezed to the front. When they saw the scene in front of them, they almost stared out of their eyes. The 80th level of the Battle of the Gods. I am not wrong, right? How did his hands become so fast? They are old customers of the game arcade. Naturally, they have all played Zhendian's Haibao and know how difficult this perverted game is. There is no such thing as game experience. It exists to wake up those who think they are game masters. By the way, help the store owner attract customers. The result. Now, this game, which in the eyes of others is like the Himalayas, is in the hands of Ji Chang's. What? Is it as simple as playing easy mode? Jump. Jump shoot. Ouch. The game's sound effects are loud and can be heard clearly in everyone's ears. This is a strange sight in the arcade. Because there are so many games in the arcade, the sound effects are played externally. Regardless of whether there are many people or few people, the entire hall is basically extremely noisy. When playing games with low sound effects, you have to rely on your own imagination. Clash of the Gods is a game with relatively low sound effects. In the past, when everyone played it, they assumed it had no sound. As a result, now, why is the sound so loud? The adult players raised their eyes and looked around. They were surprised to find that it was not that the sound effects of the game had become louder, but that a group of players who were supposed to be playing games had put down their games and craned their necks to look this way. The famous scene where the store's treasure is being used all the time is something that any veteran gamer will never miss. There were still some sporadic sounds at the beginning, but when Ji Chang's reached level 98 and was operating various operations within human hand speed, and the graphics on the game were so fast that the crowd of onlookers could barely see clearly, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. There were even many people holding their breath involuntarily as the middle-aged man sitting in front of the game console flipped the afterimage on his hand. Especially the adult players, who had their hands on their chests and started to hold their breath for a long time. Oh! Deng 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 deng. The sound effect of being stacked together because they were operated too fast resounded in the quiet space. Ji Chang stared at the screen, his fingers completely unable to capture the complete state with the naked eye. Finally, he struck hard and lowered his hand. Fireworks suddenly exploded on the screen, and with the sound of celebration in the game's sound effects, the words "Congratulations on passing the level" appeared brightly. The next second, the entire arcade was filled with screams and monkey calls. Ouch! Pass it, pass it, pass it! Blow it up! While the players were shouting, they couldn't help but pat the shoulders and arms of those around them as if they were suffering from ADHD. Anyway, I took pictures of everything I could to express my excitement. The same goes for the adult players. Even though they despised Huan, who Ji Chang's despised, but for such a grown-up person, they could take time out to come to the game arcade to have fun. Who would believe that they don't love games at all? Now see the Battle of the Gods. This game, which has not been cracked by anyone since it came to the game arcade, was cracked under their noses. The excitement were enough for them to be immersed in it for several days. Number 1 slapped number 2 directly, "It's so awesome, Nagasawa is so awesome. You want me to ask him to teach me? Will he agree?" Number 3, "Don't you look down on Ji Chang's. So. Are you not afraid that number 2 will despise him?" As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, number 2 also slapped him back with an excited look on his face. Okay. Let's go together. He also made a large-scale plan. His daughter is my son's classmate, and the two of us are barely related. Number 1 nodded. Okay, then we will ask him soon. If others are so kind, they will definitely agree. Number 2, yes, please, we can hit 70 even without moving. Number 3. He watched helplessly as his two companions finished their discussion, and then they squeezed into the crowd surrounding Ji Chang's. He was left alone with a confused face. No, say. Okay, what about despising Ji Chang's? Ji Chang's was almost surrounded by a crowd. No, I should say, he was already surrounded after he said that he could impart learning experience to other players. Zhao Jihua stood in front of him and shouted loudly in his voice as if he had been kissed by a big cock. Stop squeezing. If you squeeze me again, brother Z. Everyone who wants to ask about customs clearance experience is queuing up. What are they doing? It's an era, we have to be civilized. Before Ji Chang's could think about it, this follower was quite good and knew how to control the situation. As a result, before he even opened his mouth to praise others, Zhao Jihua took a long step and stood in front of him, announcing loudly. One person. One question. Don't ask too many questions. Start from behind me. Ji Chang's immediately swallowed back his compliments. Good guy. This is a personal talent. As expected, he is a student with excellent grades and has more brains than others in learning game experience. Most of the people around were students, and they were no strangers to queuing. Everyone was in a state of excitement, and no one noticed that Zhao Jihua naturally put himself first in the queue, and stayed behind him honestly. There was a line-up. Zhao's plan succeeded and he was very proud. Brother Z, I want to ask about that at level 86, when a bomb came from the left and a knife coming from the right, how did you manage to avoid it? The scene went by too fast at that time, and I didn't see it clearly. Ji Chang's coughed lightly and started the class. Although the bomb and the knife seemed to fall at the same time, there was actually a difference. The fuse of the bomb was on top and the handle of the knife was on the bottom. So at that time, I stepped on the fuse with my left foot and stepped on the knife with my right foot. You can use the handle, but this operation requires a high speed from the opponent. After getting the answer, Zhao Jihua knew that he could not replicate Brother Zi's success, but he was still very satisfied and stood aside contentedly. Thank you, Brother Z, I will practice well. For such a smart follower, Ji Chang's would not simply let him go. Instead, he grabbed him and said, please help me remember what I said to others. Zhao Jihua has always been his brainless fan. After hearing this, he didn't ask why he wanted to memorize it. He just nodded naturally, took out a pen and paper from his school bag and started memorizing. How about saying that good grades are great? Look at him, even when he comes to the arcade to play games, he never forgets to bring his homework and take time to write it. The players in line came forward one by one. Unlike the Zhao plan, these players will ask them a question after Ji Chang's answers a question. For example, don't you think it's hard here and you don't want to play? After getting the answer, there are many simple things to play, but difficult ones are more interesting. He nodded and turned around to signal Zhao Jihua to write it down. There were still a lot of players in the game hall, and everyone had questions to ask. Ji Chang's was not too tired, and answered everyone patiently. Of course, the level clearing skills are given to you. Whether their hand speed can keep up is none of his business. Finally, there were 3 adult players who were squirming and had embarrassment written all over their faces. Well, we also want to ask, is that okay? Ji Chang's quickly looked at the 3 of them. He is tall and in the prime of life and is a strong worker. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his smile gradually became kind, of course. Seeing that Ji Chang's was so easy to talk to, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they began to feel ashamed of themselves for talking behind others' backs like before. Ji Chang's had been playing games for several months, although he didn't have a sense of responsibility, but he was suddenly fired. He became middle-aged and inexplicably unemployed. He couldn't take a break for a few months. Let's look at Ji Chang's before he was fired. He was recognized as the most serious person in the company. Staff. They are so serious about their work that even they are ashamed of themselves. Although they have fallen into depravity now, people will always have moments of slacking off. They really don't deserve it. Fortunately, Ji Chang's didn't care and was so kind to them. After Ji Chang's finished answering the 3 people's questions, he looked at their grateful faces before opening his mouth to ask. There are very few people our age who like to come to the game arcade. Can I ask you which game in the arcade is your favorite? Okay, we like it best. Although the 3 of them didn't know why Ji Chang's asked such a question, they all answered honestly. Ji Chang's nodded while listening, and took the time to turn to Zhao Jihua and said, remember it carefully, these are useful to me. Zhao Jihua took out the speed to catch up on his homework and wrote quickly. While swiping and swiping, he confirmed, Brother Z, don't worry. My writing speed is the best in the class. I made a full 10 UN by copying homework before. The 3 adult players curiously glanced at the words written on Zhao Plan's notebook. They were all about what do you like? Games, which mode are you most interested in, what is your favorite game? Why? After reading it, I am even more curious. Nagaze, why do you remember this? When memorizing game strategies, shouldn't I remember moves and combos? Ji Chang smiled slightly, still looking serious and serious. You also know that I have worked at Yuan Liu Company for 10 years, and I still know a lot about game consoles. In addition, I have also taught myself some books, so I want to try to start a game console business. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. You want to make your own game console? Ji Chang's nodded, yes, I have been studying and investigating for several months. I almost understand the game mode and what kind of games everyone likes. I still have some confidence. 3 people. You came to the arcade to play games to do a study survey. Yeah, otherwise I'm so old, why would I come to the game arcade? This is a place for children to play. An adult man who has 3 children in junior high school and still takes the time to come to the game arcade to play games. Ji Chang's touched the gauze on his forehead and showed a standard smile, I have been coming here every day for the past few months. I study all day long. I am really a little tired. After saying that, he looked at him, dumbfounded. The 3 stranded people. By the way, I was very busy before, so I didn't ask you. What are you here to learn? The author has something to say. This chapter is the 9000 update on the 3rd. Sorry, this chapter was a bit difficult to write. I struggled to describe the game scenes and pictures at first, but I don't know much about games. I checked the information and found that the writing was nondescript and I had to change it. The more I wrote, the more difficult it became. Ka was so angry that he finally fell asleep. Then when I woke up, it was late at night. It was too late to write any more, so I shamefully took a leave of absence and went to sleep. It's really nice to sleep. I'm guilty. I'm sorry everyone. I will pay it back. I owe 9,000 words for the normal update of a chapter and 3,000 words for the nutrient solution, for a total of 12,000 words. To prove your determination. It will be clear before 12 o'clock tomorrow night, otherwise I will give out 100 yuan to each person who comments on this chapter. Don't worry, my wallet usually raises a flag. I will definitely finish it. Whisper it JPG, Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 456. Chapter 397. 3 people. This. What the hell do you want them to say? Originally, they only came here occasionally to have fun, and they were very reasonable and confident in their hearts. However, I did my job well and did not miss work or support my family. I just came here to relax a little during my break. Although they are both fathers of children, I don't think there's anything wrong when I come here to play occasionally. As a result, Ji Chang's, who was originally more playful than them, turned around. They didn't come here just for fun. They spent several months doing market research without sleep or food. The other party is working so hard. How dare the 3 people who really came to play have the nerve to tell the truth? It seems like they are so childish and playful. Number 1, ahem. We are also here to learn about the game arcade's business model. Number 2, yes, live and learn. Number 3, yes, we are also very learning spirit. Ji Chang's face suddenly showed a look of realization. I see, you are really outstanding. You never forget to take time to study during class. The 3 of them laughed dryly, ha ha, each other? Each other. After barely stabilizing their mature image as adults, they finally thought about asking? Do you really know how to make game consoles? Weren't you a repairman before? Are you able to repair and make them different? Isn't it the same thing? Ji Chang's nodded. His tone was calm. When I was in the company, in order to fix the malfunction of the game console faster, I went to learn this knowledge specifically, and I have been studying books by myself. I originally planned to transfer to a department in the future. Result. A wry smile appeared on his face and he said no more. They are all residents of 3 nearby streets. In addition, the fact that Ji Chang's fell into a game arcade after being unemployed in middle age has been spread by some gossips, and the 3 adults who know Ji Chang's former occupation have also know his original plan. Of course, maintenance workers' wages are not as profitable as those in the game console manufacturing department. Before the Fallen Game Hall incident happened, Ji Chang's was famous for being meticulous and conscientious in his work. Otherwise, if there were so many old employees, he wouldn't be the best one. It is normal for such a person who works seriously to want to climb higher. What Ji Chang said was indeed true. The original owner has worked hard over the past 10 years in order to better understand the game. He set up an organization and asked people to help him buy books. You know, most of the popular game consoles in China are imported from abroad. After all, China has just started in this area. If nothing else, programming alone is enough to stump most people. The reason why the company where the original owner originally worked was called Yuan Liu Game Factory instead of Yuan Liu Company is very simple. That is, all the arcade machines made by their company are pirated. Nowadays, although arcades in China are popular all over the country, these foreign games are basically pirated. Not to mention 100%, 99% is almost the same. After all, at this time, there is basically no awareness of genuine games in China, and most of them just play them if they have them. In fact, players don't even know that the games they play every day are actually pirated games. The source game factory where the original owner originally worked was a company that specialized in copying popular games. Because the core game technology was directly copied, there was no information about this aspect in the company. Of outstanding talents. At this time, arcade games did not have any encryption technology. As long as you bought a genuine one, you could naturally create a steady stream of pirated arcade games. To put it bluntly, genuine products are technical creations that use brains, while pirated versions are assembly line businesses that use no brains. This is also the biggest reason why the original owner has been studying hard but never successfully changed careers. Pirate companies don't need technological innovation, they just need to be able to copy. The three adult players didn't know about genuine pirated versions of game consoles. They were not professionals, and they didn't quite understand how Ji Chang's words sounded like bragging. Experts watch the door, while laymen watch the excitement. As soon as Ji Chang's finished speaking, they nodded and expressed their support. If you can really do it, you will definitely make a fortune. This machine can make a lot of money in a day. Just look at the entire Changliu County. Although there are many big and small bosses, the ones who can be seen as wealthy in this county are definitely the bosses of the game arcades. The small game arcade was okay. Although they made a fortune, no one knew how high the profits were without telling them. The big game hall is different. The daily flow of people is so huge that it can be seen with the naked eye, especially those who come here frequently. Even if you don't calculate it specifically, just feel it and you will be frightened by the profits. So when Ji Chang said that he could make a game console, the three of them suddenly looked at him with not only the admiration for game masters is also filled with the yearning that you are so powerful and can do anything that makes money. The youngest one opened his mouth full of envy. I heard from the boss before that a game console costs 2,000 to 3,000. If you make it, even if you don't show it off, you can start your own business and sell it. Bought a suite. With current prices, a monthly salary of several hundred yuan is normal. A game console worth several thousand yuan is naturally extremely expensive in the eyes of everyone. Compared with this scary total price, the money you have to put in coins every time you play doesn't seem to be much. Zhao Jihua's eyes lit up when he heard this. While rubbing his wrists that were sore from writing too much, he looked at Ji Chang's expectantly. Brother Zi, if you make it, can you let me play with it a few times? Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. Of course, when I finish it, I will give you one as a gift. Real? Zhao Jihua almost jumped up with excitement. For players, being able to own a game console of their own is simply the happiest thing in the world. The expressions of envy on the faces of the three adult players became even heavier. Because of their status as adults, they envy not only how happy they are to own a game console alone, but also how expensive this unfinished game console is. Thousands of dollars. But Ji Chang's actually opened his mouth to send a table away. After promising the Zhao plan, Ji Chang seemed to see the three people with envy in their eyes. I see that everyone is quite motivated. If you are interested, would you like to do it with me? Make a game console worth several $1,000s together. The three of them were subconsciously happy at first, and then they thought of something and quickly became disappointed. What do we know? We don't know anything. Yes, we are all workers. We only know how to play games, not make them. They are quite self-aware on this point. How could three laymen compare to an experienced employee who had worked in a game factory for 10 years? Ji Chang's is still very enthusiastic. Not everything requires skills to make a game console. It is very slow for me to do it alone. If you are willing to cooperate with me to help me, I will wait until the game console is made. When the time comes, you can each take one. Or we can work together in the game console business together. He acted quite generously, as if he was able to chat with them, so he took them to do business together. The three of them were very excited when they heard this. Now is the peak period for people to go to sea. Although they don't have the courage to give up everything they have now to start a business, they can occasionally hear from their neighbors that so-and-so made a fortune in business and bought a new house. There is also a rumor that he bought a children's bicycle specially for the children at home. Listening to it too much, how can I not feel itchy in my heart? However, despite being moved, they still maintain their rationality and repeatedly confirm to Ji Chang's, "You don't need money, do you? We don't have much money. You don't need to pay, just help with the work." Ji Chang's behaved very generously. The three of them looked at each other, but in the end they couldn't resist the temptation of money/games, and since they didn't have to pay, they nodded hesitantly and agreed. Anyway, even if they failed, they would have expended some effort at most and they would not have lost anything. If you succeed, you will make a lot of money. Ji Chang successfully attracted several accomplices, partners. Naturally, he doesn't just focus on young and strong people. Among these three people, Wang Jiajun is the librarian of the county library. Chi Kuilai is a security guard in the school security department. Zheng Qiahua works in a lumber factory. The salaries of the three of them are not very high, but their occupations are considered very respectable jobs in the eyes of others. Although many people now resign and go to work, in the eyes of most people, there is no insurance like a guaranteed job. The work of these three people is an iron rice bowl in the eyes of the public. Decent, good salary, and the unit provides housing and a canteen. If they didn't live a relatively comfortable life, they wouldn't come to the arcade to play games on their days off. After killing three people, Ji Chang's didn't waste any time and talked about the next step quickly. The first is Zheng Qiahua. He has to find a way to bring home the discarded wood from the lumber factory. These can be used as materials for game consoles. Chi Kuilai is strong and can help move it. What Wang Jiajun had to do was take Ji Chang's to the county library to read. China is still very strict about borrowing books. Only people with student ID cards can borrow books, and you cannot borrow more than one book at a time. You cannot borrow more books until the original one is returned. But it would be different if Ji Chang's went to the library as Wang Jiajun's friend. He could read directly in the library until the door was closed, no problem. Wang Jiajun was still a little confused. "Didn't you say you were going to make a game console? Why did you end up going to the library to read?" Zhao Jihua, who had never been assigned a task, was afraid of being ignored, so he hurriedly answered. "Making a game console is not that simple. You can't just have skills like making tables and chairs. You also need knowledge and know how to program. Does a computer know that? It's very difficult to learn that." Ji Chang's looked at Zhao Jihua with surprise. "Do you still know this?" Zhao Jiji was happy at first to be praised, and then he felt a little guilty. What he just said was completely imitating his own teacher. "I don't really understand. Our class teacher said that when we go to college, we can take computer courses and we will learn it by then. He also lent me a computer book and asked me to read more and learn more." Computers have not yet become popular in China. If Ji Chang's remembers correctly, not long ago, the sales of home computers exceeded 200 units a month, and newspapers at that time even solemnly reported it. At this moment, the internet has not yet come to China. Even in the country see next door, the internet is only used as a pilot project and can only be used in a few fixed locations. Without the internet, home computers will naturally not be able to start up. But the importance of computers in technology is well known to anyone who has done some research. Have you ever seen that despite its high price, Universities already have computer courses? Obviously, Plan Zhao's head teacher is such a person who has studied it. What a surprise! Ji Chang said to Zhao Jihua, bring me that book about computers next time you come. Although he has a lot of things in his mind, he can't just learn nothing and just know everything. In addition, he also wanted to take a closer look at where computers have developed in this era. After Zhao Jihua nodded and agreed, Ji Chang's followed Wang Jiajun straight to the county library. There is another reason why he wants to go to the library. There is a computer in the library. After all, Ji Chang's definitely can't afford a computer now. When starting a business, of course it is better to be modest and well developed. The county bought this computer just for data entry and also to make the county library look taller. In Wang Jiajun's eyes, it was Ji Chang's who followed him. After he arrived at the library, he turned on the computer and started reading. When he determined where the book he wanted to read was, he stood there, holding the book and immersed himself in reading. Stand up. Today was supposed to be a holiday, so the library shouldn't be open, but now that he's here, Ji Chang's looks so absorbed in it, and doesn't seem like he's willing to chat with him. Wang Jiajun. I simply went to get a broom and mop and started cleaning. While he was waiting for him to run around and mop the entire library floor clean and wipe the table, Ji Chang's finally put down his book and walked towards him who was wiping the table. Before Wang Jiajun could say anything, Ji Chang said to him, lend me your computer for a while, and sat down in front of the computer and started chatting. He couldn't help but be curious, and while wiping the table, he took a look. But he found that what was displayed on the computer screen were all garbled codes that he could not recognize. They were so densely packed that it made people's heads look huge. Could this be what the student was talking about? Game programming? It really doesn't look like a job that humans can do. I don't know how Ji Chang's learned this. While he was secretly thinking about whether he should learn a skill, Ji Chang's over there was still cracking his hands. Others read books to learn knowledge. Ji Chang's reads books to control the amount of knowledge output. The county library was built by the county magistrate with the intention of making it bigger and stronger. This can be seen from the fact that it is equipped with a computer, and it naturally contains a lot of foreign books. Some are translated books, and some are original texts. After all, this is a library no smaller than that in the city. If you want to fill it up, there are quite a lot of books from other countries. Ji Chang's read what he was interested in and almost understood the technological development of this world. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had deduced from the game before. Today's arcades can't even encrypt, and pirated games are all over the streets. For him, it is almost equivalent to a large blank market waiting to be exploited. Although it seems that other industries are also blank. Ji Chang spent the afternoon of this day in the library. When he looked away from the computer screen, he realized that Wang Jiajun next to him had fallen asleep on the table. The great demon king Ji Chang's rarely felt a trace of guilt. He walked over and patted Wang Jiajun's back gently. Old Wang, wake up. Wang Jiajun woke up immediately, sat up slowly with a confused look on his face, rubbed his eyes, and then the expression on his face gradually became clear. He asked, are you done? Not yet, I have to come tomorrow. Ji Chang sent a cordial greeting to his partner, let's go back. You go to bed early tonight and have a good rest. Wang Jiajun felt warm in his heart. Before he could express his gratitude, he heard the other party's answer. Said, now that I've had a good rest, I can work together tomorrow and take the time to make the parts I want. Ji Chang's also said very considerately, don't worry about the raw materials. I have asked Brother Zheng to get some scattered wood and come back today. Wang Jiajun scratched his head and realized that the simple working people had not discovered the nature of Ji Chang's, a big oppressor, and did not think there was anything wrong with this arrangement at all. They also seriously stated that they would have a good rest tonight. Even more moved. Ji Chang's worked hard all afternoon and didn't even say a word like he was tired. He had been sleeping next to me for who knows how long, but he still received such a cordial greeting. Why did you think Ji Chang's was an irresponsible person before? He is obviously very nice. After returning home that night, the three adults who suddenly discovered the truth told them what they discovered during their daily chat at dinner. It turns out that Ji Chang's went to the game arcade not to indulge in games but to test the market and learn advanced experience family. Otherwise, their previous wages would have been so much higher than ours. If we were unemployed, we would only think about finding another hard-working job. But Ji Chang's was able to stay calm and concentrate on studying for several months at a time. This ability is not something that just anyone can have. The three people boasted about Ji Chang's behavior. Their families were dubious. Didn't you say that the game console is expensive? Can he really make it? Of course, he has been working at Yuanliu Game Factory for 10 years. He is an old employee for 10 years. When he was unemployed before, didn't everyone say that he was the oldest and the best? Ordinary people today don't understand products that require the use of technology. A game console repairman who says he can make game consoles is, in their opinion, the same as a TV repairman who knows how to do it. Didn't you see that old man repairing TVs at the corner of the street? He took the discarded TV parts and made himself a TV. Because he has such a skill, people look up to him wherever he goes. After all, televisions are very valuable. The mainstay of the family said this, but their wives did not understand this aspect either, and their half-belief turned into firm belief. After 10 years of cultivation, is it normal to figure out the structure and know how to do it yourself? After believing this, they became happy again. Then he is willing to take it with you. Isn't it just taking you to make money? Money. The three of them were also very proud. Yes, you wait. We will sell the game consoles after we divide them. Then we can replace the items for our family. Although they love playing games, they still understand that family is more important than games. None of the three people planned to keep the game consoles to play on their own. Instead, they were thinking of working with Ji Chang's and selling them as soon as they got their own game consoles. The owner of the arcade said that the game console he bought costs at least 2,000 to 3,000. Our game console is made by ourselves, so it is definitely not as good as his, but it is also a game console. If you can't sell it for 1,000, you should be able to sell it for 700 or 800. They planned how to spend the money in front of their families at the dinner table. If we save more, we can buy a bigger house. You can read it to Xiaobao all the way. Let's also buy a TV. Haven't my daughter always wanted it? This will prevent her from always running to her classmates' houses during the holidays and staying there all day. Their wives also enthusiastically joined in the planning. As for risks, no one mentioned them. It's not that they don't care about these things, they are also good at it. What could be the risk? Ji Chang's didn't want any money from them. He was just moving some wood and doing physical work. Even if it really couldn't be done, they would have nothing to lose. At this moment, the three families are all yearning for it, but they don't have any confidence in their hearts. But everyone is not well off, and if there is an opportunity to make a lot of money without spending any money, no one in the family will stand in the way. They promised their husbands, if you make it, I will definitely prepare a table of delicious dishes and treat Ji Chang's to a good meal. Deep in my heart, I felt a little more grateful to Ji Chang's, who was willing to help her husband make a fortune. From this day forward, Ji Chang's still leaves early and comes back late. But the place he went to was no longer the game arcade, but the county library. Wang Jiajun made the parts, Qi Kuilai and Zheng Qiahua made the general framework, and Ji Chang's himself was doing programming while buying other tools. Some wood products cannot be replaced. Nowadays, many factories do not accept bulk orders, so he can only buy them everywhere. Fortunately, Today is an era of great business trends. Many Chinese people are brave enough to go to sea to make money. If they use some energy, they can still buy what they want. The only drawback is that it costs money. Nagaze kept holding in his hand the compensation that He Xiao gave him for breaking his head. This was also the reason why Zhou Xiaoko was not anxious about searching the house for his parents-in-law. Because the money is not in her hands at all. The original owner naturally kept this money so that he could spend it in the game hall. When it fell into Ji Chang's hands, it turned into parts. The three of them just started with the mood of what if it works, and Ji Chang's ordered them one action at a time. Anyway, doing this will not affect my main job. As a result, while doing it, they were shocked to find that this game console seemed to be really playable. Although there is still a small amount of things that are not perfect, when Ji Chang's led them to experiment again and again, they found that it was not only playable, but also fun. The only question is, it seems to be different from the game consoles on the market, right? Of course it's different. This is a game console we made ourselves. How can it be the same as theirs? Ji Chang's tightened the screws again, clapped his hands, and shouted to Wang Jiajun. Brother Wang, come up and try again. I need to adjust the sensitivity. Good. Wang Jiajun stepped onto the large circle extending from the game console and moved his hands and feet. I'm ready. Ji Chang's pressed the big button. Start. Wang Jiajun immediately started to move. He was tall and thick. He looked a little funny after doing this, but Chi Kuilai and Zheng Kuahua next to him looked at him with eyes brightening. They are also players themselves, so they naturally know how attractive this game console is to players. Ji Chang stood nearby, looking at the data that kept passing on the game console. 40% slow down to 65% fast. As he spoke, Zhao Jiwa behind him wrote down quickly. When the game was over and Wang Jiajun came down from above, Zhao Jiwa hurriedly handed the notebook to Ji Chang's. Brother Zi, remember everything. Ji Chang's took it and looked at it, with a satisfied look on his face. There are only a few changes to be made. Once these changes are completed and the outside appearance is completed, we can use it to make money. When we make money from it, we'll have the money to make a few more. Hearing this, several people were excited. They looked at this machine like a child, which looked a bit crude because of its unfinished appearance, and they were very careful when handling it for fear of breaking it. It's really unexpected that we can actually make a game console. These days, as the game consoles take shape, they are becoming more and more motivated and working more and more energetically. It has even reached the point where every morning when I open my eyes, I am thinking about washing up quickly, finishing my work, and doing my assigned job. And now, it's finally almost time to harvest. Ji Chang's also smiled happily. Everyone's hard work has not been in vain. Good times are yet to come. These days, as soon as school is over, he comes to work as an assistant with Ji Chang's. Zhao Jiwa, who has done a lot of things, is also full of excitement. He asked, Brother Zi, what are you going to do when our game console makes enough money? This question was originally intended to ask him whether he planned to make a new game console. As a result, Ji Chang's gently touched the shell of the game console, with a satisfied smile on his face, and said with emotion, I plan to be filial to my parents. I used to give my parents 2/3 of my salary every month, but after I lost my job, I couldn't give them any more, which made them suffer. When I make money from the game console, I must let them live a better life. Good day. Zhao Ji's plan was sluggish, give 2/3 of your salary every month. He knew that he had to hand over his salary, but Brother Zi was already in his 30s and had a family. So what he had to hand over was too much. Yes. The person involved, Ji Chang's, didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with this at all, and still sighed with emotion. It's not easy for my parents to raise me. Now, if I can get ahead, they can also take good care of themselves in their old age. No, brother Zi, didn't you work as a maintenance worker at Yuanlia Game Factory before? Your salary of 1? Should be 300 a month, right? You hand over 2/3, which is 200, and your parents are 1? 200 a month is so much. Even though 200 a month sounds like a small amount, during this period, the purchasing power of money is quite large. Nowadays, a bowl of clear beef noodles filled with beef, made with solid ingredients, only costs 40 cents. An ordinary family of 3 can spend only 70 yuan a month, which is enough. 2 old people spend 200 every month. Are they eating gold every day? Ji Chang's didn't seem to notice anything was wrong at all, and he was still cheerfully saying, "Yes, my parents spend 200 every month." Zhao Jiwa. You are really eating gold. What did he want to say when he opened his mouth? Well, looking at Brother Zi's happy face, he didn't feel anything was wrong at all, so he silently closed his mouth. The relationship between them is quite good, but for him to say something like this is just like trying to sow discord. Don't blame Zhao Jiwa for thinking too much. His parents are both hard-working and love to work, and both are teachers by profession. Although the salary of teachers nowadays is average, under these prices, the combined salary of 2 teachers can raise a child together. Enough for their family to live a comfortable life. But his family is poor. The reason for being poor is those piles of top-notch relatives. I don't know if there is something wrong with the Zhao family's ancestral tomb. Everyone except Zhao Jiji and his parents are restless. Some are doing it themselves, and some are tormenting their families. Grandpa, and Grandma are the best, and they use various tricks to force his parents to give him money. Zhao Jiwa, who grew up in such a top-notch big family, naturally has rich experience in fighting enemies and has top-notch radar that is beyond ordinary people. Almost as soon as Ji Chang's mentioned it casually, Zhao Jiwa's brain subconsciously searched around and targeted his second aunt's house. The situation was similar. After his cousin started working, he had to pay his full salary almost every month. The second aunt and the others didn't spend a lot of money, but as long as the cousin had to pay a month late, they would keep urging her. The reason is very simple, the second aunt also has 2 sons. All that money was basically spent on Zhao Jiplan and his 2 cousins. It stands to reason that Zhao Jiji is only 15 years old this year, while Ji Chang's is already 35 years old, and his daughter is as old as him. He should not be thinking about adult matters. But Ji Chang's left a deep impression on him. As a good student with excellent grades, Zhao Jiji doesn't really follow anyone who has money. At least he Xiao wanted to spend money on him in order to win over the student market, but he was not happy. He really looked like a fool for accepting money to let his classmates play games in the Longteng game hall. Although he also plays games, that is because he has strong self-control, and even being addicted to games does not hinder his learning. But if you drag your classmates to play, isn't that harmful? Ji Chang's is different. At first, he just admired the opponent's gaming skills and praised him a few more words. As a result, his brother Zi actually paid for him to play with him. Although brother Zi is an adult, Zhao Jiwa does not think that the other party has a lot of money. He saw that brother Zi was very serious when playing games. He was also very sincere, he offered to pay without asking for anything, and only then did he recognize this big brother. It is precisely because Ji Chang's behaves like a fool with too much money even though he has no money. In the heart of the 15-year-old Zhao Jiwa, brother Zi is a bit stupid. And people are a little too easy to bully. A veteran employee who has worked for 10 years was fired, and he was beaten by He Xiao but was not held accountable. These 2 things can prove it. Therefore, although the relationship between the 2 can be regarded as an upper-lower relationship, but when the 15-year-old Zhao Jiwa faces his 35-year-old brother Zi, he still has an inexplicable protective mentality sometimes. Zhao Jihua, who could have skipped the topic, couldn't hold it back and asked tentatively. By the way, Brother Zi, do you have any brothers or sisters at home? Yes, I have a younger brother. Ji Chang smiled and said, my brother is a teacher at Changhe High School. Changhe High School? That's where Zhao Jiplan's mother worked as a teacher. He was thinking about asking his mother to find out more when he got home. Brother Zi, what's your brother's name? My mother is also from Changhe High School, maybe they know each other. The middle-aged man who was carefully removing the screws obviously only regarded this as casual conversation, without raising his head. Lin Changyuan. Zhao Jiplan was stunned. Why does he have a different last name from you? Ji Chang still had a disapproving tone. I was adopted when I was a child, but even though it was adopted, I have always grown up at home, just with a different surname. He finally finished dismantling it, stood up with a piece of board, and looked doubtfully at Zhao Jihua, who looked not quite right. Why do you have such an expression? What's the problem? What a big problem. Zhao Jiji's third uncle's family is in a similar situation. My little cousin has been adopted since he was a child, and it was agreed that he would only change his surname, but still live in his original family. I don't know what the third uncle thinks, but they just changed their surname, as if the little cousin is not their child, and they mess around every day. Zhao Jihua looked at it and felt aggrieved for his little cousin. He obviously didn't understand anything when he was sent for adoption. The adoption was decided by his biological father, his third uncle, but now he doesn't regard him as his biological son because his son doesn't share his surname. Because of this incident, Zhao Jihua always felt that his third uncle's brain was damaged by the door. That is his biological child, how could he be like this just because he doesn't have the same last name? Treat. And now, he suspected that Brother Zi's parents were like his third uncle, whose brains were damaged by the door. But seeing Brother Zi's expression of our family is very happy, Zhao Jihua swallowed his words and planned to inquire about it himself. This night, Zhao Jiplan returned home very late as usual. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao were having dinner. When they saw that their son came back after dark, they did not criticize him. Zhao's mother raised her chin, there is soup in the kitchen. Please fill up a bowl yourself. Good. Father Zhao looked about the same age as Ji Chang's, and looked equally young. He looked polite, pushed up his glasses, and looked at his son who was obviously hungry and stood in the kitchen and started drinking soup. Ask. Again? Going to your Wangnian Jiao? Yes, Dad, let me tell you, Brother Zi is really awesome. He even told me about it today. Zhao Jihua excitedly told his father what new knowledge he had learned from Ji Chang's today. Father Zhao smiled, seeing his son talking happily, and nodded from time to time. You two are quite enthusiastic about what you said. Mother Zhao was a little funny. She knew that her husband didn't understand at all. Father Zhao smiled and said, I don't have many friends like this, but I understand a lot just by looking at him. His impression of Ji Chang's came from his son. Although they had never met each other, Zhao Jihua's impression of Ji Chang's became better and better since he started to learn these extracurricular knowledge from Ji Chang's. In particular, Ji Chang's also dropped out of elementary school. After working, he saved money to go to night school. Now he is self-study all the way. He even knows so much profound computer knowledge. Father Zhao himself went to school after his son was born. He studied hard all the way and endured countless hardships before he became a primary school teacher. Because I know how difficult it is to study by yourself, I admire people like Ji Chang's even more who can learn such profound things by themselves. Mother Zhao also nodded, yes, our principal also bought computers for us teachers to learn from. It is said that they plan to take computer classes in the future. I have a hard time getting started. The friends who plan to learn can not only learn by themselves but also use them. It's amazing. This is also the reason why they stay away from home all day regardless of whether their son is on vacation. Of course it is different for parents when their children play outside all day long and they seize the time to learn new knowledge. Mother Zhao told Zhao Jiwa, who had already finished the soup and started eating. You study hard, and computers may become a profession in the future. Do you know that this will be helpful to you in the future? Don't worry, Mom, I really like computers, and Brother Ze is also very attentive in teaching me. Now I can write a small piece of programming. Mother Zhao, who was new to computers, had little knowledge of programming, but that didn't stop her from nodding with satisfaction. This friend of yours has helped you a lot. We can't just accept help from others without repaying it. Didn't you say that he has a daughter the same age as you? I bought a school bag. You give it to him as a thank you. In fact, the couple originally planned to invite Ji Changs to their home for dinner. It's just that their house is really small, so it would be unreasonable to invite guests. Let's go out to eat. We don't have any money at the moment, our wages haven't been paid yet, and we can't afford it. So I could only settle for the next best thing and buy a school bag to send to him first. When the wages are paid, treat them to a nice meal. Both of them are teachers, so they naturally know how energy-consuming teaching students is. Zhao Jiwa has become more and more enthusiastic about learning these days. As parents, they appreciate it very much. Zhao Jiwa took 2 mouthfuls of rice, and the burning feeling of hunger in his stomach disappeared, and then he remembered his plans for today. By the way, Mom, is there a teacher named Lin Yuanhu among your high school teachers? Lin Changyuan. Mother Zhao was stunned. Why are you asking him? I have something I want to ask about. Hearing that he knew his mother, Zhao Jiwa immediately became energetic and stopped eating. He put down his chopsticks and asked. Does he have to hand over his salary to his parents every month? How is it possible? He is such an old man. He is married and has children. Of course he keeps the salary for himself. Moreover, his parents seem to be quite rich. They have not subsidized him less. There is no need. His money. Tisk. Really? As soon as Zhao Jiwa heard this, he knew that his guess was right. Does Lin Changyuan have money? Is he quite rich? Mother Zhao recalled. It seems so. I am not familiar with him. He teaches the first year of high school and I teach the second year of high school. They are not in the same office. However, I heard others say that his house is near the school and it is quite expensive to buy. He himself, my daily clothes are quite good, and I also have a watch, Seabird brand. Seabird watches are considered luxury goods in the eyes of people nowadays, and one piece costs a full 500 yuan. Therefore, Lin Changyuan is like this. The individual is quite well known among teachers. After all, their salary is generally only about 150 yuan. Adding in various incomes such as book and newspaper fees, it is only in the early 200s at most. A watch covers nearly 3 months' salary. Most of the teachers at Changhe High School support their families, and no one dares to spend such money. So Lin Changyuan was naturally the first among the teachers. After listening to my mother's science popularization, Zhao Jiplan was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. What? What a piece of shit. Mother Zhao was startled by her son's sudden anger. After she reacted, she slapped him on the head. Speak nicely. Mom, you don't know. I just found out today that before Brother Ze lost his job, his salary of 300 and 200 a month was taken away by his parents. I also said that no matter how much his parents could spend, they wouldn't be able to spend even one. The 200 moonflowers turned out to be given to my son. When Zhao Jiwa thought about how his brother Ze was treated like this, he gritted his teeth with hatred. What? What a piece of shit. I said brother Ze has been working as a maintenance worker for 10 years, and the salary of an old employee is so high. How come he can't pay even a penny after losing his job? It turns out that it was all paid for by his father. Mom took it to raise my younger brother. I have the same virtue as my third uncle. He is angry at himself here. Mother Zhao and Father Zhao over there were confused when they heard this. What? 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 What on earth are you talking about? Zhao Jiwa managed to calm down, suppressed his anger, and began to explain to his parents. After listening, Mother Zhao was also shocked. Really or not? Lin Changyuan is watching at school. He looks quite human. No one has ever said anything bad about him, not even a derogatory word. Cough. Father Zhao reminded from the side, daughter-in-law, looking like a dog is a derogatory term. Zhao Jiwa snorted coldly, anyway, I only know that brother Zi's money has been taken away by his parents. He is also a son. Lin Changyuan not only refused to hand over his salary, but also received subsidies from his parents. It's not that he is partial. What? You are such an old man, and you are still a teacher. Spending your brother's hard-earned money, bah. Shameless. He was filled with indignation here, and Zhao's mother, who had always believed in her son, gradually began to remember. Yes, Lin Changyuan has always been very generous with his actions. But he is a teacher, and his wife is a housewife. The family can earn up to 200 yuan a month. Not long after he joined the job, he bought a house worth at least 2,000 yuan. Bicycles, watches, leather shoes, clothes. The clothes are all brand name goods. How can his salary afford what he does? In the past, everyone just thought that his family was rich. But it turns out that his parents actually got this money from his brother. Zhao Jiwa has learned a lot from Ji Chang's these days. He is very happy when he comes back every day, and his academic performance has improved a lot compared with his unfamiliar colleagues. Zhao's mother naturally sides with Ji Chang's. If this is true, the wife's year-end friend there is too pitiful. How could such a good person end up with such parents and brothers? Mother Zhao was thinking in her heart, and said to her son who was still angry, what did your friend say? What are you talking about? Brother Zi is just too stupid and filial. He doesn't think there's anything wrong with his parents leaving most of his salary with him. He's still saying that he should be filial to his parents when the things we make are sold. Zhao Jiwa curled his lips. As soon as I saw him like that, I knew that he didn't feel that his parents were exploiting him at all, just like a cousin. Speaking of this, he puffed up his chest proudly. Last time, if I hadn't pulled my cousin over to eavesdrop, I found out that my aunt and the others were saying that they wanted to marry my cousin to a cripple so that they could get the bride price for them. My cousin thought that her aunt and uncle were very good to her. Father Zhao. Mother Zhao. It turns out that the last time my niece suddenly fell out with her family and ran away from home to break off the relationship was because of their son. They opened their mouths to scold them, but thought about how their niece had written a letter and said many true words after she left home, and then silently closed their mouths. Although it seems deviant in the eyes of many people that children should sever ties with their parents. But they watched their niece grow up and understood that this choice was the best for her. Zhao Jiwa didn't notice the change in his parents' expressions, and he didn't know that he had escaped a scolding and was still yelling. Brother Zi is very talented in computers and has strong hands-on skills, but he is just like my cousin. How do you say that word? It is clear to onlookers that he himself is the person involved, so he is not aware of it. So I plan to find out the details of Lin Yuanyuan first. When I am sure that the money he spent belongs to my brother Zi, I will definitely expose them. Let brother Zi see clearly and don't be deceived again. Here he was in high spirits, and over there Mother Zhao slapped her son on the head again. Forget it about meddling in your cousin's affairs. That friend of yours is an adult. This is also a family matter. Don't mess with it. Own. If a relative is not handled well, it is easy to offend others, let alone friends who are not related by blood. People say that it is difficult for upright officials to deal with household chores. Isn't that just a joke? What? What do you mean fooling around? Zhao Jiplan was very unconvinced. Brother Zi has helped me so much, how could I watch? He was kept in the dark. His previous salary was as much as 300 a month, but he still lives in such a small tube building, not even a small building. You have to negotiate the price when buying screws. Didn't you teach me that if someone helps us, we should repay them? Why now? No matter what, my loyalty is there. Father Zhao was amused by his little rooster-like appearance. You brat, what are you talking about? He looked at his wife, daughter-in-law, what the plan said is right. Although we are not allowed to interfere with other people's family affairs, if the plan's friends are really kept in the dark, even though they have helped us so much, we will not do it. Should he be hiding it even though he knew it? Mother Zhao was actually convinced. When her husband said this, she borrowed the donkey from Poxia and nodded. Okay, then I'll inquire about it when I get to school tomorrow. If Lin Changyuan is really a person who sucks his brother's blood, and he lives a luxurious life, but his brother is still squeezing into a small house. There was a look of disdain in her eyes, and she made up her mind to figure it out tomorrow. Ji Chang's here still doesn't know that Zhao Jiwa is counting the money in order to find out the brain cells for him. Counting on one side and nodding with satisfaction on the other. Boom. The door was pushed open forcefully from the outside, and old man Lin and the old lady walked in a hurry, their faces full of anger. Ji Chang's. Come out. Ji Chang's, who was in his daughter's room, quickly put the money into his purse and walked out as if nothing had happened, with a look of confusion on his face. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Old man Lin had a stern face and looked at his son who had hardly been home these days, but was obviously not as obedient as before. Your mother and I went to collect our wages, and they said the wages were paid directly to you. What's going on? Oh, this thing. Ji Chang's had an expression on his face. I thought it was such a big deal, but it turned out it was just such a small thing. In this kind of factory, wages are paid in pay slips, and then the workers go to withdraw the money themselves. This step is quite troublesome, so the elderly in the factory usually ask their children to withdraw it. Half a month. I'm thinking of sending it. It happened to be today, so I picked it up when I came back. After hearing this, the expressions on the two people's faces barely calmed down. The old lady took a step forward and said, what about the money you got back? Ji Chang's blinked and answered quite reasonably and confidently, flowers. It took. The old lady's voice immediately rose a few pitches. That's half a month's salary for me and your father. How long did it take you to spend it? Ji Chang's looked like he was frightened by her tone. He took a step back with a blank look on his face. Mom, what are you so angry about? Aren't you going to the factory to make money just to give me flowers? The surrounding neighbors were startled by the noise and opened their doors one after another. Who is it for? For you. Halfway through what she was saying, the old lady swallowed it back reluctantly when she saw the neighbors coming to watch. She softened her voice slightly and made herself look pitiful, like a heartbroken mother facing her unfilial son. Then you have to leave some for us, right? We are old and need to spend money. Why don't you think about it for us? Why are you, your child, so ignorant? In the past, when she said such words every time, Ji Chang's must have immediately turned pale with fright, and hurriedly apologized to her until he made sure that she was not angry anymore. As a result, Ji Chang's face is indeed pale now. But he was not apologizing, but looked like he was shocked. Mom, how can you say that? Doesn't the factory provide food for free? My family is in debt. Of course, if we have money, we have to use it to pay back the money first. There are also rice, flour, oil, and grain, etc., none of which don't require money. The medical expenses alone are a huge amount of money. Now that we have money, of course we need to figure these things out first. Although the neighbors only listened to a few words, they almost understood what they said, and they all advised. Yes, what Nagasawa said is quite right. After all, you only entered the factory to help with subsidies. Isn't it just right to spend the money at home? Nagase is not a lavish person. My son, sister, you should understand. Don't be angry. The two of them became even more angry. If Ji Chang's was making his own money, they wouldn't be so angry. At most, they would feel sorry for the money and then complain about why his son didn't give it to them. But this money was earned with hard work by both of them. Are the two of them pampering each other? After so many years, I couldn't stand the hard work. On the first day I arrived at the factory, I wanted to run away. But Xiaohu's grandma has a lot of connections. Not only did she find jobs for them, but she also bought one and got one free, and specially arranged for acquaintances in the factory to take care of them. If they want to be unable to walk around, if they want to be lazy and have no chance, if they want to pretend to be sick, there is a health room in every factory. Everyone in the factory knew that they came here to support their son and family, and everyone would praise them when they met. The two of them have always attached great importance to their character as a loving father and mother, so they have no choice but to endure it. As a result, after enduring it for a few days, I heard that I would be paid half a month's salary, but if I left early, I would not be paid, and I couldn't bear to part with the wages I earned after working so hard for several days. Although the living wage they were assigned was not high because of their age, it was only 50 yuan for half a month. The two of them together were 100, which was a lot of money. So I had no choice but to grit my teeth and keep going. In this process, they suffered hardships they had never experienced in their lives. The old lady works during the day and has to cook in the morning and evening. Old man Lin also works. When he wakes up in the morning, he helps Ji Chang's build the shell of some machine under his nose. The same goes for him at night. If they weren't willing to do it, Ji Chang's would look like why, as parents, they wouldn't even want to help with such a small thing. The key is to keep the door wide open when doing this. This time in the morning and evening is the peak time for the neighbors to commute to and from get off work. What they do is in the eyes of the surrounding neighbors. The two of them could only grit their teeth and do it. In just half a month, I felt sore in my waist and back, and felt weak all over. I felt like I had aged 5 years. I was thinking about leaving, but my son called again and said he wanted to buy a new watch. Their little son is very capable, and he is honest and has such a respectable job. He will definitely make a fortune in the future. The two of them are counting on him to provide for them in old age, so naturally they want to find a way to get money for him. And the only way they can get money is through their eldest son. I have no choice but to endure it. They endured the humiliation. They endure hardships. They are overworked. As a result, he suffered a lot. Not only did he not get the compensation, but even his hard-earned money was taken away by Ji Changsley. But the neighbors are still there talking about each other. Anyway, it's all for the sake of the children. What the hell? Are they doing it for their children? Son. But not for this child Ji Chang's. Old man Lin held back his anger and took several breaths before asking, "Where's the compensation? If you want to do this, why don't you use the compensation to do it?" Ji Chang's looked very surprised. "Have you already used the compensation money to pay off your debt?" He was still very innocent and confused. "Dad, don't you know? Didn't I say it from the beginning? 2 people. What? What did you say? When did you say it?" "Ji Chang's, I told you when you came here, my parents, that the family has no money. The two of them almost spit out blood. So the compensation they wanted was gone right from the start? So why are they enduring the humiliation these days? Old man Lin's face turned livid with anger, and he raised his hand to slap. That's 500 yuan. How could you use it? Ji Chang's didn't hide at all. Neighbors will naturally step forward to stop him. Hey! Old man, what are you doing? Isn't it normal to pay back debts? Quick, quick, hold on. The characteristic of today's Tongzilu is that many households can live on one floor. It is not a modern apartment type with residents extending in all directions, but a corridor, with at least 10 families living on each corridor. Ji Chang's house is in the middle, so every time something happens, the neighbors on the left and right will hear it immediately. 3 or 4 people grabbed old Lin, and Ji Chang stood there with a stunned expression, his eyes still full of confusion. Dad, why are you angry? If you pay off the debt, your family will no longer have to be in debt. Isn't this a good thing? Old man Lin is even more angry. What a shame. So much money. He was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. But what? The kind-hearted neighbors caught him hard. Someone else said next to him, "Isn't this old man sick? Why are you so angry about this? Why don't you send it to have a look? The old man downstairs in my house suddenly went crazy one day." Old man Lin, you are crazy. The old lady finally reacted. She especially understood why her husband was so angry. In the past half-month, the two of them got up earlier than chickens, ate less than cats, went to bed later than dogs, and worked more than cows. Not only do they have to do laundry, cooking, and cleaning, but they can only eat vegetables. There was a bunch of old bones dragging around the factory, reluctant to work. What's that for? Isn't it all because there is a compensation payment hanging in the front? As a result, Ji Chang's actually told them that the compensation was gone from the very beginning. Can your mentality not collapse? She looked at her eldest son, who looked completely clueless and had no idea what he had done, and ate his heart alive. You unfilial son! I'll beat you to death. The old lady rushed forward. However, she forgot that it was no longer the time for her to beat her young son at home without anyone caring about her. The neighbors nearby had been paying attention to them. Seeing her rushing forward, they quickly dragged the person back with their quick eyesight and hands. Oh my God! Another one is crazy. They said this. The instigator, Ji Chang's, still stood there with an innocent face. The look in his eyes when he looked at his parents was confused, sad, and at a loss. At this moment, this 35-year-old man seemed so powerless. Facing the hateful eyes of his parents, he explained in a low voice. I didn't spend anything recklessly. I'm making game consoles after paying off my debts, and I'm going to make money soon. Make shit. Old man Lin has often heard Ji Chang's tell him that he was making a game console these days. When you ask, you are doing it? He was asked to do a lot of work, and all he got was a few things made of wood. No matter how uneducated he is, he still knows that wood cannot be turned into a game console. I was thinking about compensation before, but even if I didn't think so in my heart, I didn't say it out loud. Now I'm watching the money fly away, and I bought one, get one free, and my salary is gone. The words I had been holding back for half a month just blurted out. What can you do? You didn't even finish elementary school. You didn't go to elementary school. You don't know anything. You can even lose your job. There is obviously so much compensation, but you don't respect your parents. I actually went to get some flowers. Ji Chang's took a step back, with a hurt look on his face. Dad, how could you say that to me? My grades in elementary school were so good, but you said that my family didn't have enough money to prevent me from going to school. Seeing that his eldest son, who had not shown any signs of weakness in front of him for the past half-month, finally showed a normal expression. Old man Lin felt relieved. He sneered and pursued the victory. You were useless before, and your mother and I have never disliked you. Lily is free and the fastest update. It has no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 457. Ji Chang's game console did make a lot of money as soon as it was launched. There is no such thing as a stall now. Many small shops just place a game console directly in front of their home, and no one cares whether it is in the way or not. Wang Jiajun and others knew that Ji Chang's was so anxious to push out the game console to make money and return it to Zheng Qiuhua. Zheng Qiuhua also said there was no rush, but obviously Ji Chang's didn't want to owe money to anyone for too long. They also expressed understanding. Who likes to owe money? Ji Chang's received compensation before, but he paid off the debt as soon as possible. It's just that although they have a high level of confidence since the game console can be played, when the incident comes, a few people can't help but feel anxious. After all, although they have confidence in the game console, there has never been a similar game console on the market. They like it, but they are not confident that players will buy it 100%. But after half a month of hard work, whether it is a mule or a horse, it must be taken out for a walk. Several people were worried, but no one said anything to Ji Chang's. Although they are all busy these days, the hardest worker is undoubtedly Ji Chang's, who arranged the whole process. Especially the internal structures, which they couldn't understand at all, were all connected bit by Ji Chang's himself, creating a look that was even more incomprehensible to them. Not to mention that all the money for buying materials and parts was paid by him. To be honest, at the beginning, a few people just wanted to make money and have a ride, but after getting along these days, everyone got together to work on it, experiment over and over again, and improve. This kind of daily life is enough for them to regard Ji Chang's as a good brother. If they failed, they might have wasted only a few days of work, but Ji Chang's not only spent several months of study and observation in vain, but also spent a lot of money. Especially since his parents had just broken up with him. If the game console fails to succeed again, I wonder how much of a shadow it will have on this man who has been hit hard by life but is still trying to make a comeback. The three adult men expressed themselves more restrainedly. At most, they peeked at Ji Chang's face from time to time. Zhao Jihua, who was planning to reveal his parents' true identity to his brother Zi, ended up not ready to take action yet, so the two of them just left his brother Zi and left, so Zhao Jihua behaved more openly. Brother Zi, come and push me. Look at these big dark circles on your face. Stop doing heavy work. Zhao Jiplan quickly squeezed Ji Chang's away with his hands and feet, placing his hand on his original. Placed on the crossbar. In order to make it easier to move, Ji Chang's installed wheels on the bottom of this game console. It is not very heavy to push, especially when 4 people push it together. But since Zhao Jihua was willing to help, he naturally rested happily, let go of his hand and yawned next to him. The original owner was a filial son, and his parents would be sad to leave him without mercy. In order to show the sadness and entanglement in his heart, Ji Chang spent a whole night drawing the design. I have drawn more than a dozen styles of game consoles alone, which can be regarded as completing most of the future work in advance. The effect of this was indeed remarkable. When he went out in the morning with these big dark circles under his eyes, almost everyone who saw him showed a vague look of sympathy. The aunt who sells breakfast downstairs even gave him a fried dough stick. If Ji Chang's hadn't always refused, she would have even given him a bowl of soy milk. But now, Ji Chang's was yawning all the way, and the 4 people next to him held back their questions for fear of reminding him of his sad past. They randomly found a place where students must pass, discussed with the owner of the nearby canteen, pulled out a cord, plugged it in, and started business. It looks a bit crude, but Ji Chang's is very confident. The students passing by occasionally raised their heads and glanced at it. They were quite curious at first, but they became even more curious when they saw the word game console written on it. Just out of curiosity, no one wants to go up. Give it a try. After all, it says 1UN 3 times next to the game console. If it's an arcade machine they're familiar with, they might want to give it a try. But students who have never seen it before, are still on the roadside, and are generally poor, don't have the courage to try it. Zhao Jihua and the others watched as one group of students came over to take a look, and another group of students left, feeling anxious in their hearts. Wang Jiajun asked Ji Chang's cautiously, "Chang's, is the price too expensive?" Qi Kuilai also said, "Yes, even the Battle of the Gods is not so expensive. How can those students have the money to play such an expensive game? Can we lower the price a little?" Ji Chang shook his head. "After my research and investigation in the past few months, the only unpopular ones are unfun game consoles. No matter how expensive the fun ones are, people are willing to queue up to play. This is the first time we have opened a business. If the price is lowered, it will be difficult to raise it later." As soon as Zhao Jihua, a professional flatterer, heard what he said, he immediately nodded and agreed, "Brother Zi is right. As expected of Zi. Elder brother. The research is really thorough." The other 3. Before, they thought that Zhao Jilin must have a good brain because of his excellent grades, but they didn't expect to be so helpless. Although what Nagasawa said makes sense, the problem is that now it is not a matter of lowering prices and then raising prices, but a matter of no one playing at all. They were extremely anxious, but Ji Chang's was very patient. However, even though he felt calm in his heart, he still gave up the idea of waiting slowly when he saw the anxious faces of his companions next to him. Glancing at the smiling and laughing students in front of him, he spoke. "How about this?" Ji Chang said slowly, "I have discovered during the 3 months of study that every time a new game console appears, the boss will find a few people to play it, which can quickly attract new players. If you feel unsure about waiting like this, we can find someone to help you. It makes sense." Several people nodded, and then thought of new questions. Zheng Qiuhua asked, "Then who should we ask to do this? Since it is a game console, of course it is best to be a student, not too young or too old, otherwise people from other grades may not interested in. And the best athletic ability? Not bad, let me think about it, who should I look for?" While he was thinking, Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. When Zheng Qiuhua looked up at him blankly, he pointed ahead again. Zheng Qiuhua subconsciously looked up and saw his son Zheng Xiaobao walking this way while talking and laughing with his classmates. This is not the point. The point is that Zheng Xiaobao is from Changhe High School, and this road leads to other schools. Look! Look! At the basketball held by one of the students. Zheng Qiuhua suddenly darkened his face and shouted loudly, "Zheng Xiaobao!" Zheng Xiaobao was walking backwards and bragging to his friends that he would definitely beat the opponent today. Suddenly he heard this sound and before he could react, he laughed. I seem to hear my father's voice, ha 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 ha." Friends who saw Zheng Qiuhua from the front. They looked stiff and said dryly, "Uncle, uncle." Zheng Xiaobao, whose smile suddenly froze. He was stiff, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. In the end, he turned his head slowly, and then slowly. "The first time I saw my father, 4 big characters seemed to flash across my eyes. My life is at an end. Watch Zheng Qiuhua." The son sneered, "Shouldn't you be at school now?" Me? 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 Zheng Xiaobao hesitated and hesitated for a long time before he came up with an excuse. I see. It's still early in class, so I'll see my friends off. Giving a friend a gift? How dare you tell me that you are just making up lies? Look, I won't win you over today. Zheng Qiuhua blew his beard and glared angrily. He picked up a stick on the side of the road and rushed up. Zheng Xiaobao was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Dad, calm down. I came to the first class because it was a self-study class. Do you really believe me? Just as he was about to be beaten severely by his father, a hand suddenly stood in front of his father. Ji Chang stopped Zheng Qiuhua with a serious face. Brother Zheng, it is inevitable for children to be playful. Don't be angry. Besides, Xiaobao came just in time. Let him try this game console. Maybe Zheng Qiuhua would not listen to others' advice, but if it were Ji Chang's. He thought for a while, then threw away the stick in his hand and glared at his son. You are lucky today. Your Uncle Ji begged you for mercy. I will spare you once. I will let you skip class next time. I'll break your legs. Zheng Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief after escaping. For a moment, he looked at Uncle Ji as if he were watching a god come down to earth. He had no idea that it was this talkative Uncle Ji who exposed him to his father. Ji Chang's looked up and down at his nephew. The smile was quite kind. Xiaobao, can you dance? Zheng Xiaobao first took a careful look at his father. Zheng Qiuhua gave another stern look and said angrily, Your Uncle Ji, just answer the question. Look, what am I doing? Seeing that his own father really didn't seem to care about him skipping class anymore, Zheng Xiaobao was completely relieved and respectfully answered to Ji Chang's. Know a little. Do you usually go to the game arcade? From the corner of his eye, Zheng Xiaobao caught a glimpse of his father staring at him, and the cold sweat on his head almost fell down. What a devilish problem this is. He stammered, I don't go there very often. Okay, then. Uncle, I'll give you 5 minutes. Ji Chang's dug out of his pocket, took out a piece of steel, and stuffed it into the large cabinet next to the game console. After 3 dings, 3 game coins were automatically spit out. Did they go out of their way to get this game currency to be customized by a manufacturer? Fortunately, many people are doing business and entrepreneurship these days. In order to make money, they take on the business, and they don't mind it. They have few orders, so take it seriously and get it done for them. The game currency is a pattern designed by Ji Chang's. There are snowflakes floating on the beautiful lines. Not to mention exquisite, the quality is quite good. He took out 3 game coins, and several students next to him were dumbfounded. You know, there is no such machine that can automatically swallow money and then automatically spit out game coins. They don't know if there are foreign countries, but in China's game arcades, players always give money directly to the boss, and the boss manually gives game coins according to the amount of money. This was the first time they had seen something like this that did not require manual labor. Several people were extremely curious, but the people standing next to them were all elders. They really didn't dare to be presumptuous, so they could only crane their necks and take a look. Ji Chang's handed 3 game coins to Zheng Xiaobao. Zheng Xiaobao took it carefully. Uncle Ji, what is this? Game currency. This answer made him marvel again. When had they ever seen such beautiful game coins? They were very heavy in hand. Ji Chang's took him to the game console and explained the rules to him. You put the game coins into the slot, and you play 1 game coin once. The game introduction and strategy will appear when you start. You can try to play. Only then did Zheng Xiaobao realize that what was in front of him was actually a weird-looking game console. The reason why he said it looked weird was because the game consoles he had seen before were all in the shape of a rectangular cube. Even with the addition of the joystick, it's not particularly long. But the game console in front of him, although it also had the screen of a regular game console, and the screen was very big, but for some reason it had a big, round thing in front. It's big. It can accommodate at least 5 people walking around on it. Zheng Xiaobao walked up carefully, and put the game coins in as Ji Chang said before. Ding! A crisp reminder sounded, and the originally dark screen turned on. A voice came out, "Hello, welcome to the Snowflake game console. The game console you are using is the Dance for My Love version. Please watch the introduction and game guide. You can skip it if you don't need it." Zheng Xiaobao was startled by the sound. Not only because the game consoles he has played have never had human voices, all in the background, actually there are, but they are all in other languages that he cannot understand, but also because this voice belongs to his father. His neck shrank reflexively. And start watching the guide that appears on the screen. After reading this, I subconsciously want to press the button to skip this step. As a result, when I stretched out my hand, I discovered that there were no buttons at the bottom of the screen. Not even a joystick? No. Zheng Xiaobao was dumbfounded. No buttons, no joysticks, how the hell do you play this? He subconsciously turned his head to look at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's knew what was wrong as soon as he saw the child's helpless eyes, and stepped forward to teach him. You can just point your hand on the screen. Do you see OK on the screen? Just click it. Just click it. In the first 14 years of his life, Zheng Xiaobao had never seen an electrical appliance that could be operated with just a click. For a moment, he even felt a little hesitant to do so. But thinking about his own father standing behind him who could beat him up at any time, he seemed to dare again. What could be scarier than a biological father and homework? Thinking of this, Zheng Xiaobao swallowed, and with a look of death on his face, he carefully clicked on the huge word OK on the screen. The picture on the screen immediately changed to 2 big ones getting ready. Ji Chang's reminded him, "Click again to get ready." Zheng Xiaobao nodded, and moved much faster this time, with a flick of his finger. The game is about to start. You have 10 seconds to prepare. Please go to the circle in the center of the stage. 10, 9. Zheng Xiaobao, who had read the game guide, quickly walked to the center of the stage and stood on the 2 big footprints painted on the circle. After the countdown, the music sounded, and various flashing left and right footprints began to appear in the center of the stage. Although I had just read the guide and knew that what I had to do was to put my feet on these footprints, with my left foot on the left footprint and my right foot on the right footprint, Zheng Xiaobao, who was playing for the first time, was still a little confused. In particular, he not only had to follow the footprints, but also had to move according to the pictures on the screen. Nowadays, music is at its peak on the other side of the continent. Even if most mainland people don't understand Cantonese, they are basically familiar with these songs. Nowadays, if anyone's home has a big radio, he is definitely the king among children. For children at this time, there are 3 major happiness things. First, I have enough money to go to the game arcade from time to time. Second, I have a TV at home. Third, I have a radio. They will save money and save money just to buy tapes. If anyone has a tape of a pop song, it will definitely be a very popular thing. But sometimes, people who have tapes may not be able to listen to songs, because just having tapes is useless. You also need a tape recorder. So when children like Zheng Xiaobao heard the pop music they often listened to coming out of the game console, they were overwhelmed by the huge surprise. It's Wang Yuan's lifelong meeting. Is there a tape recorder in this game console? The sound quality is so clear. Zheng Xiaobao's friends stood aside and whispered quietly, their eyes full of excitement. Then something even more exciting happened. What is Zheng Xiaobao doing? He's dancing. Wow! So cool. That's right, the game console that Ji Chang spent half a month and 4 laborers building was a dancing machine. The way of the game is that a person stands in the center of the stage, and various footprints will appear at the bottom. The left foot and the right foot are clearly separated. Players need to place the footprints in the correct position according to the music melody and rhythm. At the same time, game prompts will also appear on the screen. The left and right sides show the movements of the left and right hands, and the middle shows the movements of the whole body. Zheng Xiaobao felt a little uncomfortable when he first started dancing. After all, although he often went to the game arcade, he always used joysticks to control characters. Dancing by myself like this is definitely an unprecedented experience. He could swear that not only did he not skip it, but he also didn't see anyone else skip it. But as his stiff movements welcomed the envy and cheers of his friends, Zheng Xiaobao gradually gained confidence. Especially as his friends cheered, the excitement and music here also attracted the attention of others, and pedestrians and students passing by gathered around him. The adults had a sense of proportion and just watched the excitement curiously, but the students had no such scruples. When they saw this scene, they immediately burst into laughter. There was even a whistler. From time to time there are people shouting from the side, "So handsome! Who is this, a star?" Those who shouted loud praises were all boys. Most girls are shy and embarrassed to praise the opposite sex in public, so they just stand and watch with curiosity and envy. Those elderly aunts don't have this problem. This kid's dancing is really good. Hey, he can even be on TV. Isn't this little treasure from the Zheng family? Old Zheng is right there? He's standing there. I didn't expect that little treasure can dance so well. What children of this age cannot resist the most is other people's praise of them. With so many people watching and praising him, Zheng Xiaobao swelled. The more he danced, the more handsome he felt, and the more confident he became. In the end, his hair was shaking all the time. When the music ended, he even designed a set of moves by himself. He knelt down on one knee handsomely, lowered his head slightly, and looked extremely deep. Zheng Qiuhua, who was standing next to him, said, "I don't know why, but I really want to beat him." Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder, "Calm down. It's normal for Zheng Qiuhua to want to hit people. This game console is mainly marketed to students and young people. To meet market needs, it naturally has to be designed based on the most popular dances. The popular dance now is Shamet style. Although most parents cannot appreciate Shamet, it is deeply loved by young people. This kind of unique dance, with every movement accompanied by pretense, is enough to make a group of students scream along. Children from other families dance this kind of self-confident dance like 'I thought I was handsome, but yes, I am very handsome.' At most, people just watch the fun, and maybe they think it's quite fun. Pretty good. But if it were my own child?" Just looking at Zheng Qiuhua next to him, he couldn't help but clenched his fists and looked like he had a toothache. Ji Changs felt sorry for Zheng Xiaobao, who was still unaware of this, and stepped forward to look at the scores displayed on the screen. After watching, he said to Zheng Xiaobao, who was still panting in the middle of the stage while maintaining a pretentious posture, 33 points, not bad." Zheng Xiaobao suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and quickly asked, "Uncle Ji, what's the full score?" Ji Chang's, 100. Zheng Xiaobao. His face immediately turned red. "Why are there so few? I feel like I can't even keep up." Ji Changs patiently explained to him, "This game console is based on the whole process. You were not very proficient at the beginning and made many wrong steps. You should have been deducted at that time." When Zheng Xiaobao heard this, he felt a surge of energy. One more game. He took out another game coin from his pocket, threw it in and started jumping. As a result, this time, new words actually appeared on the screen. I saw two options popping up on it. One was to play another game, and the other was to choose a song. Can you still choose a song? Zheng Xiaobao hesitantly clicked on the song selection, and then he was pleasantly surprised to find that there were many songs he had heard on it. How many tapes are in this game console? Is there a person squatting inside changing tapes? These thoughts only flashed through the innocent child's mind for a second, and his attention was focused on song selection. This time, Zheng Xiaobao chose his favorite song without hesitation. Familiar music sounded, and he quickly stood in the center of the stage. Because he is very familiar with the rhythm, in this game, Zheng Xiaobao's movements were much quicker and more rhythmic than last time. The onlookers watching him let out cheers. When the round was over, he gasped and looked at the big screen. The score rose rapidly and finally stopped at 65. Ji Chang's praised, "Yes, it's quite high." Zheng Xiaobao's face showed a happy look, It can be higher." This time, he quickly threw the game coins in, and once again chose a song he liked very much. The reason why I didn't choose the one I just skipped was because I wanted to take this opportunity to listen to the music. This time his performance was not that good, only 45 points. Zheng Xiaobao's face showed dissatisfaction, and he subconsciously dug into his pocket to get the game coins, but when he dug out, he came up empty. Only then did he remember that all 3 of his game coins had been used up. But he just got addicted to dancing. Zheng Xiaobao subconsciously turned his head to look at his biological father. "Dad, I still want to dance." Zheng Qiahua went to see Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's shook his head. After receiving the signal, he immediately darkened his face and said fiercely, "What are you dancing for? What time is it? Are you going to class?" In the past, if Zheng Xiaobao was scolded by his own father, he would have rushed to school. But now, he reluctantly glanced at the game console and couldn't bear to put his feet down from the stage. He even begged without giving up, "Just one game, the last game. I'll go to class after I finish this game. Dad, please, just one round." However, the poor child who had completed his mission was still dragged down by his own father. He felt as uncomfortable as a cat scratching his heart. Even if he was pulled down, he couldn't help but keep turning his head to look. The young people watching nearby were also itching to watch. After all, they also saw how beautiful Zheng Xiaobao was up there just now. Now that Zheng Xiaobao still wants to play, this game must be so fun. They were eager to try it, but a young man of 16 or 17 years old couldn't hold it back and came over and asked, "Uncle, how do you play this?" When asked, Ji Chang's replied, "3 game coins for $1, 1 game coin can. Play it once. Where is the machine for exchanging game coins? Go and change it yourself, put the coins in, and there will be a guide afterward." A few young people passed by, nudging each other, and they seemed to be discussing who should play first. Zheng Xiaobao, the tool man, watched them change their game coins and go up. The reluctance in his eyes became even heavier, and he begged pitifully, "Dad, I want to play too. Let me go up and play. I'll just play once." Zheng Qiahua ignored his son at all. He was looking at the young men exchanging game coins with excitement on his face. After all, it was a game that they had never played before, so a few of them were very cautious and only dropped $1 into it. But this was enough to make Zheng Qiahua and the others excited. This dollar is the first dollar they earned today. This game console has already shown its ability to make people spend money. This incident has finally put a big stone in their hearts that has been worried about the game console not making money. The plea failed, and Zheng Xiaobao was dejected. Ji Chang's walked over and said to him in a gentle tone, "Xiaobao, if you want to play, it's not impossible. This game console was made by me, your dad and the others. It's just an experimental version. The next one will be more fun. Do you want to play?" The child who had just been wilting suddenly became excited. "Yes. I want to play. Well, if you can get into the top 10 in the next exam, Uncle will make the decision. How about giving you 10 game coins for free? Real? Zheng Xiaobao was all excited. His academic performance is above average. He got 13th in the last test. If he works hard, he will definitely be 10th. Of course it's true, but don't think it's simple. As long as it's a student who wants to come and have fun, we will give 10 coins for free to students below high school, whether they are elementary school, junior high school or high school, and who are among the top 10 in the class. Game currency. Ji Chang's was persuasive. You have played it just now. You know how fun this game console is. If you want to play, other students also want to play. You are not the only one who works hard. Children at this age are the most unprovoked. Zheng Xiaobao was just confident at first, but when he heard these words, he straightened up his chest. I didn't study seriously before. If I had studied seriously, there would be no problem with being ranked 1st. Zheng Qiahua looked on. The expression on his face suddenly turned ferocious. What did you say, bastard? You didn't study seriously? I worked so hard for you to go to school and you didn't study seriously for me. Zheng Xiaobao. Seeing that his father was already looking around for a stick, his hair stood on end and he hurriedly ran out, dragging his friends with him. While running very fast, he did not forget to turn back and shout to Ji Chang's. Uncle Ji, you keep your word. Wait for me. Give me 10 game coins if you get 10th in the exam. Ji Chang stood there with a smile and said in a loud voice, don't worry, when the time comes you come with your transcript and I will definitely give it to you. Several students who had been watching for a long time looked at Zheng Qiahua timidly, then walked over cautiously without any awkwardness. He asked Ji Chang's in a low voice, Uncle, are you serious? Will I be given free game currency if I get into the top 10? Yes, 10 game coins will be given to the top 10, 15 will be given to the top 3, and 20 will be given to those who rank first in the class. Ji Chang smiled and said, don't all schools issue certificates? When the time comes, you bring the certificates and I will give them to you immediately after checking them. Nowadays, every time the school takes an exam, in order to encourage students, it will issue certificates. Ji Chang's also specifically asked Zhao Jihua, whose parents were teachers, to confirm that this rule was set only after the top 10 students received certificates of award. The eyes of these students suddenly lit up. Obviously they also plan to earn game currency based on their performance. This is normal. 3 game coins for $1 is too expensive for students. And if you can earn 10 game coins based on your transcript, then that's $3. $3. For students, this is a huge sum of money. They reluctantly watched the young people dancing for a long time. Seeing that they would be late for school if they didn't go to school, they turned around and left. At this moment, all the children who come here to watch the game consoles, no matter what grade they are, all have a common goal in mind. Get into the top 10. Must be in the top 10. As the class time comes, there are almost no students in school uniforms on the road, but there are many people watching around the game consoles. Those young people had a lot of money in their hands, and they played round after round. They were unwilling to come down when others wanted to play, and they jumped off the stage unwillingly until all the money in their pockets was spent. I was already 73 just now. If I play again, I will definitely reach 80. Same for me. I made a mistake just now. Did you see? When I was dancing, a girl kept looking at me. She must have been beaten. I'm so handsome. Then? Go and talk to someone. Maybe you can find a partner. No, I'm sorry, she's so good looking. I didn't take a shower today, just in case she smells sweat. The young man who was talking was squirming, and the girl they were discussing came over with a blushing face and small steps driven by friends around her. She was embarrassed to speak, but fortunately she had a friend around her to say. My friends think you danced very well just now. Can you get to know me? The young man's face suddenly turned red, and he was stunned by this huge surprise. He didn't react until his friends around him pushed him several times, and he stammered and nodded. Okay, I call. The young people who were already eager to try the game console saw someone playing on it, and the girl took the initiative to get to know her after playing a few games, and they suddenly became excited. I touched my pocket and went over excitedly to queue up. With people leading the way, people who come after you can understand how to play this game just by watching. After watching, they will join the queue. Chi Kualai and Zheng Kuahua stood next to the game console to act as customer service. Zhao Jiwa sat aside and took note of the feedback from those people seriously. Ji Chang suddenly asked a sole question: you don't have to go to class today. The first class is math class. I've already had a preview meeting, and I said hello to the teacher yesterday. Well, this is a top student, and he skips classes with confidence. Since it wouldn't delay his study, Ji Chang's didn't care. Wang Jiajun had been brewing next to him for a long time. Seeing that Ji Chang's looked like he was going to sit down and rest, he quickly sat next to him. Nagaze, is it too convenient for us to give free game currency to students who get the top 10 in the exam? There are so many schools in the county and so many classes in each school. If the top 10 students in each class come to exchange for game currency, how much will it cost? They didn't think anything of it when Ji Chang's proposed this before, because they thought that these students would always come to play after taking game coins. They would watch the excitement and create an atmosphere of popular game consoles. As a result, game consoles are already very popular now. From the time when those young people started to use them until now, they have never stopped, and there are so many queues. Wang Jiajun felt that this was a bit of a loss. Don't worry, brother Wang. How could Ji Chang's lose money? Business. He counted on his fingers for Wang Jiajun. The school can take exams up to 4 times a year. Even if these 4 times all the top 10 students come to exchange for game currency, then it's not us giving the money directly, but let them go and play on the game console. They study so hard to get a game console, how can others not ask the reason? After knowing the reason, others will definitely think, what game console makes students study so hard, and parents are happy that students study so hard. Think about it, if your child suddenly started studying hard, wouldn't you want to find out the reason? After knowing the reason, would you refrain from talking about it when chatting with others? Wang Jiajun suddenly realized, yes, I will definitely say it. Moreover, when your child becomes diligent and motivated, he must be very happy. Not only can he talk, but he can also tell others about it everywhere. Because to say that children are serious about reading is an act of showing off. And not only will he spread the word, he will also be very fond of this game console. Ji Chang's nodded. Then? It's over. Just wait, these students and parents will be our best propaganda weapon. What we have to do now is to quickly make a few more game consoles. They stood there all morning, and the game console was extremely popular, which directly attracted a boss to offer a high price to buy it. Ji Chang's did not speak this time, but asked the others, each of you has a game console of your own, how about it? Do you want to sell your game console? Everyone refused simply and neatly. Although so much money is tempting, having witnessed the popularity of game consoles with his own eyes, even the youngest Zhao Jiwa can clearly tell which option is best. This game console will lay golden eggs. If you don't sell it, I won't sell it. They also want to follow Ji Chang's. After witnessing the popularity of game consoles with their own eyes, they are really convinced by this man who has worked seriously for 10 years and quietly developed the technology to make game consoles. What kind of genius is this? The author has something to say. Please give me nutrient solution. Wow, wow, wow. I am only one place away from being ranked at the bottom of the nutrient solution irrigation list. I really want to go up there. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 458. Ji Cheng's game console became famous immediately. Just as he expected, at first, parents and teachers were just surprised to find that some monkey-like students actually started to study seriously. In class, I listen with my eyes wide open but don't talk. After class, I will actively ask the teacher questions that I don't know. I did my homework well, I stopped scribbling on books in class, and I stopped skipping school and going out to play. I looked like a good student who competed with each other. Good guy. A teacher who has taught students for 5 years was so confused by this incident that the first thing he did when he got up in the morning was to make sure he was not dreaming. For a while, the teachers and parents alternated between being surprised that the children had become sensible, and wondering whether these little brats were acting so well because they got into trouble. Until one child spilled the beans during the teacher's inquiry. Boss Snowflake said that students can exchange the top 10 certificates for coins, so they all want to be in the top 10. Hearing this, the head teacher, who specially called his caring class representative to inquire about the information, was confused. What snowflakes, what certificates for coins? This is nothing. After asking again carefully, he finally understood what was going on. The head teacher suddenly felt dumbfounded. So they study so hard just for those 10 game coins? The class representative nodded vigorously. They worked really hard. It doesn't matter what they study in school. They went home to study secretly. I even saw a few of them asking for supplementary lessons from senior students. Teacher, they are almost sleeping and studying, and they are borrowing notes from everywhere. The last time Zhang Xiangdong asked me questions, I didn't know how to do it, and he laughed at me. His performance was originally in the top 5, but although he could never make it into the top 3, his success lies in his consistent and stable performance. As a result, now seeing that the poor students, average students, and even good students in the class are studying hard for game currency, this poor class representative has been extremely troubled these days. He was extremely worried that those classmates who would do anything to improve their grades would really show up. For good students of this age, a drop in grades is definitely the most terrifying thing. So as smart as he is, he naturally wants to take advantage of the opportunity to inoculate the teacher. The teacher must know that it is not that his grades have declined, but that others are working too hard. The class teacher couldn't help laughing when he saw the class representative looking aggrieved. Adults like them can see what children of this age are thinking at a glance, and he knows all the little thoughts of the class representative. Exactly. Because I understand, I find it fun and cute. Little bastards at this age find it interesting whatever they do. Okay, I understand, you go back first. Although the purpose of learning is a bit off topic, since the process and results are good, the class teacher is naturally happy to see the results. But there was a little more curiosity in my heart. He knew about game consoles, they were all over the streets, and there were several game arcades in the county. Every time I catch a student who skips class, I go to one of those game halls to catch them. But I have never heard of people studying hard in order to get game currency. As a teacher, he knows all too well how difficult it is to get students with poor grades to study honestly. It made him curious, how fun this game console must be. With this in mind, the class teacher looked at the corrected homework on the table and made a decision. After school, let's go check out the Snowflake game console. As a result, Ji Chang successfully welcomed a class teacher. This was recognized by Chi Quilai, who was a school security guard. He used to say hello to school teachers when he saw them outside. Today, Chi Quilai was shocked when he saw his head teacher next to the game console. What should I do? It's a teacher. Isn't he here to arrest the students? He was nervous, fearing that the teacher would not see the students in the class gathering together to play game consoles and arrest them. For the past 2 days, Ji Chang's has been playing up his persona of a filial son abandoned by his parents, heartbroken and listless, lying languidly on the table and fanning himself. After their game consoles became famous, a few people quickly rented a small room to put the game consoles. Originally, the weather was so cold that it would have been nice not to light up the coal stove, let alone use a fan, but it turned out that maybe because there were so many kids in the house and so many people coming and going, it made the room stuffy. Of course, there was no electric fan to fan him now. Zheng Qiuhua was holding a big fan in his hand, sitting next to him and fanning him. Of course, fanning by hand was tiring, but Zheng Qiuhua was used to carpentry work, and the weight of such a large fan was nothing in his hands. Even if Ji Chang's refused, he still insisted on going to Ji Chang's and himself. Fan in the direction. Even Zhao Jihua, the youngest among the four, has a clear mind and knows that 99% of the success of the game console is because of Ji Chang's. Although they also worked, except for Zhao Jiji, who knew a little about the principles, they still only knew a little bit about it. The others only did manual work. It is precisely because he clearly knows that his contribution to the game console is not great that he admires Ji Chang's even more. When he fainted, several people became anxious. It's just that even Zhao Jihua knew that it was hard to persuade Ji Chang's about this kind of family matter, so he could only take more care of Ji Chang's in life. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Ji Chang's, who is in sadness, has stretched out his hands for food and clothes in this small house these days. Even if he spends his days lying on the table with his eyes full of melancholy, as long as he is here, he is a calming anchor for the others. Just like now, when Chi Quilai saw a teacher he knew coming in, his first reaction was to whisper to him. Ji Chang's had no reaction. It's after school time now, the teacher won't be so lenient. During class, teachers may catch students, but after school, unless the trouble goes too far, it is absolutely impossible for teachers these days to meddle in other people's business. Times are still different. Nowadays, it is normal for children to drop out of school. Going to work at the age of 13 or 14 is still considered normal at home. A game arcade is nothing. Sure enough, as Ji Chang's expected, the teacher stood aside and took a look. He seemed to be a little interested, and actually stood in line behind the game console. Seeing that Ji Chang's was right again, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help praising him. Nagaze, you are so powerful. You can tell at a glance that he is not here to arrest anyone. Yeah, you know that. I can't blame you for being so smart and making a game console. Ji Chang's, there is no need to blow so hard. Because he had been depressed these past few days and looked like he was not interested in anything, a few people seemed to be afraid that something would happen to him, so they would brag about him when they got the chance. She looked like she was afraid that he would have low self-esteem because of his parents' abandonment, so he tried every means to praise him and build his confidence. Ji Chang's also agreed with them. Although he initially found them to find a few tool talents, their performance was really good. Long-term cooperation will definitely be indispensable in the future. He looked at the teacher who was doing some unskilled movements with his hands and feet on the stage after he was lined up, and suddenly said, "This console still won't appeal to everyone. No. Our game consoles are so fun. These days, no matter which game arcade we talk about which game console is the most fun, they are talking about our Snowflake game console. Yesterday, we visited Zihai. The theater owner raised the price again, saying 9,000 to buy our game console. Zheng Qiuhua on the side immediately asked nervously when he heard this, "You didn't agree, right?" "Of course not. I'm not stupid. We can earn so much in a few months. Doesn't Zihai think I can't count?" When Wang Jiajun mentioned the game console, his eyes seemed to shine with excitement. In fact, it was not just him, but also the rest of the people. Only Zhao Jiji, who was still young, was a little calmer because he was very happy but didn't have much money. These 3 days, the 3 of them take turns to rest. Everyone will spend a day to guard the game console. When the time comes to get off work, they all come over. It's not that a game console really needs so many people looking at it. But they like to watch the popularity of game consoles too much. The songs in the game console are all carefully selected by them. One song is 1.5 minutes at most, and 3 songs are almost 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, $1 was earned. They can earn $15 an hour. The game console opens at 7 in the morning and closes at 8 in the evening. Now is the time when its name is the biggest and most popular. Even if there are occasional breaks in between, you can still earn at least 117 a day. This is 117. You know, people's average monthly salary now still fluctuates between 1 and 200. A worker like Zheng Kuahua, who works hard every hour in a lumber factory, only earns less than 300 a month. Now, this game console can earn $170 a day. Can they not regard it as a treasure? The first thing Wang Jiajun and the others did every morning when they arrived was to take out a rag and carefully wipe the entire game console clean. They would do this again at night. In the past, no matter how hard or tiring I was, my salary could support me. Now I am looking at the game console that earns 170 yuan a day, and I wish I could keep looking at both ends like this. No matter how tired I am from running, my heart feels sweet. Now Ji Chang's is their darling, and this game console is their darling. Everything makes them want to take care of them 24 hours a day, and they don't dare to slack off at all. Ji Chang's, the beloved one, spoke up, all the people who come to play are young people, but the design cannot attract older players. Those who are like dancing, whose body movements are uncoordinated, and those who are ashamed to twist their bodies in front of the public will not come to play. Although the game consoles have basically not been stopped these days except for rest at night, all the people here are young people and students. Anyway, come and go. This is the group of people playing here. Even if someone who is slightly older looks interested and wants to play, they will have to give up because they can't keep up with the movements. None of them realized there was anything wrong with this. Aren't all game consoles played by young people? Yeah, few older people like to play games. They are a rare group of people who still like to spend time in the game arcade when they are adults. Ji Chang shook his head. He folded his hands on the table and buried his face in his arms. A muffled voice came, I want to make a game console that everyone likes to play, so that my parents can look good. See, it's not like I can't do anything. How many people are there? Stunned. They just said that Ji Chang's had been depressed these days, and he was unhappy no matter how they tried to amuse him. It turned out that he was still thinking about what his parents said before they left. Chi Kualai carefully advised. Nagaze, the game console you are making now is good enough. Think about it, Zihai is willing to pay 9,000 to buy it, 9,000 for this. 9,000 yuan is enough to buy 3 very nice houses. As for your parents, no matter what they say, they don't understand. However, his persuasion obviously had no effect on Ji Chang's, who was in a depressed state. He remained silent and just buried his face a little deeper in his arms. Seeing this, Chi Kualai opened his mouth and wanted to continue to persuade him, but before he could say anything, his arm was bumped by Zhao Jiwa next to him. He subconsciously raised his eyes to look at Zhao Jiwa, and saw that the young man in front of him shook his head in silence. Chi Kualai stopped talking. Ji Chang's lay down for a minute before getting up, I'll go outside to get some air. He went out. Seeing his back disappearing by the door, Zhao Jiwa said, what you said is useless to Brother Zi. Even if he listened, it would not be so easy to stop thinking about what his parents said. Chi Kualai didn't look down on him just because he was young. You must know that among them, only Zhao Jiji can help when doing the core part. Ever since the game consoles made money, they have deeply understood a truth in life: knowledge is power. Zhao Jiji has very good grades, so even though he is young, he is very powerful. Then tell me how to persuade Brother Zi to be effective. Zhao Jiwa shook his head. No matter how much I try to persuade him, it won't work. He confidently cited the experience he had gained from a group of top relatives around him and began to talk. According to my observation, the more parents favor their brothers and sisters and ignore them, the more dependent they are on their parents. I have found out clearly that Brother Zi is in such a situation. His parents favored and ignored his younger brother because he was adopted. He belittles him, that's how he was raised. Several people became angry as they listened. Who is this? Nagasawa's younger brother is his biological son. Isn't Nagasawa his biological son? What on earth are they thinking about such a filial son? Bah! Such people don't deserve to be parents. If my parents were like this, I would immediately cut off contact with them. Zhao Jiwa, you yourself didn't grow up in this environment. Of course you don't understand what Brother Zi is thinking. Haven't you noticed? Brother Zi has a very low self-esteem. Several people were confused when they heard this. They really haven't discovered this yet. And, low self-esteem? How could someone as powerful as Ji Chang's feel inferior? They didn't know clearly when they were unfamiliar with him, but after they became familiar with him, Ji Chang's was simply omnipotent in their hearts. He seems to know everything, and nothing can be hidden from him. How can such a person have low self-esteem? I just know you didn't notice. Zhao Jiwa sighed, feeling deeply that he couldn't handle these careless people. Think about it carefully. Before Brother Zi made a game console, who knew he could make a game console? Who knew he had taught himself those books, and who knew he knew so much? 3 people looked blank and shook their heads. Zheng Qiuhua asked, but we were not familiar with him at all before. I don't know if it's normal. But haven't you noticed? Not only you don't know, but everyone around Brother Zi doesn't know. Think about it, even if you are not familiar with it, if Brother Zi tells other people, will those people not tell anyone? Let's talk. Of course I would talk about him when I was there. But before Brother Zi made a game console, no one knew that he was teaching himself in this area, right? The more Zhao Jiplan said, the more reasonable he became. He even went to the game arcade to study and observe the operating modes of game consoles and the preferences of players for 3 months. For 3 months, others thought he was addicted to playing games. Many people still look down upon him. The 3 people who used to look down on Ji Chang's coughed dryly. Well, that's right. If Nagaze hadn't been looking for help when he was making game consoles that day, we all would have thought he went to the arcade to play games. Yet, after receiving the affirmation, Zhao Jiwa became more confident that what he thought was correct. What kind of person would do? After so many preparations but holding back, why would you let others misunderstand you? Unconfident people. Brother Zi is so powerful, why aren't you confident? He was beaten by his parents. Several people were stunned for a while, looking at Zhao Plan's sound and logical explanations, and they couldn't say anything at all. I have a cousin who is very talented in studies and has good grades. However, her parents favor boys over girls and keep picking on her, saying that she is not good here and that she is not good there. As a result, she turns into a timid person even though she is so smart. She looked like she was shrinking. If I hadn't talked to her and she had borrowed money from her teacher to go to high school in another city, what might have happened in the future? Let's first clarify the causes and consequences, then give a real-life example to prove it, and finally summarize. I have been observing Brother Zi these past few days. It is obvious that our game console is very successful, but he is not happy at all. He looks sad from time to time. He wants to build a new game console now, not to make money, but to prove that he is not as useless as his parents said. After Zhao Jihua finished speaking, he looked at them and asked, "Do you understand?" 3 people. We, maybe understand. It's not that they are too stupid. In fact, most people in China today have never heard of psychological problems and the shadow of their original family. It is still a bit difficult for them to understand the various personality problems caused by family. But although it is difficult to understand, it does not prevent them from having the same goal. Then how can we make Nagasawa get better? It's not a problem for him to be wilted like this, I think. He can't eat well these days, and only eats 2 bowls of rice per meal. How can his body hold up like this? Chi Quilai was very worried that Ji Chang's would suddenly collapse. After all, among the people present, Zhao Jihua was still a young man who was growing up. He and Wang Jiajun and Zheng Qiahua were both swollen due to long-term work. Not only is he tall and strong, but he also looks strong and energetic. Compared with them, Ji Chang's was too weak. In the past, I just thought that his face was too white and a little thin. Now that he has lost weight these days, people are always worried that he looks unhealthy. Naturally, they didn't know that what they thought was not healthy would be described by a word in later generations: melancholy face. Zheng Qiahua also expressed his concern. "Yeah, yesterday I stewed chicken and asked him to come and eat it, but he only ate half of the chicken and said to me, 'I'm full. If this continues, my body won't be able to bear it.'" Wang Jiajun joined the discussion. "I asked my sister-in-law when I went to pick up Nagasawa this morning. My sister-in-law said that when he was at home these days, he always slept in his room. He slept for a whole day, or he read a book or did nothing. Get out and about. If we hadn't dragged him here, he might still be sleeping at home. How uncomfortable it would be for him to lie there all day long." Zhao Jihua, who is still a struggling student. The more he listened, the more questions filled his face. Forget about everything else, doesn't eating 2 bowls of rice at one meal count as good for your appetite? He was full after eating a bowl and a half. I want to propose a sole post. But looking at the 3 adults, all of whom had serious expressions on their faces, Zhao Jihua, who was very self-conscious as a teenager, thought about it again and again, but silently swallowed the words in his throat. Maybe this is the adult world? He coughed and interrupted the topic. "I have experience in this. Since Brother Ze is making game consoles to prove himself, then just help him do it. Anyway, we have money now." Having said this, he hesitated for a moment, and then said, "And I don't know if you have noticed something. It seems that because Brother Ze's parents are at odds with him for making game consoles, Brother Ze now only wants to make game consoles. I don't want to do anything." A few people didn't quite understand the point of Zhao's plan. Isn't it okay to just want to make a game console? Game consoles make a lot of money. No. Zhao Jihua explained patiently, Brother Ze can make such a game console through self-study. Even my teacher's teacher can't do it. With his ability, if he doesn't make game consoles, he can make something else, like a TV, recorder, that can definitely be done. As long as this kind of thing can be done, the profit will be no less than that of the game console. I also mentioned it to Brother Ze, but he didn't think about it at all. He concentrated on the game console and just wanted to make the best game. As soon as he analyzed it like this, others understood it. It's his parents' fault. What a sin. They don't want a promising man like Nagasawa. If this were my son, I would be happy to crawl into the ancestral graves and smoke. Plan, didn't you ask about Brother Nagasawa? How is he? Zhao Jihua pouted. It's not that good. I bought a big house, expensive clothes, and a watch. Most of the money was given by Brother Ze's parents. You said that Brother Ze's parents are farmers. Where did they get their money? It's not all I asked for it from Brother Z. I was afraid that I would wrongly accuse Lin Changyuan, so I asked the teachers and the students of Changhe High School. They all said that Lin Changyuan has high aspirations and is not very good at teaching. He has a lot of airs and acts like no one else every day. It looks like he's humble, but he's pretty popular anyway. Several people were close to Ji Chang's, so they naturally considered him from his perspective. Let's imagine it was me. I worked hard to earn 300 a month, and gave the 200 to my parents. As a result, my parents turned around and gave the money to my younger brother. He didn't care if he gave her away, but he was still focused on sucking blood. Just because he spent 100 yuan on his parents because of difficulties at home, he was abandoned without mercy. It's them, they don't hate these three people to death. A few people were thinking for themselves when Ji Chang's, who was taking time outside to estimate that they were almost done talking, opened the door and walked in. He was in a wilted state again, lying on the table. Zhao Jiwa bumped Chi Quilai with his arm and tried a look. Chi Quilai understood. Ahem, Nagasawa, let me ask you something. Ji Chang slowly turned his head to look at him. What's wrong? That's right, don't be angry or feel bad when I ask you, Chi Quilai murmured, and it took him a long time to say. Do you hate your parents? Ji Chang's face immediately showed a sad look. Several people immediately became nervous, and they were all a little hurriedly trying to coax him, but when they saw the person in front of them sighed, lowered their eyes and said softly, I don't hate them. Several people, huh? No, you are so partial and don't even hate me. Under their confused gazes, Ji Chang's tone was lost, his face was full of sadness, and his voice was weak. After all, they raised me and gave birth to me. Even if they don't like me because they look down on me because I'm worthless and don't want to live with me and just want to live with my brother, I don't want to hate them. No, wait. Zhao made a plan and set up his own radar. Brother Z. Don't be deceived by them. Why are you so useless? You are so promising. Look, what you did game consoles, how much money have they made in just a few days? Ji Chang's eyes were filled with dullness, and he looked at Zhao Jiwa with a wry smile and shook his head. You don't have to comfort me. I know that what I did was not good enough. If I did well enough, my parents wouldn't be like that. Grass. Zhao Jiwa cursed in his heart. Sure enough, he got it right. Brother Zi has lived under the oppression of those parents for a long time, and now it's impossible to tell how good he is. Brother Zi, really, I'm not comforting you. You are really powerful. If you don't believe me, ask them. As he said this, he quickly turned around and winked at the three people. The three people understood the hint and quickly nodded like crazy chicken. Yes, Brother Z, you are really the best person I have ever met. Nagaze. You are younger than me, but I really admire you. You are really powerful. That's right, you see? In our streets, who is as capable as you, who can make a game console by reading books on his own? What they said was true, but Ji Chang's was not convinced at all. He even closed his eyes in pain. Stop comforting me. I know you are saying this because you are friends with me. If I was really that powerful, how could my parents give up on me? Several people. Damn, I really want to catch those irresponsible parents and beat them up. Such a powerful person was suddenly made so unsure of himself by them. Seeing that Ji Chang's had finished speaking and went to lie down again, Zheng Qiuhua quickly asked Zhao Jiwa, who was experienced in this kind of thing. Plan, what now? Zhao Jiwa had a it's over look on his face. He beeped softly, according to my many years of experience, Brother Zi's situation is the most difficult to handle. Chi Quilai, I think it's very difficult to handle. He still thinks that it was because he was so useless that his parents gave up on him. He can't listen to our advice at all. Zhao Jiwa grimaced, this is not the most troublesome thing. I have only seen Brother Zi in this situation with my third and second cousin. He is not too inferior, but too filial. If I guess correctly, he must have been filial since childhood. Filial piety has been engraved in his bones. Look, what was Brother Zi's mantra when he asked us to make a game console together? Wang Jiajun whispered, make money to spend on your wife, daughter, parents. Zhao plans to continue, what's the mantra now? Wang Jiajun also came to his senses, I want to make the best game console and let my parents know that he is not a waste. Yes. Zhao Jiwa clapped his hands, he is too filial and cares too much about his parents. He has low self-esteem because his parents look down on him. He always wants to make better and more powerful games because he wants to prove to his parents that he can do it. Good game out there. That's why I said shit. Zheng Qiuhua didn't quite understand, it's not good to be too filial. It's okay, but it's better than feeling too inferior. What's good? I feel inferior because I feel inferior. If you're filial, think about it. Brother Zi's parents are focused on money. If they knew that Brother Zi had made so much money, would they not make any decisions? Zhao Jiwa is worthy of being a person with countless excellent relatives. He identified the key to the matter with just one click. Brother Zi is so filial. Even if his parents break up with him, if they come to him and ask for peace, can he resist? Most likely, he will happily use his hard-earned money to honor his parents. And then the two of them took it to give flowers to their younger son. After saying this, the expressions of several people became serious. Yes, then this is much more serious than low self-esteem. Then what should we do? Advise Nagasawa not to be filial to his parents. Zhao Jiwa shook his head, we have been trying to persuade him for a few days. Do you think it works? This trick won't work. He won't listen. This way he came up with the stupidest and most effective method, we will take turns with Brother Zi from now on. Anyway, we won't let him be alone. This way, when his parents come, we can help block him. Several people nodded one after another and agreed without hesitation for a second. Ji Chang's can be said to be their food and clothing parent, leading them to see a new path in life. No matter what, they will protect him. Just as Zhao Jiwa had thought, Mr. Lin and Mr. Lin had been feeling heart-wrenching and uncomfortable ever since they heard from the driver that the game console was making a lot of money and that the boss had spent so much money on it. At first they thought it was impossible, but when they asked someone to inquire and finally learned that the news was true, they couldn't sit still. 8,000 yuan. If this money can get into their hands, they will not have to worry about it in the next life. The people who helped inquire in the city kept coming back and forth for several days. After learning the exact news, the two of them directly packed up the money and hit the road. They never thought that they had broken up with their son a few days ago. The two of them are very familiar with what kind of temper this eldest son is. They may not be satisfied with other aspects, but filial piety is also true filial piety. The longing for parents is almost addictive. They were very confident that as long as they came to the door and said a few soft words, Ji Chang's would definitely lower his head immediately and obey their orders obediently. This time, because they were not specially picked up, they could only take the bus. They drove for who knows how long and were so dizzy that they could barely walk to the bottom of Tongzi Tower at night. When I knocked on the door, I found. When Ji Chang's was the only one at home, he felt happy. Ji Chang's opened the door and saw the two old men outside, also following Yil. Not a coincidence. Zhou Xiaoko went to see his daughter and probably slept at a friend's house near the school that night. Therefore, today he can face two people alone. He first looked around, and after making sure no one was there, he made way for the two of them to come in. After respectfully inviting the two old men who looked proud after seeing his attitude, Ji Chang's closed the door. Old man Lin put down his salute and said reservedly, I heard you made money. Ji Chang's nodded, yes, I made a lot of money, at least 170 a day. Old man Lin's eyes lit up. He knew it was profitable, but he didn't expect it to be so much. The old lady got straight to the point when she came up, Nagaze, you have made a difference, but don't forget your parents. It will not be easy for them to raise you. Yes, yes, I know my mother loves me the most. Ji Chang's answered perfunctorily while running back and forth between the two rooms. In no time, he took out a lot of clothes, sheets and bedding and threw them directly into the big basin for washing clothes. Mom, you're back just in time. Please help me wash my clothes. Dad, can you help me with this carpentry job? I'm too tired to do it. Old man Lin and the old lady were stunned. They did not expect such a development. But considering that the eldest son is making so much money, it's okay for them to pretend for a while. They forced a smile on their faces. Of course, it's hard for you to make money, so we two old bones can help you. He bowed and put it down, and started to work with his head still dizzy. However, the work seems to be endless. After the clothes are washed, the shoes must be brushed. After the shoes are brushed, there must be general cleaning. If the general cleaning is not done well, it must be redone. The carpentry work was so much and tiring that Ji Chang's was like a magician. When old Lin finished the pile in his hand, he immediately took out more wood. The key is that he doesn't light the stove yet. The room was cold and the two of them were tired, so they just hummed hard all night. When it gets dark, it's all done. The two stood up slowly, holding on to their sore waists, with pain on their faces. They have all paid so much, so the eldest son should be extremely moved, right? They thought like this and looked at Xiang Ji Chang's expectantly. Ji Chang's, who had also been up all night with dark circles under his eyes, opened the door. Dad, Mom, can you come out for a moment? The two of them didn't suspect anything and walked over directly. When they reached the door, they didn't have time to ask what they were doing. Boom! The door slammed shut. The two people standing outside said. They were stunned for a full minute before they realized that the eldest son had tricked them outside and then refused to let them in. Two people. How can this be? Ji Chang stares. Isn't he afraid that others will say he is unfilial? The author has something to say. There will be a short update in the next chapter. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhong Mao. Chapter 459. After an hour, Zheng Qiahua and the others, chatting and laughing together, went to Tongzilu to pick up Ji Chang's. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw two imageless old men sitting on the ground, crying and yelling. The faces of the neighbors were basically mocking. It was visible to the naked eye how devastated Ji Chang's was during this period. Last time, when these two people not only refused to help but also made trouble for their son during the most difficult period, they saw with their own eyes. While watching the excitement, I saw them coming, and said to old man Lin, "Don't you want money? Those few people are working with Nagasawa to make game consoles. You tell them, look. Will they give you money? Cooperate. Ji Chang's has no money to do this, so these people are the rich bosses?" The two people who were crying and acting wildly lit up their eyes when they heard this, and rushed over quickly. The three of them were slapped on the calf unexpectedly, and they listened to old man Lin and the others exaggerating about Ji Chang's unfilial behavior of tricking them into doing a night's work and then locking them out. What an unfilial son! What an unfilial son! They had just finished crying when Ji Chang's came down. His eyes were black and blue, and he looked like he had been tortured. When he saw his parents, he looked bitter. "Father, mother, what do you want from me? Can you stop making trouble?" The two of them wanted to laugh at him. This unfilial son shut them out. Yet he had the nerve to pretend to be like this. The old lady rushed up to fight her, but the neighbors stopped her because they were familiar with each other. They looked at her and said, "Don't play tricks on me. If you have the ability, just act like this." Many people admitted that it was you who kept us out. Ji Chang suddenly raised his head as if feeling very uncomfortable, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Mom, do you really want me to say this? Do you know that after I said this, my reputation will be gone?" "Bah! What are you pretending to be? You unfilial son. I really shouldn't have given birth to you." Under the accusation from his biological mother, Ji Chang's eyes turned red, and he finally turned his head away as if he couldn't bear it anymore, and said in a low voice, "Yes. I locked you out. It's me who's unfilial. It's me who doesn't want to be filial to my parents." Old Man Lin and the old lady suddenly became happy. They looked at the people around them excitedly. "Did you hear it? He admitted it. This unfilial son admitted it." However, the neighbors who met their eyes clearly heard what the unfilial son said, but still looked at them with cold and contemptuous eyes. Someone else sighed, "Dad Ziox, you did this? What a sin." Only then did the two of them realize that Ji Chang's had clearly admitted it, but no one around him seemed to believe it. Everyone acted as if Ji Chang's was forced by them to admit something he hadn't done. "Two people? What do you mean? He really did it? This unfilial son lied to us and did the work all night, and then chased us away at dawn. Boss," they rushed to Zheng Qiuhua and others, "have you heard that Ji Chang's, an unfilial son, treated his own father and mother like this? Do you still have the guts to partner with him?" He. Zheng Qiuhua sneered, "Do you think we are fools? How could Nagasawa do such a thing?" The two were stunned again. He really did it? Ah! Chi Quilai sneered, "Stop making it up, I have never seen you. Parents like you, sucking the blood of one son to raise another son, and now you are not willing to tell lies to ruin Nagasawa's reputation. Don't you have any conscience?" Wang Jiajun shook off the old lady's hand with a cold expression. "Tell them? What are you talking about? That means Nagasawa is too filial. If it were me, ha! Two people. Ji Chang's, too filial? Why don't you believe it? He really kicked us out? He really did it? Ah!" However, no matter how they shouted, no one believed them. "Gee, how is that possible? Anyone in this world could do such a thing, except the foolish and filial Ji Chang's. Oh, he is so pitiful. Look, such a big man is covering his face and crying in public. A man doesn't shed tears easily. One look at him and he doesn't usually cry." The shoulders of crying were shrugged, almost as if they were laughing. The author has something to say. This chapter is a bit short. It's like this: the nutrient solution is already 25,000, and it's time to add more, but I'm a bit slow in writing today, so I'll add a small amount first to make it more interesting, and then treat it as the nutrient solution to reach 14,000. Please don't dislike it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. We can also give this kind of physically disabled and mentally strong behavior a nice name, update in installments. Most of the remaining ones will be added tomorrow. He will be updated for free and the fastest without anti-theft or anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 460. No matter how hard old Lin and the others tried to convince others that Ji Chang's was an unfilial son, the residents of Tongzi Building and Zheng Qiuhua did not believe it. Unfilial son? How can it be? Last time, in front of so many people, these two old men left Ji Chang's when he needed help the most, and they said many derogatory words before leaving. Even though Ji Chang's has been making game consoles these days and seems to be making a lot of money, the neighbors in the building have never seen him smile. Come to think of it, he himself is a person who doesn't like to reveal his inner feelings, otherwise everyone wouldn't know it after being neighbors for so many years. It turns out that 2/3 of Ji Chang's salary over the years has been given to his parents. Most people today are simple and simple. Even though Ji Chang's is making a lot of money that can be seen with the naked eye these days, no one is jealous. On the contrary, because his parents treated him with great sympathy. A neighbor whispered, "I thought it was strange before. Xiaoxiu's father's salary is supposed to be 300 a month. How come the family is living like that?" It turns out that all of it is given to his parents. After so many years of filial piety, let alone my biological son, I still think about him even if he is not my biological son. Well, it turns out that they are doing well. Many people looked at Mr. Lin and the two with subtle feelings of disgust on their faces. No matter what era, people with bad character are always disgusted. No matter how they explained, the two people were not believed and immediately fell into despair. They couldn't figure it out. How could things become like this? Shouldn't it be that no matter what they do, the eldest son can't resist, otherwise others will say he is unfilial? Why are they being kicked out now and these people still act like they are at fault? Ji Chang's put down his hand and looked at the embarrassed two people with red eyes. "Dad, Mom, I don't know why you are doing this to me, but I am really not a waste. I made a game console." He paused slightly when he said this, as if otherwise he would cry in front of so many people. After a few seconds, he said in a hoarse voice, "The game console I made is not as bad as you said. I will make more games in the future. I will prove to you, I am not a useless person." After saying that, he seemed to be unable to control his emotions anymore. He covered his eyes with one hand and said vaguely to the neighbors, "Sorry for disturbing you, I'll go up first." Then, he hurried up the stairs. Old man and old lady Lin were still in a daze. When they saw him running away, they subconsciously stepped forward to stop him. Wait, don't leave. Tell us clearly." However, before they could take a few steps, they were stopped by the surrounding neighbors. Ji Chang's gaffe made them even more sympathetic, and they lost patience with these indifferent parents. "If you do this again, we will call the police. How can you be such a father and mother? Really, I praised you before for still taking care of your son at such an old age. Is that really blinding me? You guys go away quickly. Xiaoxiu's dad has a good temper, but I don't have a bad temper. If you keep pestering me like this again, Xiaoxiu's dad won't let go. Be careful, I won't be polite." Over the past few days, all the neighbors have witnessed how Ji Chang's was devastated and how he was able to cheer up and speak out. They have all lived together for so many years, and it is not popular now to clean up one's own affairs. When one person opens his mouth, the rest of the people will follow. Zheng Qiuhua was worried about Ji Chang's and wanted to follow him, but Wang Jiajun stopped him. "You have a strong physique. Please stop these two below while Lao Qi and I go up and take a look." "Are they on guard?" "These two are going up again to cause damage." Originally Ji Chang's was depressed these days, so they took good care of him every day and took good care of him. "I finally got better, but this happened today?" Zheng Qiuhua also knew that he was not good at persuading people, so he nodded, "Okay, you guys go up." "Don't worry, I am here, can they go up?" He was determined to nip the possibility of these incompetent parents influencing Ji Chang's in the cradle. If it doesn't work, the worst he can do is quit his job and stay by Ji Chang's side 24 hours a day. It certainly takes a lot of courage to make this decision, but Zheng Qiuhua, who has witnessed how popular and profitable game consoles are, knows exactly what is most important. As long as Nagasawa is protected, the status of a lumber factory worker is nothing. He stayed downstairs for an hour. During that time, Mr. Lin and the two couldn't get up no matter how hard they tried. Our luggage is still up there. Zheng Qiuhua turned a deaf ear. Since you have made up your mind to go out without luggage in order to frame Nagasawa, then it is your own business. The two of them were already going crazy. Who framed him? We didn't. No. Zheng Qiuhua returns. 2 words, haha. In the end, the parents gritted their teeth and left under the indifferent and disdainful eyes of Zheng Qiuhua and the people around them. They had no choice but to leave. The weather was so cold, and they were tricked out of the house in the cold. They didn't wear thick coats at all. Being able to hold on for an hour is already considered a great achievement. Zheng Qiuhua was still a little worried, fearing that the two men would try to counterattack, so he waited downstairs for more than 10 minutes. When he saw no movement, he went upstairs with peace of mind. Upstairs, because Wang Jiajun and the others were all there, the neighbors did not come to persuade him. Only the left and right neighbors who had seen enough of the excitement looked curiously at the open door of Ji's house several times when they came back. When Zheng Qiuhua entered, he saw 2 companions sitting at the table in the main room, with worried looks on their faces. His heart skipped a beat. How's it going? Is Nagasawa feeling better? Chi Quilai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wang Jiajun sighed. He locked himself in the room. He said he wanted to be alone for a while. Although he had guessed that this would happen before, when Ji Chang's really became autistic again, Zheng Qiuhua couldn't help but follow him and let out a long sigh. What a sin! How could Nagasawa, a serious, smart and hard-working person, end up with such a pair of parents? Ji Chang's is indeed autistic. The kind of autism that closes one's eyes. He must shut himself up. Old man Lin's eldest son is a filial son. This has been a fact for more than 30 years. At the age of 35, he still handed over 2/3 of his salary to his family members, and now he is being hurt serially by his parents. How can he think about it? When Josiako came back the next day, she found out that her parents-in-law had made such a fuss while she was away. She simply couldn't care less about her parents-in-law's misfortune, so she fell into worry about her husband. As his wife, Josiako knows better than anyone else how much her husband loves his parents. She thanked Zheng Qiuhua and others who had been worried about taking care of her husband, opened the door and walked in, sitting silently next to Ji Chang's, who was leaning on the bedside reading a book. Nagasawa. She held her husband's hand and tried to comfort him. Don't think too much, you still have Zyoksu. Josiako didn't talk about herself. When her husband had just lost a family relationship, telling him that he still had family members was the best way to comfort him. Ji Chang's put down his book and his expression moved, as if he had been reminded. Right. He held his wife's hand instead, with a sense of loss and hesitation in his tone, and every word revealing the meaning of self-comfort. I still have you. Ji Chang's hugged the person in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, Zyoko, I only have you. Zyoko also stretched out her arms to hug him. At this moment, she realized that this man who had always been strong in her eyes was so fragile. After all these years, it is impossible to say that there has been no resentment in my heart. It is normal to be filial to your parents, but your husband's various behaviors have gone beyond the word filial piety. In order to support her parents-in-law, no matter how hard they tried, their little family has always been in embarrassing poverty over the years. It would be fine if they didn't have the ability to change all this, but Ji Chang's salary of 300 per month was enough for them to live well. Sometimes, Zyoko would not give in. Her cowardice is not because of her own unwillingness, but because of her daughter. All along, Zyoko never felt that her status as a wife allowed her to share everything about her husband as a matter of course. But my daughter is different. Is that Nagasawa's biological child? Ah. So even if she doesn't give in, it's not for herself. And now, holding this man who was not very strong, he took out a wad of money from his pocket. He stuffed it firmly into her hand. This was the first time Josiako had seen so much money. Over the years, the savings of this small family have never exceeded 50. Because even if the salary is handed over, the parents will still come over from time to enjoy the autumn breeze. Newly purchased items, even oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, cannot escape their search. And now, she has so much money in her hands. This money is enough to support my daughter through school. Ji Chang's steep voice sounded in my ears. Following me all these years has made you and Xiaoxiu suffer. I also know that I can't be cruel. From now on, you will keep all the money I make. This is to prevent him from being soft-hearted and giving money to his parents again. Josiako held the money and her eyes turned red after listening to her husband's words. She never denied that her husband was a good man, but he was too filial, and the person he was filial to was too hateful. After more than 10 years, she finally survived. Something called confidence gradually arose in Josiako's heart. She cherished a handkerchief and folded the money carefully on it. Okay, I'll keep it. The lingering anguish in the eyes of the mistress of the house slowly faded away, and her smile became more relaxed. Mumbling and calculating in a low voice. You are tired these days. Kuahua and the others have helped a lot just now. I'm going to buy some meat and wine. I'll call them all here tonight and you can have a good drink. Xiaoxiu's school bag is also old. I should have given her a new one a long time ago. I will go there tomorrow and buy her one, as well as clothes. Her clothes have turned white after washing. And your shoes, it's time to change them too. Josiako is constantly planning for her home. Just listening to what she said makes you know how busy she will be in the next few days. Ji Chang's didn't go. He tried to get her to change a less busy lifestyle. He could see that she urgently needed to take the initiative to change everything she wanted to change, so that she could slowly experience the sense of security that a hostess felt. After all, for more than 10 years, Josiako has been under the shadow of her mother-in-law when it comes to family purchases, and has never been able to take the initiative to add or throw away things. Ji Chang's only held her hand and said slowly when she had finished calculating everything she wanted to do, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. And you, it's time to buy some beautiful clothes. Josiako was stunned for a moment, then hesitated. Me? I'm so old, why should I dress up? You are only in your 30s, how old are you? Ji Chang said in a serious tone, game consoles are very profitable. You don't have to worry about running out of money at home in the future. Not only can you buy some clothes, but also buy some of those creams used by women. His expression was not very affectionate. After all, they were an old married couple, and they both had the same temperament to live a happy life. There had never been any talk of love, and it was just a steady stream of things. I was confused before and wronged you for my parents, but I won't do it anymore. Josiako looked at her husband in a daze. The already red eyes became even redder. The grievances that have been lingering in my heart all these years seem to be gone. She smiled and said, okay, then I'll buy 2 clothes too. Money is a man's courage. Holding the money in a handkerchief in her hand and looking at the man in front of her who was smiling at her, she felt at ease as she had never felt before. At this moment, she finally felt that she was the mistress of this family. This is her, Nagasawa, Xiaoxiu's home. Josiako went out to purchase. Ji Chang's was sorting out the drawings he had drawn before and slowly thinking about this person. Lin Chang. Far. There is something fishy about this person. In the memory of the original owner, his brother was like the moon in the sky, high and distant. Lin Yuan has shown intelligence and wit since he was a child. When he was 3 years old, he was already able to communicate with adults freely, and when he was 5 years old, he taught himself how to read. The only primary school teacher in the village at that time was so amazed that he devoted all his knowledge to teach him. In the end, Lin Yuanyuan only attended elementary school for 1 year and then skipped to junior high school. If this is the case, it can only prove that Lin Yuanyuan is smarter, but in junior high school, Lin Yuanyuan seems to have gradually become mediocre. Although his grades are good, they are not to the point where people can exclaim as a genius. It was even worse in high school. From a good student with excellent grades, he was directly reduced to the middle and lower level. But he was good at saying that he never mentioned the drop in his grades when he returned home, and he still coaxed old man and old lady Lin to treat him as a darling. It wasn't until the college entrance examination that he was admitted to a very good university with excellent results. School teachers and classmates were surprised why there was such a big gap in his grades. Only then did Lin Yuanyuan's poor grades in high school come to light. But for the winner, a bad past is nothing. Lin Changyuan became the most prosperous junior in the village. After graduating from college, he returned to Changliu County to teach. Because it was a very prestigious university, Changhe High School accepted him without any hesitation. After successfully joining the company, he married the vice principal's daughter, gave birth to a fat boy, and became a happy and successful man in every aspect in the eyes of others. The original owner didn't have much contact with this younger brother. Since he was a child, his parents have compared him with his younger brother. How good the other brother is only makes him look useless and incompetent. Even though he had already started to make money to supplement the family income while his younger brother was studying, to his parents, this was just one of the things that made him inferior to his younger brother. The lives of the two people are like one sky and one earth, clearly separated. Lin Yuanyuan seemed to understand this truth. His eyes when looking at this brother were always full of indifference and contempt, and he even refused to attend his wedding. In short, the relationship between these brothers is very bad. No matter how Ji Changs looked at it, he felt that Lin Changyuan had a big problem. Especially when he was in high school, he strongly urged his parents to spend money to buy a house in the city, but at that time, even though old man Lin and the others were partial to this, the younger son is unwilling to gamble with his life savings. After that, the price of the house slowly increased, and they could no longer afford it. With this lesson learned, when the eldest son came back after making some money and wanted to build a house in the village, and the younger son proposed to use the money to buy him a house in the county, the two of them did not hesitate at all. So I agreed. When the original owner felt wronged, they would criticize him in a tone that said he was ignorant. Do you know how much this house has gone up to now? If we hadn't used that money to buy the house, would it be so profitable now? Do you want to build a house in the village? The house in the village is worth it. How much? However, they also don't think about it, the price of this house has indeed increased. But it is not recorded in the name of the original owner? If the price increases or not, what does it have to do with him? All, in the eyes of Ji Changs, a veteran, Lin Changyuan's various behaviors were full of mistakes. Reborn. Ji Yashao, who was not meeting a resurrected person for the first time, put down the drawing in his hand. It seems that he has to ensure the IQ of this resurrected person. Although the other party could barely maintain good grades when he entered junior high school, and from the point of view of becoming a poor student in high school, it seemed that there was no need to test. Ji Changs went to the hut where the game consoles were kept, found a few students wearing the uniforms of Zhao Plan's school, and asked them to go and send a message to Zhao Plan. After school, Zhao Jiwa came running over as expected. Brother Zi, you are looking for me. Yes, come to my house in the evening, your sister-in-law will cook, and we will have a good meal. Remember to tell your parents that you will come back later. When Zhao Jiwa heard this, he was so happy that he couldn't see his eyes and said, okay. Can he be unhappy? Brother Zi invited them to dinner, doesn't that mean he has recovered a little? Ji Changs then said, I remember you know the students from Changhe High School. Zhao Jiji nodded, yes, I am in Changhe High School. I have several good brothers. Basically, they all go to the same junior high school. Even if they go to different high schools, they still have a good relationship. I want to change the game console. From now on, the ranking will be calculated every month. The top player will be rewarded with 100 yuan. As soon as Ji Chang's finished speaking, Zhao Jihua's eyes widened. 100 yuan. Right. Ji Chang's pretended that he didn't see the brothers you're crazy expression on Zhao Jihua's face, and slowly continued. Now our game consoles are famous throughout the county. There are so many songs and dances, and players get bored easily. We have come up with some incentives to make them enthusiastic. In fact, the most profitable and attractive thing in this era is gambling on game consoles. But Ji Chang's was not willing to take the gamble. If you have just entered the new world, forget about pretending to fit into the role and open a gambling outlet by yourself. Or should you do it when most of your customers are students? How could he possibly go? Do. Zhao Jihua has always been smart, and he understood it as soon as Ji Chang started talking. Brothers I understand. I will promote it well. Ji Chang's nodded. Also, remember to make it clear when promoting, class time? We don't accept students here. Zhao Jihua was a little confused. Why? Many students were outside during class. Nowadays, everyone knows that going to college is a good thing, but the reaction to dropping out of school and not studying hard is not as big as that of later generations. Not doing well in school? Not willing to study? Then go. You can get a part-time job. Although it's harder and you can't work in an office, you can still make money. Ji Chang's lowered his eyes slightly. Students should still study hard. If my daughter runs out to play during class, I will feel bad. I only have one daughter, so we need to consider our parents. Did Zhao Jihua see him? The love that flashed across Brother Zi's face inadvertently when he said this was a bit envious. It's not that I envy Ji Chang's for loving his daughter. After all, he has a very good relationship with his parents. He was envious of Brother Zi talking about his daughter so tenderly. Look at his parents, they are very open-minded, but when it comes to him, he is still a little brat. Okay, Brother Nays, I will write a new rule and put it on the wall in a minute. Want to do something? Little expert Zhao Jihua just did it. After a while, there was a brand new rule on the wall. The next day, the rule came into effect. Some students who specifically skipped class to play game consoles were turned away. They were unconvinced and unhappy. They wanted to have the guts to say that if there is no room for students here, they will have their own place, and they will never come again next time. But looking at the young people inside who were waiting in line to play, they still kept their mouths shut. There is nothing more fun than this arcade in the county. If you say this now and you can't help but play with it after a while, it will be a slap in the face. Okay, I'll come back after school. In the end, they had no choice but to leave unwillingly. As he walked, he muttered, I've never seen anything like this. I don't even do business. Zheng Qiuhua, who was still immersed in the delicious food last night, watched the students walk away with regret. This is all money. Nagays, is this really okay? We won't make less money, right? Ji Chang's lowered his head and fiddled with the parts in his hand, but did not raise his head when he heard these words, we are not short of these few dollars. Without these students, the game console will still be idle for a day. When Zheng Qiuhua thought about it, it was the same. He took a careful look at Ji Chang's and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other person looked calm and seemed not to be so sad anymore. What do we do next? Next step. Ji Chang's looked at the young people lining up over there waiting to play, waiting for this game console to come out of this county. All the way across the country. Changhe High School. The class bell rang, and the teacher announced that class was over and walked out of the classroom. The students who had listened to the class honestly suddenly became lively. One talked about the latest popular novels, the other talked about songs, and the one who had a TV at home was discussing what was played on the TV last night. And in the corner of the classroom, there is a small group that is taking the time to review what the teacher just said without relaxing. One of the students was a little tired. He looked up and saw that his friends were all studying frantically. He wanted to rest but felt it was too much. After thinking for a while, he poked the seatmate next to him. "I'm tired, are you tired?" The desk mate put down his pen temporarily and said, "I'm tired. I really want to rest." When other people saw them chatting, they also raised their heads, rubbing their hands that were a little sore from copying notes, and complaining. "It's too difficult. I am pretty tired. I didn't expect that learning is not an easy task." "Nonsense, if it was easier you would have sat in the front." They complained for a while, and the student who spoke first suggested, "How about we take a break?" Several other people nodded, "Okay, I want to lie down for a while." "Me too, I want to read some short stories." "Then let me play 5-piece chess for a while." Seeing that everyone was planning to take a rest, this student felt relieved and did not feel that he was at a loss in his heart. "Then I'll go to the canteen and buy some popping candy." Go. "I'll take a nap." The student stood up and left the classroom with confidence. When he reached the stairs, he suddenly remembered something and touched his pocket. Sure enough, I forgot to bring that dime. Oh, forget that. He went to play Snowflake to save money, and then he cruelly put all the money under the bed, just to stop himself from buying delicious food at school. Thinking of this, the student licked his mouth greedily. The conditions at his home can only be described as average, but the dancing game machine is so fun, so he can only save money in this way. It would be great if I could get into the top 10. If you get into the top 10, you will get 10 game coins, which is enough to play 10 games. As he thought this, he began to feel nervous about the idea that he didn't want to study and wanted to go downstairs to relax. How can you carry it? If you don't work hard now, how can you have money to play games? Think 10 game coins. He gritted his teeth, his expression became determined, and returned to the original route. As he was walking, he was thinking a little uneasily. He said he was going to buy snacks, but he came back to study. The other people must have said that he was not interesting enough. But you can't blame him. Who made the temptation of game currency too great? Thinking like this student who wanted to be lazy but was pulled back to the front line of study by reason pushed the door open. After opening the back door and seeing the scene in front of him, the determined look on his face froze. The group of friends in the back seat who had just promised him that they wanted to play backgammon when they wanted to sleep were all immersed in reviewing. Each one looked more serious than the other. The eyes are more serious than the other. Depend on. He cursed, never expecting that this group of people would actually play tricks on him when we were friends. You guys are really. I opened my mouth to curse, but felt that cursing would waste too much time. With this skill, he might as well study hard. So, half a minute later, there was another person in the small group who was immersed in studying. The teacher who passed by this classroom after going to the bathroom upstairs saw their appearance and nodded with satisfaction. "Old John, what are you looking at?" The teacher who had the next class here came over with a book in hand, followed the eyes of his colleagues and saw the scene inside, and smiled. They have been like this for several days. When they were listening to my class, I was so serious that I wanted to move them to the front. The teacher also laughed. It's the same in my class. These children are actually quite smart, but they didn't focus on studying before. Now they are so serious. Even if they can't get into the top 10, they should make progress. It's pretty big too. After finishing speaking, he subconsciously scanned the circle of teachers. In the room, I saw students sitting in the front row writing furiously, and I was slightly confused. Why is Lin He working so hard? The teacher who was teaching the next class took a look and knew what was going on. Why else? It's not just for the game currency. Ever since the Snowflake game machine came out, all the students in the school have become honest. Quite a few. I'm holding it all in. I want to get into the top 10 in the class. The teacher who asked the question became even more confused. Don't Lin He usually play games? This game console is so fun, even he fell into it. No, even if he wants to play, he doesn't have time to play. I was worried that he would be addicted to games and delay his studies, so I asked him. Does this kid want to earn those game coins and then sell them to supplement the money? Home use. The teacher's tone was full of pity. It's not easy for him. What's the situation at home? There are 3 younger brothers and sisters. Last time, it seemed that the younger brother was sick and needed medical treatment, but the family had no money. He really had no choice, so he took this how about the semester's award. Suihua asked if he could redeem it, but the boss actually redeemed it for him. Later, he took the game currency and exchanged it for 3 yuan, and then he took his brother to see a doctor. Hearing this, the previous teacher also sighed. What they feel most distressed about is Lin He in the class. He has good grades and works hard, but his family is too poor. As a teacher, I want to help, but I am powerless. It's not easy for anyone these days. From this point of view, it is indeed a good thing for the Snowflake game console to come out like this. Poor students work hard to be able to play games. Good students from poor families can also use their certificates to exchange for game currency to supplement their family income. I've never felt like I do now that it would be great to have such a game console in the county. Hearing his colleagues say this, the teacher laughed. Who isn't? I used to think that game consoles made these students lose interest in playing with things. This is the first time that I see game consoles promoting students to study hard. Let's go together some other time. Let's take a look. I heard it's really fun. Why, are you going to fall too? Ha 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 ha, why do you think it's so ugly to say that it's fall? I heard that the teacher from the high school next door just wanted to give it a try. It turned out to be so fun that I had to play there after school to feel comfortable. That's good. My arms and legs are old, so moving is considered exercise. The two of them looked at each other and smiled as they spoke, but they did not expect that as teachers, they would ever take the initiative to go to the game arcade one day in their lives. To blame, it's because this game is so fun. The author has something to say, then my update today is 1,000 words short. Just in case everyone points fingers at me, I'll take the initiative. Be honest and give it a complete update. The update is very late, about 3 o'clock in the morning. Little angels go to bed early. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 461. After Ji Chang's made the decision that the one with the highest score at the end of each month will be rewarded with 100 yuan, the already popular game console became completely popular. Whether it's in school, at the vegetable market, or when talking to aunties on the roadside, Snowflake game consoles are the #1 gossip. The temptation of 100 yuan has attracted countless new players who have never played the game console before. To be honest, we did discover a few dancing masters this time. If they hadn't tried to play the game console for the 100 yuan, they themselves wouldn't have known that their dancing talents were so good. As more and more people come and try to play, the whole county seems to have become interested in dancing. There are even people who can't join the queue or don't have the money to play too many times and choose to dance without music in the open space. Practice. Ji Chang's purpose is not here. The player craze triggered by the 100 yuan reward was just a way he used to test Lin Changyuan. In the memory of the original owner, Lin Changyuan had been doing everything possible to undermine the elder brother's self-confidence. Ji Changs could guess that kind of pathological, persistent suppression without thinking deeply. On the timeline that had not been changed by Lin Chang's, the original owner was quite good. That's why this reborn younger brother will work hard to cut off the way for all older brothers to climb up. And when Lin Changyuan found out that the game console made by the elder brother he had always belittled made the people of the county go crazy for it, he couldn't help but feel depressed. It just so happens that if there is a reborn person in what he wants to do, it will go more smoothly. Ji Changs pinched the game coins in his hand and showed an upright and gentle smile. Now, it's time to test Lin Changyuan's endurance. Since Changhe High School had just finished an exam, almost every top 10 student had gone to redeem game currency and was also in the midst of this dance machine gossip craze. Zhao Ai, who was at the bottom of her grades before, suddenly jumped into the top 3. Her mother was so happy. Knowing that she worked so hard because she wanted game coins, she spent 1 yuan to buy her 3. Then she has 13 game coins in her hand. Well, I'm envious. Yesterday, I heard someone from the next class say that Zhao Ai's dancing is very good. She must have practiced it on the game console. Look. She's there. She's practicing her lower back again. During the lunch break at Changhe High School, many students were playing on the playground. Zhao Ai, who had made a comeback from a poor student to a top 3 student, was slowly lowering her waist. Next to it, several students gathered around to watch, exclaiming from time to time, "Amazing! Wow!" Zhao Ai was slowly thinking about going a little further when she suddenly heard a cold voice in front of her. "What are you doing?" She was startled, and quickly straightened up slowly. When she saw the person in front of her, her face showed the fear of a student towards the teacher, and she whispered, "I'm practicing my lower back. Why don't you lower your waist?" Lin Yuan reprimanded sternly, "Are you just playing that crappy game again? Are you? Students should act like students." Zhao Ai felt aggrieved, but, "It's teacher, this is rest time. You are also a student during break time. You are also a girl. Isn't it embarrassing to show off in front of so many male classmates? This is definitely the most humiliating thing for a girl." Zhao Ai's eyes immediately turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and she lowered her head and sobbed softly. Seeing her being spoken to like this by him in a few words, Lin Yuan's anger in his heart became a little less intense, but he still said, "You are a girl. You must have a sense of shame and pay attention to the impact. You are squirming around in public like this, and you are embarrassing your family." The teacher's criticism made Zhao Ai shed even more tears. She shook her head and wanted to say something different, but she didn't know how to say it. A male classmate who had been applauding and cheering Zhao Ai just now frowned when he saw this. "Teacher, Zhao Ai is just dancing, why is she showing off? What does dancing have to do with shame, and what impact can it have? How do you put it nicely? As if she has done something very wrong." Lin Changyuan didn't expect that there were students who dared to contradict the teacher. His expression turned ugly all of a sudden. He turned around to criticize, but when he saw the face of the boy who was speaking, he hesitated to criticize. "This is the principal's only son." He swallowed the harsh words and softened his tone, "At your age, you should be good at studying. If you dance, it will affect your study." Boy, but after Zhao Ai learned to dance, her grades improved directly to the top 3, and it didn't affect her study. Moreover, what the teacher just said was too unpleasant, as if she was not very good at dancing. "My mother is in a cultural troupe, and she said they help soldiers relieve stress through dancing." Lin Changyuan's expression froze. He never thought that a teenager would be so difficult to deal with. What he said was reasonable. Well-founded. His mother. "Naturally, my mother is the principal's wife and a soldier in the art troupe. Lin Yuan naturally does not dare to offend her. I could only change my words with a dry smile. The teacher didn't pay attention for a while. I won't do it next time. However, the student did not let him off lightly. He stared at Lin Changyuan, his words full of aggression. Teacher, I think you should apologize to Zhao Ai. You made her cry. Lin Changyuan. He is a teacher, how can he apologize to his students? It's okay to bow to the principal's son, why should I apologize to Zhao Ai, who comes from an ordinary family? It was wrong for Zhao Ai to do things other than studying at school. It was wrong for me not to punish her. After finishing speaking, seeing that the student still looked unconvinced and opened his mouth to say something, he quickly spoke first. I have something else to do, so I'm going to leave first. You guys, please listen to ring the bell, don't just hang around and have fun. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was back as he quickly walked away, the male student snorted coldly and walked to Zhao Ai to persuade her. Zhao Ai, please stop crying. Teacher Lin is just looking for trouble, and you don't know that he takes it out on the students every time he is in a bad mood. Zhao Ai sobbed and wiped her tears, shaking her head and refusing to speak. It was difficult for her to recover immediately after being said such unpleasant words in front of so many people. The male classmate tried to persuade her for a long time but couldn't do anything. He and Zhao Ai had been in the same school and class since childhood. They had a close relationship and couldn't just ignore it. After scratching my head for a while, I came up with a good idea. He went to complain to Zhao Ai's mother right after school. Auntie is so cruel, she will definitely make teacher Lin apologize. Lin Changyuan here didn't know yet that he was about to face a parent-settling crisis, and was walking on the playground with a grumpy face. He was annoyed to find that the students who were having fun on the playground were actually dancing. Because there was no music, some people danced silently, while others found friends and moved their mouths to sing. 1 click, 2 click, 2 click, 3 click. Dance, dance, all dance. Are the dancing machines made by Ji Chang so popular? How could he actually make these students dance like a demon? Lin Changs wanted to find a few students who didn't dance. He wanted to prove that Ji Chang's was not that good. As a result, the further he walked, the more irritable he became. Along the way, every student I met staying in the playground was practicing dance. In fact, if he calms down? Just think about it. You know, you really can't blame the students. The first place reward of 100 yuan is very exciting for adults, let alone these students who usually only have a few cents in their hands at most. $100. What a temptation this is. Who can resist? When he walked downstairs to the teaching building, Lin Changyuan was already very angry. His brother's excellence made him feel deeply aggrieved, and the life that seemed to have been suppressed appeared in front of him again. How come? He clenched his fists tightly, digging his fingernails into his flesh. Obviously, the person who was adopted in this life was Ji Chang's, and he still tried to make him drop out of elementary school. This person should just be an ordinary maintenance worker for the rest of his life. Why can he succeed in making a game console? He couldn't help but think of his previous life. The smart and outstanding brother, but the incompetent mediocre self. His eldest brother is so outstanding. He has been better than him in everything since he was a child. He likes to play, but his grades are so bad that his parents favor his eldest brother even more. Everyone said that his eldest brother was awesome. I skipped a grade at the age of 8, received a scholarship at the age of 12 to support my family, and was admitted to the best university in the country at the age of 16. I was able to send money back to school. In the eyes of others, Lin Changyuan in his previous life was extremely lucky to have such a good brother. He was playful and his grades were never good, so his older brother helped him with extra classes. He didn't pass the high school entrance exam. It was his older brother who had just graduated recently who sent him money to buy him into high school. He failed the college entrance examination and wanted to start a business. It was him. The capital given by my brother. Growing up, he has always been favored by his elder brother. Married without a house, the eldest brother paid the down payment, the child was born sick, the eldest brother relied on his connections to find a hospital, and was more caring than his biological father. Job. Unemployed, the eldest brother begged people everywhere to help him find a new job. But Lin Changyuan just hated his elder brother. Because having such an excellent brother will only serve as a foil to him. Yes. He was even adopted out. He has been thinking, if it was the eldest brother who was adopted, would the situation be different? Will the outstanding one turn into him? As for the eldest brother, he will only be overwhelmed by his light and unable to stand up. 40-year-old Lin Changyuan died while driving drunk and was reborn as a child. The first thing he did was to set fire to the house, causing his eldest brother to be adopted out. With an adult soul, it would be too easy for him to attack his eldest brother who was still a child. As long as he cut off the eldest brother, the way brother studies, the other party will naturally become mediocre. As for him, because he failed in the college entrance examination, his mentality was shattered. He read every test paper many times, knew the answers by heart, and entered the university of his elder brother in his previous life as he wished. After his rebirth, Lin Changyuan has been enjoying this condescending feeling and is satisfied with the life he and his eldest brother have changed. But why? Why did the elder brother who never graduated from elementary school still become a successful person? Lin Changyuan, who had been working hard since he came back from rebirth, but could only become a high school teacher, covered his chest, almost out of breath from the overwhelming suffocation and unwillingness. Hasn't he already cut off all the ways for the eldest brother? And won't game consoles become obsolete? How did this situation that everyone likes come about? What went wrong? Lin Yuanyuan was in a daze. At this moment, he really needed the information that Ji Chang's is not that popular after all. Just then, he heard crying. It was a girl sitting by the flower bed crying. Several girls next to her were persuading her, but she turned a deaf ear and kept crying. Whoa, why did I only get 11th place in the exam? I worked so hard. Lin Changyuan was shocked. This student is very normal. She didn't think about the broken game console. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief, his body warmed up, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Yes, that's right. This is no longer the last life. In this life, he was a respectable high school teacher, and his eldest brother was just a broken maintenance worker. How is it possible? Everyone thinks he is good. He is excellent. Just as he was thinking about it, the crying girl let out another cry. Why does it have to be 11? There is only one missing. I can exchange game coins for just one missing. The smile on Lin Changyuan's face froze. He let go of the chest he had been holding, feeling that his heart was getting more and more suffocated, and he couldn't even breathe smoothly. Boom. The crying girl heard the movement behind her and subconsciously turned her head to look. The next second, her eyes widened. Come on, man. Teacher Lin fainted. The author has something to say, small theater. Welcome to the Chang's battlefield, opponent, Lin Changyuan. The game has started, please take action. Nagasawa, I want to test how resistant he is to beating, gently pushed with his little finger. Boom. Lin Changyuan, KO. Nutrient solution will be added to 20,000 yuan. Now the nutrient solution is 29,000, happy. Come on everyone. Bet to your heart's content. I can hold on. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.